Chapter 1. July 7, 1777. The sun was shining brightly, and birds were flying happily in the sky. A groundhog was lying on the ground beside the road, basking in the sun. Suddenly, a noise startled it, and it ran away in the grass and trees on both sides of the road. "Grandil, where are you?" Grandil, a little girl with short blue hair, was walking on the road crying. She was wearing a white shirt with a red collar and yellow cuffs. She was petite, about 7 or 8 years old. She seemed to be looking for something. She would stop from time to time to rub her tearful eyes with the backs of her hands, and then move her short legs to continue moving forward. The little girl didn't know how long she had been walking, but she was still tirelessly looking for Grandil. That was her missing relative, the mother who raised her, the only person she had ever seen since she was a child. So even though she was crying and in pain, she still didn't give up looking for her relatives. Maybe she was tired from walking, or maybe what happened today was too heavy for such a little girl. She stopped and cried loudly on the spot, putting her hands in front of her eyes and wiping her tears with the backs of her hands. Suddenly, there was a sound of moving the grass from the roadside ahead, and then she felt the light in front of her dimmed, and then someone was talking. "What's wrong? What happened?" the gentle voice asked. The little girl looked up and saw a handsome boy. His face was a little childish, about 13 or 14 years old, but very tall. The little girl could only reach his waist. The boy was wearing leather armor, and the close-fitting black leather armor made his figure look very streamlined. Although not strong, it can be felt that this body hides an immense explosive power. The short black hair was messily raised, and people could tell at a glance that the owner did not take care of it carefully, but it did not feel dirty but a little wild. The boy had a smile on his lips, looking at her gently, with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. As if a lost lamb returned to the flock, the little girl threw herself into the boy's arms as if she had found her backbone. "Gone, gone!" The little girl burst into tears. Her tears were tearing her apart, and her face was full of tears. The boy squatted down and hugged her, holding her body with one hand to help her stand steady, and stroking her head with the other hand to comfort her. "What's missing? Tell your brother and see if he can help you," he asked in a low voice, afraid to scare the little girl. "Grandy, I can't find him. He disappeared." The little girl sobbed and spoke incoherently. She tightly grasped the boy's clothes with both hands and leaned her body into his arms. "Speak slowly, don't be in a hurry, don't cry, you have become a big cat." The boy was full of patience and guided the little girl to calm down. "Come on, take a deep breath, inhale." "Yet." The little girl nodded obediently, pursed her lips and prepared to take a deep breath. Maybe it was because she cried for too long, she couldn't hold her deep breath and spurted out a big snot bubble, which made her laugh, and she burst into laughter instantly. The boy took out a handkerchief with a smile and wiped her tears, then wiped her face clean, and finally wiped the snot bubble. "Now you can talk slowly. My name is Raven." "What's your name? What happened? Why are you crying alone in the wild?" "My name is Wendy. I usually live near here with Grandil." "Yes, Grandil, big brother, have you seen Grandil? She disappeared today. I couldn't see her when I woke up in the morning. I thought she went out to find food, but she didn't come home for a long time. I called her but she didn't respond. I couldn't find her." Wendy was quite emotional when she talked about Grandil. "It seems that Grandil is very important to you. Is she your mother? Does she usually stay away from home for a long time like today? It is inevitable that I feel a little uncomfortable squatting for a long time." Raven picked up Wendy and stood up. "No, in the past, Grandil would come back soon even if she left. And she would respond when I called her, but today she didn't respond no matter how I called her." Suddenly leaving the ground made Wendy reach out and grab Raven's neck, resting her head on Raven's shoulder. "Then can you tell me what Grandil looks like? And what clothes she wears, how tall she is, brother can help you find. Grandil is white, this tall, this big. Wendy released her arms from around Raven's neck and gestured in the air. Grandil is very beautiful, and she can fly. She often takes me to various places to play, and then flies back at night. Grandil has a long tail and wide wings. He always covers me with his wings when I sleep at night. It is very warm. Wendy was so excited when she talked about Grandil that she couldn't stop. Then Raven understood. Really? Grandil is really amazing. Raven praised. Grandil is a dragon, a celestial dragon, the mother who raised me and taught me magic. Wendy looked at Raven and introduced Grandil to him. In fact, Raven knew all that Wendy said. Raven knew why Grandil disappeared, and he also knew that Grandil was hiding in Wendy's body at the moment, because the Dragon Slayer will gradually turn into a dragon in the process of using Dragon Slayer magic, and at the end of the dragonization, he will completely turn into a dragon. What can prevent all this from happening is that the dragon is placed in the body of the Dragon Slayer, which can produce antibodies to prevent the Dragon Slayer from turning into a dragon. Raven knew the cause of everything, but he couldn't tell Wendy all this. He couldn't explain why he knew these things, and the reason he knew these was because he had a code that only he knew. Suddenly Raven's body froze, and a voice that only he could hear rang in his mind. After listening, he looked at Wendy with heartache, not knowing what to say to her. Release mission, raising Wendy. Mission content: Tianlong Grandil hides in Wendy's body to create antibodies for her. Wendy has lost her caregiver. Therefore, the host needs to be Wendy's guardian and bring her back to the guild. Mission success rewards: Floating Feather X1, Magic Crystal X10. Mission failure penalty: none. Warning: the task of killing the blazing demon is 3 days, 17 hours, and 52 minutes away from the deadline. Please hurry up and complete it to avoid unnecessary punishment. Yes, Raven is a time traveler. There is a system in his mind. When he first traveled to this world 3 years ago, the system was activated and gave him an ultimate task. In the following days, the system randomly issued various strange tasks to him. Some tasks can improve his strength after success, and some tasks can get strange rewards after success. They are not very helpful for improving strength, but they have other uses. The problem facing Raven at this time is that it is definitely too late to bring Wendy back to the guild now. It has taken him 10 days to get here from the guild. If he takes Wendy back now, his mission will fail. This mission has a very serious punishment, just like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, and he has to complete it. But he couldn't bear to leave Wendy like this. Even if there was no restriction on the task, he couldn't let such a child stay alone in the wild. So he decided to take Wendy with him to complete the task and put her in a safe place before the battle to avoid being affected and in danger. Wendy, will you come with me? I'll take you to find Grandil. Raven told a white lie, but my brother has something to deal with first. After that, I'll help you find her, okay? Thank you, brother. You can go ahead and do whatever you want. I will follow you. There is no rush. Although Wendy is still young, she is very sensible and is simply a little angel. Then, let's go. Raven stretched out his free hand and pointed forward. Let's go. Wendy raised her hands and cheered. Chapter 2. Mission name: Kill the Blazing Demon. Mission content: the Blazing Demon has brought disaster to the area, destroyed countless villages, and caused countless people to be broken up and live in poverty. Moreover, the Blazing Demon is a treasure, which can provide the host with materials for making equipment, so the host has the obligation and necessity to kill the Blazing Demon. Mission success rewards: Demonic Steel X1, Demonic Blood X1, Magic Crystal X30. Mission failure penalty: magic power operation speed is slowed down by 10%. Note: this task has a time limit, and the remaining time to complete is 3 days and 12 hours and 23 minutes. If the blazing demon is not killed by the time limit, the task will be considered a failure. Please hurry up. This is the specific content of Raven's mission. This mission was issued by the Council to eliminate monsters. It was originally an A-level mission, but after a large number of A-level wizards died at the hands of the blazing demon, the mission was upgraded to S-level, and only S-level wizards were qualified to take it. However, even several S-level wizards suffered losses from this monster. After returning empty-handed, the Council had no choice but to designate the greatest wizard accepted this task, and the designated person was Raven. After Raven was designated to accept this task, the system's task also came. The system gave too much reward and too severe punishment, so he had to take this task seriously. After obtaining the demon burning steel and demon blood, he could gather the materials needed for a formula for making equipment that he had obtained in a task. Then he could make the equipment and improve his strength. The penalty cost of slowing down the magic power by 10% was really great. Although it had no effect on his physical combat, it would slow down his attack speed by 10% when using martial arts with magic. To use the online game in his previous life as an example, physical attack was like ordinary attack, which was linked to attack speed. Magic or martial arts that involved magic were skills, and what affected them was the release speed. If the magic power was slowed down by one layer, the magic power would be mobilized slower when using magic and martial arts, which was equivalent to the release speed being cut by one layer, and the attack would be slower, and the use of magic and martial arts would be affected. It is said that all martial arts are indestructible except speed. In actual combat, this speed may determine the outcome of the battle. Therefore, killing the blazing demon is imperative, both for public and private reasons. It was more than 5 hours since Raven met Wendy, and it was already night. Raven sat on the grass with his back against a tree trunk, and Wendy was sleeping soundly in his arms. She had a sweet smile on her face. Maybe she dreamed of Grandil? Raven smiled as he looked at Wendy's peaceful sleeping face. After all, she is just a child. So many things happened today, she must be very tired. We still have to travel tomorrow, so let's go to sleep. Raven hugged Wendy's hands tightly, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Raven stood on the top of the hill and looked at the town from afar. What caught his eye was the devastation. The once prosperous town has now become a ruin, with broken walls and smoke everywhere. The sound of walls collapsing, the sound of wood burning and cracking, the wailing of people, and the cries for help are endless. The most eye-catching thing is the huge monster that is still wreaking havoc in the city, which is Raven's mission target this time, the blazing demon. This terrifying demon is about 8 or 9 meters tall, with a ferocious face and 2 huge fangs. Red liquid similar to magma keeps dripping from its mouth, corroding the ground. It is black and red, and is surrounded by flames. The huge wings spread out behind it are constantly flapping, bringing a heat wave to the surroundings, blowing down the walls and houses. The ground underfoot is burned black and cracked by the high temperature of its body. The blazing demon is not the demon in the Book of Zeref, but a magical weapon developed by a group of evil dark wizards through the secret research of black magic. However, due to the backlash of black magic, the developed blazing demon is not under their control. It has no reason, and its heart is filled with only killing, chaos and destruction. Since its birth, it has destroyed more than a dozen villages, and the first people it killed after its birth were the dark wizards who gave birth to it. Looking at this cruel scene, Wendy couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes misty. Maybe it's too early for her now? As a dragon slayer wizard in the sky, she will have to face a lot of battles in the future, but now she is too young and needs more training. Wendy, wait for your brother here, don't move. Raven said seriously, my brother is going to kill the demon in front of us now. He may not be able to protect you in the battle, so I can't take you with me. I can fight, too, Brother Raven. Wendy said hastily, not wanting Raven to face the terrifying demon alone. She clenched her fists and emphasized, I am the dragon slayer of the sky, and the daughter that Grandil is proud of. Although her tone was firm, her slightly trembling body and the mist in her eyes that had not yet dissipated were telling that the little girl was showing off. Raven bent down and touched her head. Listen, Wendy. You are still young now, and you don't need to participate in this kind of battle. When you grow up, I will let you learn to fight without you asking, and now you just need to have a happy childhood. And don't look at me like this, I'm very strong. Believe me, I'll be back soon. Raven gave Wendy a confident smile, showing his big white teeth, which made people believe. Then you must be careful and pay attention to your own safety, brother. Wendy chose to believe Raven. She also knew that if she followed him, it might cause trouble for Raven. In order not to distract Raven, she decided to stay here and wait for his return. Watching Raven's back as he ran towards the blazing demon, Wendy clenched her two small fists, leaned against her chest, and silently prayed for Raven. Be safe, brother Raven. Chapter 3. Dad, Mom, where are you? A little boy was crying under the broken corner of the wall. He lay on his side on the ground, curled up helplessly, and muttered, "Save me, who can save me?" Above him, the big feet of the blazing demon were falling. The blazing demon's big feet were about to step on the boy's place. At this critical moment, a stone flew from a distance and hit the blazing demon. The stone hit the blazing demon's head, made a bang, and then turned into a pile of powder. Although it did not cause much damage to the blazing demon, the powerful force caused the blazing demon to fall to the side, allowing the little boy to escape from the crisis temporarily. Look here, monster! Raven arrived. He saw the blazing demon about to trample the little boy. In a hurry, he picked up a stone and threw it at the blazing demon. Although it did not cause much damage to it, it successfully deviated from its direction and achieved its goal. The blazing demon hit by the stone stood up again and shook its head to get rid of the discomfort after being hit. Then it looked at Raven. Although it did not have much intelligence, it knew that it was this little guy who made it uncomfortable and hindered its pleasure. With this thought, the blazing demon showed its ferocious appearance. At this time, there was only one thought in its mind, which was to kill the little boy in front of it. He tore the giant to pieces and ate it alive. Raven looked at the tall and terrifying demon in front of him without a single wave of emotion. In the past few years since he came here, he has fought in dozens of battles, big and small, not to mention hundreds of battles. It was difficult for him to kill a chicken when he first came here, but now his strength has improved a lot facing this kind of monster that he could only see on TV when he was on Earth. He was very calm. By the way, the chicken that Raven killed in the first battle was more than 10 times bigger than the chicken on Earth, and its claws and beak were extremely sharp, and it could easily tear gold and split iron. Even the feathers were as hard as steel, and the pair of wings also posed a considerable threat to Raven. Raven stood on the wall. The blazing demon was about 20 meters away from him. The man and the demon stood opposite each other, and the collision of their auras made the air heavy. This was a battle of unequal sizes, but the battle was not determined by size, but by many factors such as the physical strength, magic power, combat experience, and skills of both sides. As an artificial demon, the blazing demon's magic power should not be underestimated. It is comparable to the magic power of the top 10 holy wizards, which makes it wreak havoc in this remote northern land and no one can punish it until now. But its combat skills are extremely crude. As an irrational monster, it destroys the surroundings completely. Fighting was based on instinct, and there was no method at all. When Raven crossed over, his body underwent activation transformation by the system, returning to when he was 12 years old. Now 3 years have passed, and he has experienced many battles and missions. He has rich combat experience, diverse skills, and extremely strong combat power. With just an exchange of glances, Raven and the blazing demon attacked at the same time. The blazing demon took a step forward with his left foot and strode towards Raven. Raven muttered to himself and took out a one-handed broadsword from the system backpack and held it in his right hand. The sword was about 1.2 meters long and 30 centimeters wide. There was no decoration on the hilt. The whole sword was ordinary and plain. Glorious charge! Raven stomped his feet, and the earth wall beneath his feet instantly turned into dust. He turned into a stream of light and rushed to the front of the blazing demon. Raven swung his sword at the blazing demon's neck. According to his observation, that was the weakest part of the blazing demon's body except for the face and the most lethal. At this time, the blazing demon had just taken a step and had no time to react, allowing Raven to chop his neck with his sword. Black and red blood spurted out. Raven's attack caused damage to the blazing demon this time but did not kill him. The sword was only half embedded in it and got stuck. The blazing demon's defense was too strong, and the broadsword, which was huge for ordinary people, was too small for the blazing demon, which was 9 meters tall, and the damage it caused was negligible. The injured and painful blazing demon became more ferocious, with its eyes wide open, making a meaningless roar, and waving its claws towards Raven, ready to catch Raven. Raven, who succeeded in the attack, kicked the blazing demon's shoulders with his legs, causing the blazing demon to stumble, and Raven was able to successfully escape from the blazing demon. Roar! The blazing demon roared with its mouth wide open. A flame ignited where Raven had just cut its neck. After the flame died out, the wound quickly scabbed over. Is the physical resistance so high? And the recovery ability is also very strong, no wonder the previous S-class wizards all returned in defeat. Raven frowned at this scene and became serious. It seems that pure physical attacks can't be used. The blazing demon rushed towards Raven again, with a fierce momentum and flying sand and rocks. Raven just watched coldly, secretly mobilizing his magic power. The Sword of God. Chapter 4. The huge golden magic sword spun down from the sky, sweeping with it the strong wind and falling towards the blazing demon. Sensing the danger, the blazing demon leaned forward and instinctively spread his wings to protect his body. At the same time, the flames on his body rose to counter the sword energy waves of the sword of the God of Thunder. The collision between the sword of the God of Thunder and the blazing demon was huge, and the confrontation between the sword energy waves and the magic flames of the blazing demon caused the aftermath to cause greater damage to the already broken environment around it. A huge pit sank with the blazing demon as the center. The collision between the magic powers scattered strong winds in all directions, blowing the remaining parts of the broken earth wall to pieces, and some collapsed trees were taken up by the roots and flew far away. Finally, the magic sword dissipated in the air, and the blazing demon stood up crookedly from the pit. At this time, the blazing demon was no longer as arrogant as before. His 2 wings had been hit by most of the attacks and were tattered and broken. The junction with the back was broken, with only a little flesh connected. The wounds on his body from the sword energy waves were dripping with blood, and one of his huge fangs was broken, which was a horrible sight. Roar! The blazing demon's eyes were bloodshot and he was furious. There was only one thought in his mind: to kill the reptile that had injured him. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Light waves began to brew in the blazing demon's mouth, and at the same time, a huge flame protected his body. This is its most powerful means of attack. By concentrating a huge amount of magic power, condensing it into a magic beam and spraying it out, it can cause a full-strength attack to the front that is equivalent to the magician who is good at attacking among the 10 holy magicians. Moreover, the magic body protection can effectively reduce the damage to oneself when accumulating power, so that the power will not be interrupted when condensing. Of course, Raven could not let it succeed, and did not watch it accumulate power. The sword of the god just now only consumed 2 layers of his magic power, and he still retained a strong combat effectiveness. Attack the wind! Raven waved the broad blade in his hand, sweeping up the power of the north wind, and a total of 6 gusts of wind attacked the blazing demon. Then Raven closed the distance with the blazing demon and stabbed the blazing demon with the broad blade spinning at high speed. Drill the cloud! The light beam in the blazing demon's mouth was getting bigger and bigger. It stared at Raven with a hint of hatred and determination in its eyes. Even if it meant dying together, it would kill the kid in front of it. Thinking of this, the speed at which the light beam condensed seemed to be a little faster. Feeling the destructive power contained in the light beam, Raven's attack speed also increased a little. Zifeng and Xiuanyun hit the blazing demon at the same time. The huge force and damage only pushed the blazing demon back 10 meters. It did not give up on condensing power and was determined to die with Raven. If Raven knew what the blazing demon was thinking, he might sneer at it and mock it for being naive. His attack was calculated by himself. It is not possible to die with him if you want to. To quote a sentence he said when playing LOL in his previous life, "I'm waiting for skills, what are you waiting for? Waiting to die." God's thunderstorm slash. Raven wielded the broadsword with both hands, and the magic power in his body was added to the broadsword in his hands through both hands, making the broadsword wrapped with violent arcs of electricity. The violent attack chopped the neck of the blazing demon, and the huge force almost made the blazing demon fall. The light beam in his mouth dimmed for a moment, then flickered again and became brighter. The last blow, it's over, monster. Raven leaped high, raised his huge sword from the air and chopped it down on the head of the blazing demon, kill. The attack was mixed with an invincible aura, as if the space was split open, with the sound of breaking through the air, the sound of the blade entering the body, and the trembling sound of the sword hitting the ground. After this set of combined skills, the blazing demon was split in half from top to bottom, and the beam brewing in its mouth also dissipated in the air. Boom! The blazing demon's body fell to the ground, and Raven also fell to the ground. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the blazing demon. Mission: kill the blazing demon completed. The blazing demon's body will be extracted and the host will be rewarded. As the system's prompt sounded, the blazing demon's body on the ground began to dissipate and eventually disappeared from this world, as if it had never appeared. But this ruin and the people crying in the broken walls and ruins can prove that the blazing demon's brutality and the damage it brought are not a dream. Demonic Steel X1, Demonic Blood X1, and Magic Crystal X30 have been issued. Please check them, host. Raven called out his panel, opened the system backpack, and looked at the materials lying in the two grids like game props, and a hint of joy rose in his heart. Finally, I can have a powerful weapon. Raven's system interface is like the interface of some third-rate online games in his previous life, including the functions. In addition to his personal information, the other sections are the mall, equipment bar, task bar, forging, backpack, and magic crystal treasure hunt. The equipment bar is used to wear equipment he obtained through the system, which can provide him with additional attributes. Raven can also use real weapons, but they do not take up the space in the equipment bar. The task bar is a section on which he depends for survival. Whether it is to improve his strength or obtain some exotic items, they are obtained by completing tasks. The forging column is divided into strengthening and awakening, and the material required for strengthening is magic crystal, and the material required for awakening is purchased from the mall or obtained through tasks. The backpack is divided into the same function as in the game in the previous life. One grid at a time. Not only can you store items obtained through the system, you can also put items in reality except living creatures into it, just like the broadsword he took out in the battle just now is a batch of weapons he ordered in reality, and he has dozens of them in his backpack. At present, Raven's backpack is a 9x9 backpack that can hold 81 items, which is enough for him now. The magic crystal treasure hunt is the most deceptive function of this system. 5 magic crystals are used for a treasure hunt. 50 magic crystals can be used for 10 consecutive draws and a chance to win a prize. Not only is the lottery panel very similar to those third-rate mobile games in the previous life, but the degree of deception is far beyond them. Although those terminal games and mobile games in the previous life liked to hold a lottery to defraud money and attract people to spend money. However, although the mobile games in the previous life were deceptive, the things in its prize pool were relatively good. Yes, it is fixed, and there is a guarantee. This means that as long as you spend more money, you will always get something. The prize pool of this magic crystal treasure hunt is so large that it is boundless and there is no limit to cheating people. You may draw the best things or the worst things from this prize pool. In other words, it is possible that Raven can directly draw the bloodline of One Punch Man from it, or he may only draw a kitten or a puppy. For Raven, who played mobile games in his previous life and was always complaining about his luck, this function really made him love and hate it. After all, everyone hopes to be a European emperor, but only after the lottery can he realize the fact that he is a non-African. Raven has done a lot of tasks in the past 3 years and has obtained a lot of magic crystals. However, there are too many places in this system that need magic crystals, so he has only drawn 10 consecutive times once. After the draw, he never went on a treasure hunt with magic crystals again. After all, magic crystals are needed to increase points, exchange items in the mall, and strengthen equipment. These are the basis for improving strength. Only when the strength is improved can you complete more difficult tasks to earn magic crystals. He was directly accepted into the guild by the current guild leader when he just crossed over. There was no problem with security. After completing a few tasks and saving magic crystals, he drew a prize. After realizing that he was still a non-African, he never spent magic crystals on the lottery again. He knew that the first task was to improve his strength. Only when his strength was improved could he complete more difficult tasks to earn more magic crystals, and then use them to improve his strength. This is a virtuous circle. When his strength reaches a certain level, it is not too late to try to use magic crystals to hunt for treasure. Chapter 5. Help the villagers to sort out the village and town after the chaos and deal with the aftermath. Raven refused the villagers' gifts of thanks, saying that this was what he should do and someone had already paid for this task. Blazing Demon brought indelible trauma to this village and town, leaving behind pain. But where there is destruction, there is rebirth. I believe that these villagers will feel the beauty of life more and create a better future in the days to come. When bidding farewell to the villagers, it was finally hard to refuse their kindness. The villagers insisted that Raven accept their kindness. Raven refused the gold coins and those precious jewelry. After all, the villagers still needed a lot of money to rebuild the town. After many refusals, he only accepted the specialty of this small village, smoked mutton jerky. According to the villagers, this is made by the secret method passed down in their era, and it is particularly delicious. The reason why Raven accepted the mutton jerky was that it was really hard to refuse the kindness of the villagers, and he didn't want them to feel a little indebted. He hoped that his act of accepting the mutton jerky would comfort them. And this mutton jerky is really delicious and hard to refuse. It smells so good. When they met again, Raven saw Wendy's starry eyes. She cheered and threw herself into Raven's arms, shouting, "Brother Raven, you are so powerful. You solved such a terrifying monster in just 2 or 3 moves." Raven picked up Wendy and gently scratched her nose. He smiled and said, "Of course I didn't lie to you, did I? I'm really strong." Wendy wrinkled her nose slightly, then relaxed her eyebrows and eyes. "I believe that Brother Raven didn't lie to me, but Brother Raven, can you please not scratch my nose? It won't be beautiful if it's shaved off." I didn't expect that little Wendy loves beauty so much. Raven laughed. "Okay, if you say you don't want to shave, then don't shave. Our Wendy is a little beauty now, and she will definitely be a big beauty when she grows up. If I really shave her and she is not beautiful anymore, it will be a sin." When Wendy heard Raven praising her as a little beauty, her eyes curved into crescents, her cheeks were rosy like a red apple, and she was very cute. But when she heard Raven's laughter, she still felt a little shy, buried her head in Raven's shoulder, feeling the warm breath on Raven's body, and played the role of an ostrich. Raven patted Wendy on the back gently and said, "Wendy, let's go and find Grandil." Wendy still buried her head in Raven's shoulder, unwilling to raise her head, but still conveyed her meaning through her nose. At night, Wendy fell asleep after dinner and playing for a while. After all, she was just a child and didn't have much energy. Raven called out his panel and opened the system backpack, feeling a little excited. Ever since he got a weapon design in a monster hunting mission, he has been preparing the materials needed for the design. The weapons he has been using are ordinary ones customized by the blacksmith shop. The quality is not good and there is no style at all. He has been wanting to change them for a long time. Perfect weapon, Sky's Broken Moonlight design. This design can be crafted into a one-handed greatsword Sky's Broken Moonlight. Once crafted successfully, the design disappears. Forging material requirements: Moonlight Crystal X1, Magic Crystal X1, Demonic Steel X1, Demonic Blood X1. Wearing this weapon reduces the user's attack speed by 10% and increases damage by 30%. Special effect: increases the user's magic recovery speed by 15%. Wearing requirements: user strength greater than 550, agility greater than 280. Legend has it that the owner of this sword once used it to cut off the moonlight. This weapon is only a perfect grade weapon, and the materials required are not many. However, due to the randomness of the mission, the materials obtained by Raven are also random. Therefore, it took almost a year after obtaining this design to collect all the materials required for forging. The attributes of this weapon are not bad. It sacrifices 10% of the attack speed in exchange for 30% of the damage. For someone like Raven who does not rely on speed and has explosive damage, it is extremely suitable. Raven feels that with this weapon, he can harden the Black Dragon Acknowledge and complete his final mission ahead of schedule, and his heart is a little inflated. But it's just a thought. Although Raven is very strong at present, he is still far from being a match for Acknowledge, and his final mission does not allow him to defeat Acknowledge in advance. Final mission name: Kill the Black Dragon Acknowledge. Mission requirements: in the final battle, replace Natsu to kill Acknowledge. Save Black Dragon from being killed by the plot, so that he won't die so miserably. Mission success reward: unknown. Mission failure penalty: none. You will die if you can't defeat the Black Dragon anyway, so there is no need to give any penalty. Yes, the requirement of this mission is that Raven must kill the Black Dragon in the final battle. He doesn't understand why the system has such a strange requirement. According to this requirement and penalty, he didn't dare to touch the Black Dragon before the final battle of the plot. He didn't want to kill the Black Dragon in advance and cause the mission to fail and destroy himself. And speaking of this failure penalty, in the past 3 years, except for this final mission, no other mission has such a heavy penalty. At most, it is a penalty of reduced strength. I've gone too far. For now, let's build the weapon first and think about other things. Raven clicked on the formula to start using it. There was no need for any complicated operations. Raven just clicked on the button to confirm the creation. There was no earth-shaking momentum, nor the light of the birth of a divine weapon. The next second after the design disappeared, a beautifully shaped weapon was quietly lying in Raven's backpack. Chapter 6. Raven took out the light of the broken moon from the system backpack, held it with his right hand, and held it in front of him for a closer look. This is a one-handed giant sword, with a hilt about 30 centimeters long, and a shark skin-like object wrapped around it, wrapping the hilt in the shape of a dragon wrapped around a column, which has the effect of preventing slipping when holding it. The sword body is about 1.5 meters long and 40 centimeters wide. The blade is sharpened on only one side, and the other side is smooth and flat. It is a single-edged sword. Under the bright moonlight, the entire sword body exudes a breathtaking light, and the chill is overwhelming. Because it is just a one-handed giant sword, although the whole weapon looks relatively huge, the weight is not so terrifying, only about 30 kilograms, which a normal adult strong man can lift with one hand. Of course, if you want to swing this weapon at will and use it in combat, the strength of one hand must exceed 1,000 kilograms. Otherwise, if you pick up this weapon, let alone fight, you may be exhausted before the fight starts. Because this weapon is a system product, it not only has strength requirements, but also agility requirements. If you want to play its role, you must sacrifice 10% of your speed in exchange for 30% of your damage. If you are not agile enough, you cannot wear this weapon. Ordinary magicians only specialize in the magic they are good at. Most magicians' physical strength is not too strong, just a few times that of ordinary people. Only magicians who specialize in physical skills, cultivate their bodies, and fight in melee style have the power to use this weapon, and even if this weapon is placed in front of them, they may not choose to use it. After all, not every magician who practices physical skills is good at using swords, especially this huge broadsword. Only magicians produced by the system like Raven can meet the requirements of this weapon and choose to use this weapon. Because when he crossed over, the system gave him a choice to let him decide his own training direction. In his previous life, he determined that punching to the flesh is the romance of men, so the training direction he chose was a profession similar to that of a warrior in an online game, tempering the body, moving forward bravely, and charging into traps. Therefore, the tasks issued by the system to him are all targeted rewards, allowing him to obtain the skill book of the warrior profession through the tasks, which is the magic of this world. In the past 3 years, in addition to becoming stronger by completing the tasks issued by the system, he also constantly tempered his body. Not only did he use magic to nourish his body, he also used all the weight training methods he saw on the internet in his previous life on himself. Fortunately, the body transformed by the system is durable. If an ordinary person practiced blindly like him, he would have been useless long ago, instead of becoming the youngest S-class wizard and the youngest of the 10 holy wizards in Ishgar. It is because of Raven's own unremitting training and the system's cultivation that he has such terrifying divine attributes now. Strength, 657. The average value of ordinary adults is 10. It is related to attack power. The higher the strength, the greater the damage caused. Spirit, 360. The average value of ordinary adults is 10. It is related to the recovery speed and operation speed of magic. Agility, 460. The average value of ordinary adults is 10. It is related to movement speed and shooting speed. Physical strength, 423. The average value of ordinary adults is 10. It is related to defense, vitality, and continuous combat capability. Magic power, 10,217. These are just basic attributes, that is, static data. The real battle is not completely determined by these. The victory or defeat of a battle is a competition of magic, intelligence, willpower and combat skills of both sides. Various factors including weather and environment will also have an impact on the victory or defeat of a battle. Take a look at the skills produced by the system. This is the root of Raven's strength. Passive skills. Thorn Aura, LV.max. When attacked, a Thorn Aura will be generated, reflecting the damage received to the opponent in proportion. The current reflection ratio is 20%. No special bonus. Combo, LV.max. After every 5 attacks, the damage caused by the 6th attack will increase by 15%. No special bonus. Active skills. Magic refining, LV.max. The root of cultivation, the basis for extracting magic. Drilling cloud, LV.max. The weapon in the hand is rotated at high speed and stabbed forward. The sharp weapon will tear the opponent's body apart. Thunderbolt spinning slash, LV.4. Throwing a weapon to rotate around the body for a circle, it is possible to directly trigger a combo when released. Proficiency 3360/9999. Wind attack, LV.max. Sweep the power of the north wind and summon 6 tornadoes to attack the enemy in front. Glory charge, LV.3. Charge in one direction. The distance and speed of the charge are determined by the amount of magic power invested. Proficiency 1435/4999. Thunderstorm of the God, LV.4 with the power of thunder and lightning wrapped around the weapon, it causes a huge amount of damage to the target. Proficiency 8768/9999. Sword of the God, LV.max with the target as the center, summon a magic sword from the sky. The sword rotates and emits sword energy waves to cause a lot of damage to the target and the surroundings. LV.max increase the final damage of this attack by 50%. At present, Raven's skills are not as numerous and diverse as those in online games, but each one is the essence and has its special function. It is also not like the skills in online games that have fixed consumption and fixed power, because he can control the power of skills by controlling the output of magic power to deal with different situations. By combining skills to create combos, he can instantly deal massive damage and cause huge casualties. Take the battle against the Blazing Demon as an example. His previous attacks were all for effective damage and combo, and the final kill was just to trigger the combo and directly cause explosive damage. Although Raven is only ranked 7th among the 10 holy mages, it is only because he has never used his full strength, and the council has evaluated him based on his past performance. In terms of combat power, he can be on par with the first place with the various skills produced by the system. After all, the top 10 holy mages were awarded the title of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgard by the council in the later plot, and the first place, the rebel god Selene, killed the other 10 holy mages by herself. This does not prove how awesome Selene is, but only shows how weak the other 3 of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgard are. Of course, this is only for Ishgard. There is still some gap between Raven and the 12 holy shields of the western continent. However, Raven is only 15 years old now, and there are still 7 years before the plot begins, and 14 years before the final battle. He still has enough time to become strong enough to complete the task of killing the Black Dragon and avoid being wiped out. P.S. I will no longer include the full panel in the main text. Chapter 7. I believe that Grandil has her own reasons for disappearing. She will definitely reappear in front of you and meet you one day in the future. Raven squatted on the ground and faced Wendy. Wendy, you must practice the dragon-slaying magic that Grandil taught you and become an excellent wizard who can stand on your own. Only in this way will Grandil not be disappointed when we meet again. I will practice hard and will not let Grandil down. She said I was her pride. Wendy said seriously, I will also be the pride of Brother Raven. Hearing this, Raven smiled and pinched Wendy's delicate face. That's good, I'll wait for that day. At this time, it has been almost a month since Raven and Wendy met. During this month, Raven took Wendy to many places in the name of helping Wendy find Grandil. In fact, he took Wendy to travel around and relax her. It is impossible to find Grandil. Grandil is hidden in Wendy's body. Raven can't tell Wendy directly, and it is impossible to pull Grandil out of Wendy's body. Therefore, during this month, he could only instill in Wendy little by little the result that Grandil might not be found, so that Wendy could be mentally prepared. The effect is obvious. Wendy has accepted the fact that she will not see Grandil in the short term. However, a month of living together has also made Wendy very dependent on Raven. As long as she can't see Raven for a while, she will get into Raven's arms and stick to him. Today is the day when Raven takes Wendy back to the guild. During this month of playing outside, the system only issued 2 small low-level tasks and gave only a few magic crystals. Accepting high-difficulty tasks in the guild can trigger the system's high-level tasks, which is more helpful for him to improve his strength. Aslant, a world full of magic. In this world, people who have magic power and can use magic are called wizards, and the organization that maintains its operation through wizards accepting tasks entrusted by clients is called the Wizard Guild. The Wizard Guild is distributed all over the world and is an intermediary organization that provides wizards with various jobs. This is a place where wizards accept work and convey information, and it is also a place where people in need can entrust tasks. The Kingdom of Fiori, a permanent neutral country with a population of about 17 million. Here, magic circulates in the market as a commodity, and it has become a part of people's lives. In addition, some people use their own practiced magic to accept commissions to complete tasks and earn money. They are wizards. There are two types of magic in this magic world. One is the magic that can only be used when magic props are combined with one's own magic power, which is called the holding system, and representatives include Lucy, Yukino, etc. The second is the magic that is used by the materialization of the cultivated magic power, which is called the ability system, and representatives include Natsu, Gray, Urza, etc. There is a city called Magnolia in the southwest of the Kingdom of Fiori. In this city there is a guild, which is the absolute protagonist of the work fairy tale. All the plots revolve around it, and even the name of the work is born from it. Fairy tale, the guild where Raven is in this life, is also the #1 guild in the Kingdom of Fiori. Hey, brother Raven! Wendy skipped beside Raven, sometimes on his left side, sometimes on his right side. Are we going back to the guild you're in now? It's fairy tale, not some guild. Raven corrected, and then reached out to hold Wendy. He wanted to stop her from jumping around so that she wouldn't fall. After all, she could fall even when she was walking. It would be strange if she didn't fall down while jumping around like this. Are the people in the guild getting along well? Will they accept a child like me? Will it affect you if you take me back? Wendy held Raven's hand, feeling a little nervous. She was afraid that he would not be accepted in a new environment and that it would affect Raven's relationship with others. No, the guys in the guild are all very easy to get along with and very interesting. Thinking of the funny guys in the guild, Raven couldn't help but smile. So you don't have to worry about whether they will accept you. Once you get there, you will know what a good group of guys they are. That's good, I feel relieved now. Wendy's mood became cheerful again after hearing what Raven said, and then she broke free from Raven's hand and ran to Raven with open arms, and said to Raven coquettishly, "Hey, brother Raven, carry me away, I'm tired." Looking at the coquettish look of little Wendy, Raven felt his heart melt. "I'm not a Lolita complex, I'm not a Lolita complex, I'm a Lolita complex, bah, that's not right." Raven tried to hypnotize himself in his heart, but failed in the end. After all, the look of little Wendy acting coquettishly was too lethal. Raven bent down and picked up Wendy, pretending to be helpless and said, "Okay, I really can't do anything about you. I'll just hold you for a while, and you have to walk by yourself later." In fact, my heart was already filled with joy. Wendy stretched out her arms and hugged Raven's neck, and gave him a kiss on the face. I knew that brother Raven is the best. After the kiss, her face was red like a red apple. Chapter 8. During the time when Raven left the guild, Makarov had already picked up Natsu and brought him back to Fairy Tale. Natsu and Gray are worthy of being the male lead and the second male lead in the original work. They may be born to clash with each other. As soon as they met, they disliked each other and started to argue with each other. Neither of them would give in. After the argument, the situation became more intense. One used the fire-attributed dragon-slaying magic, and the other used the ice-shaping magic. The conflict in attributes made the two feel worse about each other. Since the two are still young and need to train in the guild and cannot go out to accept tasks, they fight around the guild every day, which also plays the role of practice. Therefore, other members of the guild also watch their battles as performances every day, which is very pleasant. Upturned eyes and downturned eyes. Flame idiot and ice idiot. This day was like usual. Natsu and Gray, who came to the guild first, verbally exchanged a few words, and then rolled up their sleeves and started fighting. So when Raven and Wendy pushed the door open, they saw an unidentified object hitting them, and not far in front of them was a little boy with cherry-colored hair, with his hands on his hips, laughing arrogantly, "Ha ha ha, this time I, Uncle Natsu, win, ice idiot." The boy said words to celebrate the victory, but his face was bruised and swollen. There were several big lumps on his head, and even one of his eyes was black. which made his words not very convincing. Raven was about to reach out to catch the unknown object that attacked him, but when he looked closely, it turned out to be Gray, and he was naked. He quickly waved his hand, slapped Gray aside with disgust, and took Wendy into his arms, covering her eyes with his hands. Wendy, who stepped into the fairy tale guild with excitement, was about to take a good look at everyone in the guild, but was suddenly covered by her eyes. She jumped up and down in Raven's arms with dissatisfaction, muttering, "What happened? Let me see, Brother Raven. Good boy, don't look at it," Raven said softly, looking up at the little boy in front of him, thinking, "Natsu, I finally see you." Raven had seen fairy tale in his previous life, but because he didn't watch it too carefully, he had forgotten many details, but he still remembered the male lead Natsu. Natsu, full name Atreus Natsu Dragneel. Born 400 years ago, he was the strongest demon created by Zeref with his brother's body in order to kill himself, the flame demon End. In order to defeat the black dragon Aknologia, Igneel taught Natsu the fire dragon slayer magic, and selected 5 children including Natsu to be sent to the future through the Eclipse Gate. On July 7, X777, Natsu woke up and was taken back to fairy tale by Makarov. Netizens commented on Natsu that he is invincible with a speaker, and his output depends entirely on shouting. He is truly a model of "no one can defeat me in my BGM." No matter what kind of strong enemy you encounter, no matter how badly you get beaten in the early stage. In the end, as long as the BGM sounds and you shout slogans, you can kill the enemy with one punch. Just like the aggrieved Black Dragon, the ultimate invincible big boss throughout the whole play, was finally killed with one punch. It was unfair that it died. Raven turned his head and looked at the naked maniac lying on the side. Speaking of which, Gray joined fairy tale in the same year as him. Although he has lived with him in the same guild for so long, he is still a little uncomfortable with his frequent stripping. Gray Full Pasta, the second male lead in the original work. Another son of the author, he claims that I am 50-50 with Natsu. Whenever Natsu uses a cheat to become stronger, he can immediately use another cheat to catch up. I may not be able to beat the enemy, but I can definitely beat Natsu, that's him. Gray, get up. Raven kicked Gray with his foot. Turn around and put on your clothes. Yes. Hearing Raven's words, Gray quickly stood up, turned his back, and asked other members to throw their clothes over. And you? Raven looked at Natsu and said, use Gray to attack me. Since you just joined the guild and don't know anything, I'll let it go this time. What? Where did you come from, you shameless guy? Natsu said arrogantly. Do you also want to taste Uncle Natsu's iron fist? After hearing what Natsu said, everyone who was originally ready to welcome Raven back to the guild closed their half-open mouths, thinking that there was something good to watch. Well, they were definitely not gloating, maybe they just had a little bit of bad taste. Raven smiled, turned Wendy to face him and hugged her in his arms. He stretched out his right hand and hooked it at Natsu. Come on, kid, let me see your iron fist. The iron fist of a fire dragon. Natsu roared, his hands ablaze as he ran towards Raven. The flames acted as a boost as he ran, making him approach Raven even faster. Raven watched Natsu attacking him indifferently, until Natsu was in front of him and swung his fist at his chest, then he stretched out his right hand. He wrapped his right hand with magic power, grasped Natsu's fist, and swung it to the side, causing Natsu to spin and fly to the right, hitting Gray who was getting dressed, and the two fell together like rolling gourds. Because of Gray's ridicule of Natsu, after the two stood up, Natsu temporarily forgot that it was Raven who threw himself out to hit Gray, and instead started fighting with Gray again. What a vitality! Raven exclaimed, and walked towards the inner part of the guild with Wendy, nodding to his fellow guild members who welcomed him back. Welcome back, Raven. Did the mission go well this time? Of course, it's easy to get. I know that with your ability, you can easily complete this task. Let's have a couple of drinks tonight to celebrate. If you are not afraid of being carried back, I am always at your service. Ha 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 ha. The guild was instantly filled with a joyful atmosphere. Welcome back, Raven. Standing in front of Raven was a cute girl with a ponytail. It seemed that she had used up all her strength to say this. She blushed and lowered her head. Raven reached out and touched her head, smiling. Well, I'm back. Chapter 9. The lovely girl in front of Raven is Kana. Now she is 13 years old. Because of her young age and lack of strength, she has not registered as a formal wizard to accept commissions, but only works as a salesperson in the guild. In the guild, she is responsible for receiving newcomers. Every newcomer needs to register with her and then print the magic seal of fairy tale. Anyone who sees this quiet and shy girl cannot associate her with the drunkard who will drink like a drunkard in the future. The reason why Kana will become like that in the future is because she is too inferior to recognize her biological father. She drank all day to drown her sorrows and finally became an alcoholic. Her biological father Gildarts is currently the strongest S-class wizard in fairy tale. Although he is not one of the 10 saints, it is only because he is free and easy by nature and does not want to be restricted by the council. In terms of combat power, Gildarts is stronger than Raven at present. The reason why Raven ranks 7th in the 10 saints is that he needs some difficult tasks to trigger system tasks to improve his strength. The tasks assigned to fairy tale by the council alone cannot meet his requirements. Therefore, he accepted the title of Saint 10 granted by the council. While enjoying the benefits of Saint 10, he also needed to solve some difficult tasks for the council. The tasks of the council could trigger system tasks to improve his strength. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, becoming the Saint 10 magician was a win-win situation for him. His father was such a powerful magician, but he was too weak and felt that he was not worthy of being his daughter. He did not dare to recognize him. That is why Kana in the original work felt inferior and eventually gave up on herself. However, those were all things that happened in the original plot. There were not many things that changed in the 3 years since Raven traveled through time. One of the things was that he helped Kana and Gildarts recognize each other in advance, so Kana was still the quiet and calm person. There was no way, Raven was a person who could not bear to see beautiful things being hurt. What? Kana is a girl, not a thing? Of course, a beautiful girl is also a beautiful thing. As a good man, he has the obligation to protect them from harm. It was because of Raven's help that Kana and her father recognized each other, so Kana has always been grateful to Raven. However, because Gildarts was a carefree person, he was often away doing difficult tasks, so he and Kana were rarely together. The person Kana had the most contact with in the guild was Raven. Slowly, Kana was gradually attracted to Raven, and the gratitude turned into a good impression. However, Kana was only 13 years old now. Although she had taken shape, for Raven, who had lived 2 lives, she had not yet been included in the ranks of people who could develop into girlfriends. He just liked to tease her habitually, just like now. I haven't seen you for a month, Kana, you are much more beautiful. I don't know which stinky boy will get you in the future. If you want to find a boyfriend in the future, please give priority to me, your brother. Kana had a good impression of Raven, and when she heard Raven say this, her heartstrings were touched by Raven, and her heartbeat accelerated a few beats. She was about to answer that she was willing now, but she was interrupted by Raven before she opened her mouth. He pushed Wendy in front of Kana and said, "By the way, I picked up this child during this mission. Her name is Wendy. Now she wants to join our guild and become our partner. Please register her." Wendy clenched her fist and hit Raven, saying coquettishly, "What do you mean by picked up? Brother Raven, that's too harsh." Then she introduced herself to Kana politely, "Hello, Sister Kana. My name is Wendy, I'm 8 years old. Nice to meet you. I will join Fairy Tale and live with Brother Raven in the future. Please register her for me." It's always like this. Thinking silently in her heart, Kana glanced at Raven with resentment, but it was only for a moment. Then she looked at Wendy with a smile and said, "Hello, Wendy, welcome to join the fairy tale family. Everyone in the guild is very kind. If you need any help, you can tell everyone, and everyone will spare no effort to help you. So where do you want the guild seal to be printed?" Kana asked as she took out the seal. Wendy was troubled by this question and didn't know where to print it. So she reached out and took Raven's hand and shook it. "Hey, brother Raven, where is the best place to print the seal?" Raven rubbed Wendy's head and gave his own advice. "You have to solve this problem by yourself. I can only say that there is no particular place to print it. The purpose of printing the seal is just to prove that you belong to the Fairy Tale Guild. You just need to remember the purpose of the guild." Wendy shook her lower lip and thought for a while, and finally made a decision. "Then I want to print it in the same position as Brother Raven." "Brother Raven, where do you want to print it?" Raven turned his back to Wendy and lifted his clothes to show his back to Wendy. There was a blue pattern printed on the shoulder blade below the right shoulder, which was the seal of Fairy Tale. After Wendy saw it clearly, Raven straightened his clothes and turned around and asked, "How about it? Wendy, do you want to print it in this position?" "Yes." Wendy nodded firmly. "This is it." So Kana took Wendy to the women's dressing room behind the guild and stamped her. When Kana and Wendy returned to the hall, everyone in the guild looked at Wendy. "Congratulations, Wendy, on becoming a member of Fairy Tale." Raven took the lead in applauding, and the guild members who had been preparing for a long time also applauded. Wendy was deeply moved by the warm applause. Thank you everyone, please give me your guidance in the days to come." Raven walked up to Wendy and said, "The president is not here today, so let me introduce to you what Fairy Tale represents. Does Fairy Tale exist? After all, do fairies exist? Therefore, this is an eternal mystery and an eternal adventure. This is the origin of Fairy Tale, which symbolizes eternal adventure." Chapter 10. Last night, the entire guild held a carnival party to welcome Wendy to join Fairy Tale. Raven was killing everyone at the table and got drunk. The worst of them were the two brothers, Makeo and Wakaba. They were drunk and still yelled that they wanted to find young ladies, bragging to each other about their romantic deeds when they were young. Finally, Raven couldn't stand it anymore and asked someone to call their wives. Looking at the rough movements and angry faces of their wives when they carried them back, you can imagine how miserable their fate will be after they sober up. Pray for them. The Kingdom of Fiori stipulates that people over the age of 15 can drink. Raven just turned 15 this year, so it's okay for him to drink. And Natsu and Gray, the good friends who love and hate each other, can only watch helplessly even if they want to drink, because they are only about 11 years old. In the end, they can only drink juice to feel the atmosphere. After the party, Raven said goodbye to everyone in the guild and took Wendy back to his own residence. This was his own property in Magnolia that he had purchased for 7 million J. It was a small Western-style building with an independent garden, extremely luxurious. Wendy might have been tired from playing today and had fallen into a deep sleep. Raven covered her with a blanket, tucked in the corners, and returned to his room. He had already told Kana that he would accept a mission and leave the guild tomorrow. He let her live in his house and entrusted Wendy to her care. After washing up, Raven lay down on the bed and didn't say a word all night. Raven arrived at the guild early in the morning. Wendy was still asleep, so he didn't wake her up. He had told her yesterday that she could come to the guild directly after waking up, and that Kana would take care of her in the near future. He also told her where to keep her money at home, and that she could withdraw money to buy anything she liked. It was still early, and there were not many people in the guild. Kana, Natsu, Gray, and others had not arrived yet. However, Raven had already seen a familiar customer in front of the task board, so he greeted him. "Hey, Nob, you're up so early." Raven teased him, I see you wandering around the task board every day, but are you really taking any work? Have you found a suitable task? You don't understand. Nob defended himself. I am looking for a task that only I can accept and complete, so that I can feel more fulfilled. Ha 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 ha, Nob, you really can brag. Nob, please stop talking nonsense. With your mediocre skills, how can you take on difficult tasks? Oh, I can't take it anymore, Nob, you made me cry. The members who had come to the guild early in the morning and were originally drowsy suddenly became energetic after hearing Nob's words, and laughed at Nob for exposing him without giving him any face. You guys. Nob's face flushed. You are going too far. One day I will complete a task that only I can complete and show you. The stubborn Nob said this and hurriedly pushed the door and left the guild, leaving only the guild members laughing loudly behind him. The whole guild was filled with a happy atmosphere. Looking at Nob's fleeing back, Raven smiled, walked straight past the task board and went up to the second floor. The difficulty of the tasks on the second floor is very different from the tasks on the task board on the first floor. Only S-level wizards and above can accept these tasks. Originally, Raven planned to rest in the guild for a while before taking on the next task, but his system issued a task to him yesterday, asking him to accept one of the tasks on the second floor, and randomly give him rewards based on the task he chooses. Raven browsed the tasks on the second floor and made his selection. Hunting monsters, let me see, the location is in the far north. This is too far, give up. Escorting the VIP from Magnolia to Harujian to finish the speech and then escorting him back to Magnolia, this takes too long, give up. After an unknown amount of time choosing, Raven finally found a task that satisfied him. Capture the Dark Wizard SARS. Recently, someone has seen him appearing in the chaotic land on the border of the Kingdom of Fiori. The reward is 2 million J. That's it. Raven tore off the task commission and went downstairs. He handed the commission to the saleswoman on duty and asked her to complete the registration for accepting the task. After the saleswoman completed the task registration, she handed the commission back to Raven and said, "It has been registered. But, you just came back and you have to go out for a mission again. Can't you rest for a few more days?" "No, finish this task before considering resting." Raven took the letter of authorization and nodded to the saleswoman, then strode out of the guild. Mission name: Capture the Dark Mage Sarath. Mission content: SARS is a famous thief in the dark world. Capture him. He has what you need. Mission success reward: Blood Diamond X1. Mission failure penalty: none. 2 or 3 hours after Raven left the guild, the girl who had just finished a mission returned to the guild and asked the bartender, "Is Raven back?" The girl was wearing silver white armor on her upper body, a white pleated skirt and long boots on her lower body, and her long crimson hair was softly scattered behind her. Just standing there, she exuded a heroic vibe. "You're back, Urza. You always ask the same question every time you come back? Did the mission go well this time?" The waiter responded to the girl enthusiastically. "Raven came back yesterday, and he went out again today to accept a mission." "Is that so? Thank you." The girl lowered her head and whispered softly, "Raven. P.S. The Queen is only 12 years old at this time and has just joined the guild for a year. Since she is strong enough, she can already take on some simple tasks, which will be mentioned later." Chapter 11. Raven certainly didn't know that a girl had been thinking about him after he left the guild. He had already boarded a train heading south. The destination was a lawless place on the border. There was no direct train to such an uncontrolled place. He could only take a train to the port city, Harujian, and then choose other means of transportation to go to the mission location. Harujian is an economically developed port city. Its unique conditions make it a trade hub in the southwest of the Kingdom of Fiori. The passing merchants and the local developed marine transportation industry and fishing industry make the city extremely prosperous. When Raven walked out of the train platform, he saw the prosperous side of the city. The streets were crowded with people, street vendors, waiters soliciting customers at the door of the store, and merchants pushing carts to sell goods. Everyone had a warm smile on their faces, presenting him with a thriving appearance of the city. However, there was another shadow behind the prosperity. Raven knew that the city was not as peaceful as it looked on the surface. Because this place is extremely rich, there are many merchants trading back and forth. Some lawless elements saw that there was profit to be made, and like flies smelling the smell, they swarmed up. In the original work, Lucy and Natsu first met in this city. It was during that time that Lucy encountered a human trafficker who used magic to seduce a girl on the street and was almost sold. Even a large gang like the human traffickers roamed the streets openly, so you can imagine how rampant the criminals in this city are. Although the Kingdom of Fiori has deployed a large number of troops in this city to maintain law and order, due to the corruption of some officials and because magic allows transactions, a large number of criminals use magic to commit crimes and rarely leave evidence, making the crime rate in this city always high. Another reason is that Harujian is very close to the land of chaos, and the kingdom's troops cannot control it. After the criminals commit crimes, they flee to the land of chaos, making it difficult to arrest them. However, because of this, it is convenient for Raven. He needs to find someone to take him to the city of chaos for arrest, and it is not too easy to find someone familiar with the city of chaos in this city. Raven walked out of the train platform. Perhaps because he was young and a stranger, a large group of people surrounded him in an instant. "Boss, do you need a carriage? Little handsome boy, do you want to stay at the hotel?" A heavily made-up girl posed coquettishly. "Sister, my bed is very big." "Young man, are you new here? Do you need a guide? I am familiar with every street and alley in this city. I can take you wherever you want to go. It only takes a small amount of money." The person who said this was a middle-aged man with shifty eyes. His two small eyes were rolling around. "Really?" Raven pretended to be a shy child, giving the appearance of seeking refuge with relatives. "I want to go to my great-uncle Count Rosside's house, can you take me there?" This Count Rosside was of course not made up by Raven, he was a real person. Raven once took on the task of protecting him, and during that mission he learned that Count Rosside was from Harujian, and he also invited Raven to visit his home. The middle-aged man laughed when he heard it, and nodded repeatedly. "I know, of course I know, Count Rosside is a famous philanthropist in our Harujian." "Really? Then take me there, 5J, right? Here you go." Raven took out a heavy purse, opened it, took out 5 gold coins and handed them to the middle-aged man, intentionally or unintentionally letting people around him see the large amount of gold coins in the purse. The middle-aged man stared at the golden glow in the purse, his eyes were wide open, his saliva almost flowed down, and he forgot to reach out to take the gold coins handed over by Raven. Raven pretended not to see it, tilted his head and asked questioningly, "Why don't you charge me? Will you charge me when we get there?" The middle-aged man was startled, reacted, wiped his mouth, and explained, "Of course, didn't I say it? Count Rosside is a famous philanthropist among us, and you are his relative, of course I will take you there first and then take your money. What are you waiting for? Lead the way." Levin gestured to the middle-aged man to go ahead, and he followed behind. After Lei Wen and the middle-aged man left, the people around looked at each other and exchanged glances. It's a pity that such a young man fell into the hands of rats. Maybe not even a bone residue will be left. Poor little handsome boy, why don't you stay in the hotel? At least your sister will let you have a good time before you leave. Damn, a mouse picked up this leak. I'm afraid there must be thousands of J in that bag. What a fat sheep. On the other hand, the middle-aged man called Rat took Lei Wendong around, through various alleys, and walked further and further away. Is the road you are taking right? Raven still pretended to be an innocent child. Why is this road getting smaller and smaller, and there are fewer and fewer people walking on it? The middle-aged man stopped and grinned with his back to Raven. Yes, why is it wrong? Isn't this the road that takes you to another world? After saying that, he turned around and smiled evilly, hoping to see a panic expression on Raven's handsome face, but he was destined to be disappointed. Really? Raven said expressionlessly, that's great. I hope you can hold out longer when I ask you questions later. Chapter 12. What do you mean, little brat? Seeing that Raven was so calm and not panicking at all, the mouse felt something was wrong. Raven just looked at the mouse expressionlessly and said, you will know later. As I said, the literal meaning is, damn it, you little brat are still so arrogant when you are about to die. The mouse pulled out a dagger from his waist and said fiercely, I will not let you die so easily later. As soon as he finished speaking, the mouse rushed towards Raven with the dagger. Raven looked at him rushing towards him without any action, and suddenly turned around and kicked him in the back. The mouse behind him just came out from the ground, shouting, you can't imagine it, little brat. This is my magic. I am teaching you a lesson so that you can be more discerning in your next life. What? What greeted him was Raven's feet, just like he had actively bumped his face into Raven's feet to try to make a profit. Raven didn't use much strength at all, just a slight swing of his leg, and kicked the mouse 5 or 6 meters away. At this time, the mouse that attacked Raven head-on had slowly dissipated in the air. It turned out to be just an illusion. He had already felt that there was not much magic power in this mouse, and this magic that pretended to attack from the front and the real body drilled from the ground to attack from behind was probably a cheap product bought by the mouse in the magic market. It was okay to deal with ordinary people who were not prepared, but anyone who had practiced a few times could deal with him. After all, how much damage could he cause with his skinny appearance? The mouse, who failed to hit the target and was kicked away by Raven, had realized that Raven was someone he could not afford to provoke. Without a trace of resistance in his heart, he threw away the dagger and crawled on the ground begging for mercy. Brother, no, uncle. I am blind and look down on people. Please be magnanimous and let me go this time. Raven walked up to him, felt nauseous when he saw his sloppy face with snot and tears, and scolded, lower your head, I don't want to see you like this. Upon hearing the words, the mouse quickly lowered his head and touched his forehead to the ground, fearing that Raven would be displeased and kill him. Raven raised his right foot and stepped on the mouse's head, making the mouse's head lower a little more. I told you to hold on for a while, why did you become so cowardly after just one kick? Of course, your kick was so powerful and full of inexplicable strength that it convinced me. The mouse spoke to the ground, not caring about the dirt in his mouth. He just hoped that flattery would make Raven happy and let him go. Enough, it sounds disgusting. Raven increased the force of his foot. Next, I ask questions, you answer. Sir, please feel free to ask me anything. I will tell you everything I know. The mouse only wanted to please Raven, and he was so shameless. Have you heard of SARS? Is he currently in the land of chaos? I've heard of this guy. He's a famous thief in the dark world. He has stolen treasures from many nobles. We little hooligans all admire him. I heard that he did something big some time ago and made a fortune. Every time he gets rich, he goes to the land of chaos to have fun. He likes gambling and gambles in casinos every day. When he wins, he even scatters gold coins on the street. Hearing that Raven was asking questions he knew about, the mouse spoke very confidently, for fear of missing something that would make Raven unhappy. He was indeed in and out of the casinos in the land of chaos some time ago, but I don't know if he's still there recently. Are you telling the truth? Are you really not sure if he is still in the chaos land recently? I promise that everything I said is true. I am just a small character. I can only watch and envy big figures like SARS from afar. I really don't know if he is still alive. Big figures like him may go out to do big things again. The mouse was afraid that Raven would kill him, so he quickly defended himself, and I have no need to protect SARS. My life is still under your feet, so how dare I lie to you? If I lied to you and you killed me, who would I go to for justice? Then I will believe you this time. Raven took back his foot from the mouse's head. The mouse still crawled on the ground, trembling and not daring to look up. Take me to the land of chaos to find him. Sir, you are making things difficult for me. How can a small rascal like me dare to participate in a fight between big men like you? Please let me go. I will never dare to do it again next time. The mouse cried bitterly, with dirt in his mouth. Do you believe I will kill you right now? Raven stepped on the mouse's head again. This time the mouse didn't say anything, but secretly complained. Suddenly he felt a gust of wind in his head and thought to himself, it's over, I'm going to die now, I should have agreed earlier. Dong was the sound of the money bag hitting the ground. The heavy money bag made a hole in the mud next to the mouse. Take me there, and these are yours. Giving a sweet reward after a beating can also be called coercion and inducement, and Raven still uses it. The mouse recalled the first glimpse of the golden coins in the purse. He got angry and decided to do it. If he didn't do it, he would die. If he did it, he would have so much money, so why not do it? My lord, I will take you there. Please step aside and let me get up. It's not convenient for me to lead you if you step on me like this, is it? The mouse felt that his neck was about to break and begged for mercy. Raven then put his foot away and looked at the mouse's delighted expression as he stood up and took the purse. He thought to himself, I gave you the money, but I don't know whether you will have the life to spend it. If the mouse is a scourge that doesn't die, it will harm more people. But he doesn't plan to kill the mouse himself. However, after completing the task and before leaving, he will spread the news that the mouse has so much money, and naturally someone will come to rob him. Raven kicked the mouse who wanted to count the money lead the way. Yes. Chapter 13. The land of chaos is not big, it is only the size of a large village. It is not as difficult as you might think to find someone here. The land of chaos is also known as the land of death. Countless people die here every year, and people die in dark corners every day, but there are still people who come to this place one after another. This is a hotbed for evil, a cradle of sin, and a paradise in the hearts of criminals. It was already early in the morning when we arrived at the land of chaos. The whole city was still brightly lit, and it was the time for nightlife to begin. Raven and the mouse stood not far from the door of a magnificent high-end casino, with a strong security guard standing at the door. Looking at the security guard, the mouse lowered his head and timidly whispered to Raven, this casino is where Sares often goes in and out. I am not qualified to go in because of my low status, so I don't know the situation inside. I just saw Sares coming out from outside from a distance. Raven looked at the sign of the casino without saying anything. The mouse asked again, my lord, I can only take you here. Can you let me go now? Raven turned his head and stared at him for a while without speaking. The mouse lowered his head under his gaze, feeling uneasy. Get out! The mouse ran as if hearing the sound of nature. While running, he stroked the purse in his arms, thinking that he was going to be rich. Raven approached the door and the security guard came up to him. Hello, this is a private club. Do you have a membership card? No one is allowed to enter without a membership card. In response, a bag of gold coins fell into his arms. Feeling the weight, the security guard put on a charming smile. Dear guest, please come in. He skillfully opened the door for Raven and welcomed him in. Raven walked past him and suddenly stopped. Did you see the person who was with me just now? Of course, although he kept his head down, my daily job is to greet guests, and I can see and remember every one of them clearly. The security guard patted his chest and boasted. That man is called Lao Shu. I know him. He is doing business in Harujian to deceive outsiders. Really? That's good. Levin paused and said, he has 50,000 J on him. Then he walked into the casino, leaving the security guard behind. His expression changed from surprise to ecstasy. It's my turn to make a fortune today, I'll have a couple more drinks after work. Thinking happily, he called a colleague to take over and chased after him. The magnificent hall was bustling with people. Raven looked around. Some gamblers were laughing and teasing their female companions, while others were staring at the gambling tools in the dealer's hands with red eyes. Comparing the image on the task commission and looking at the dice table in the front right, Raven determined the target. I found you, SARS. A beautiful bunny girl came to Raven and bent down to reveal a dazzling white face. Hello, sir, how can I help you? No need, I'm looking for someone and I've found him. Raven waved her away. Okay, then you can come to me if you need any help later. I'm waiter no 35. The bunny girl smiled sweetly and showed the number plate on her waist to Raven. Raven ignored her and walked straight to Sarah's table. The bunny girl was left sighing behind him. It was rare to meet such a handsome boy, but he was not interested in her. Sarah's had almost pawned his pants with his losing money. His face was red and he stared at the color cup in the dealer's hand. This round was his last bet, and it would determine whether he could turn things around tonight. Big, 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 CNND. Renzale's voice was almost hoarse, and the color cup was opened. 1, 2, 3, 6 o'clock. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Suddenly someone tapped his shoulder. Who is it? You are so blind that you come to provoke me at this time. Sars was furious and turned around to teach this ungrateful guy a lesson. But suddenly the hand that patted his shoulder changed from patting to grabbing. The huge force made him unable to turn around, and the magic power penetrated into his body and restricted the flow of magic power in his body. He felt that his bones were about to be crushed. Who the hell are you? Do you dare to let me go and have a head-on duel? Sars struggled, his mouth was twisted with pain, and he wanted to use provocation to make the person who grabbed his shoulders let him go. He decided that as soon as the person behind him let go, he would use magic to escape immediately. He was a thief, not a reckless man. Raven was not fooled, but slowly said, Sars, you are worth 2 million J, did you know that? Are you confident or do you really trust these people here? Raven looked around at the stunned people. Aren't you afraid that they will catch you and exchange you for money? Suddenly the dealer shouted, someone, there's trouble. With a bang, the surroundings were empty. No matter if it was gamblers or waiters, they all hid far away. Haha, you're dead. You dare to come here to cause trouble. You're courting death. Sars was still stubborn, or maybe he felt that the casino's security could get him out. Suddenly, a strong wind hit Raven's back. Raven picked up Sars and turned around. He gathered magic power in his free right hand and slapped the man to knock him away. The collision of magic power made a loud noise, and the aftermath spread to the entire hall, destroying the surrounding tables and chairs, and the gorgeous chandelier on the ceiling of the hall. The chandelier fell to the ground and shattered. The hall became panicked and caused a scream. After rolling in the air for several times, the attacker finally stood still. It turned out to be a middle-aged strong man in his 30s or 40s. His hands were trembling, and he looked at Raven in doubt. What a pleasant surprise! Terry, the former S-class wizard of the Four Hounds, defected to the Dark World after committing a crime during a mission, and a bounty of 1.5 million J is offered. I didn't expect you to be hiding here as a guard dog, so I caught you today. Raven said the identity of the man indifferently, then tilted his head and looked at Sars. Is this your confidence? S-class is indeed okay, but it's not good enough. If you don't have any other trump cards, just follow me back to the council. But I'm curious. What did you steal to make someone pay 2 million J to capture you? You're worth more than an S-class wizard. Let me go, I'll give you everything. It's almost broken, please. Seeing that Terry seemed no match for Raven, Sars immediately begged for mercy. No hurry, I'll deal with him first, and then I'll ask you slowly. Raven stretched out his right hand, waved it into the air, and in the next second he grasped the light of broken moon. Astonishing momentum emanated from Raven's slender body, and the aura locked onto Terry to prevent him from escaping. All outsiders, please disperse. I'll give you 5 seconds. Anyone who stays here after 5 seconds will be killed, regardless of life or death. Except for Terry, who was locked by the aura, everyone else rushed to the exit upon hearing the words, wishing they could grow 2 more legs or even a pair of wings to fly away directly. Chapter 14. The hall, which had been deserted, looked empty because the aftermath of the fight had destroyed the tables, chairs, and decorations. The entire hall was in tatters, like a ruin, and it no longer looked lively. I said that regardless of life or death, you still have to enter this hall at this time. Raven suddenly spoke in a cold tone. Do you really not take my words seriously? Pa pa pa! A series of applause came from the entrance of the hall. A middle-aged man dressed neatly, with luxurious clothes, a tall felt hat on his head and a small mustache walked into the hall while clapping. Behind him followed a large number of thugs with various weapons. Each of them looked like a vicious criminal, and they all glared at Raven. When Sars saw the man coming, he seemed to have seen a savior, and shouted, "Mr. Landry, save me! I am Landry, the owner of this casino. Of course I have to come and deal with this big incident." The mustache man walked behind Terry, stood with his hands behind his back, and said arrogantly, "So, it was you who caused trouble in my casino and destroyed my casino? How should I settle this account with you? I just arrested one person, and it was your people who took action first." Raven heard his question and laughed. "And now you ignore my warning and stand in the hall talking to me in this tone. Do you really think I am a kind person who does not kill?" Landry raised his hand and touched his mustache. "Mr. Sars is a distinguished guest of my casino. Of course I have the obligation to protect him when he plays in my casino. Otherwise, anyone can come to my casino to arrest people. Who dares to come here to play?" Raven raised the broken moonlight above his head, with the tip of the sword pointing to the ceiling of the hall. "In this case, I have nothing to say to you. You dare to ignore my warning and speak so shamelessly. From today on, there is no need for this casino to exist. Sword of the Gods." Feeling the rhythm of magic coming from above his head, Terry felt something was wrong and pushed Landry to the ground. "Boss, squat down quickly." At the same time, he mobilized his own magic power to form a semicircular magic protection shield above himself and Landry to prepare for the attack. The ceiling shattered, and the golden magic sword whistled down from the sky, and it kept spinning during the fall, further destroying the building. Most of the thugs who followed Landry just now were just street thugs who were brave and fierce. In this situation, they were lambs to be slaughtered and became the dead souls under the sword of the sword energy wave. The few magicians were only B-level strength and were all seriously injured. If they did not receive timely treatment, their final outcome would be the same: death. What they suffered was only the aftermath. Terry, who faced the sword of God, protected Landry. The shield and the tip of the sword of God were in a stalemate, but he still gritted his teeth and struggled to hold on. He deserves to be praised as an S-class wizard. He still has strength. However, Terry was just a spent force. Several cracks had appeared on the shield, and there were signs of continuous expansion. In a few seconds, the shield would break, and he and Landry would die. Seeing that Terry was about to collapse, Raven interrupted the output of magic power to the sword of God. "I said, if I want to catch you, I will catch you alive and will not let you die." The golden magic sword slowly dissipated in the air. Terry fell to the ground exhausted, and the magic power in his body had been used up. He closed his eyes. After seeing this move, he had recognized Raven and gave up resistance. He regretted it in his heart. "I shouldn't have taken the lead against such an opponent." But it was too late. Landry slumped on the ground with lifeless eyes. His tall hat had fallen to the ground without him knowing it. His clothes were also full of holes, no longer as bright and beautiful as before. But he could no longer care about all this. There was only one thought in his mind, that is, he was finished, completely finished. Serres, who witnessed all this, was as quiet as a cicada. He dared not speak any more and was held in Raven's hand obediently. Raven put away the light of the broken moon, picked up Serres and walked towards Terry, and picked up Terry who was lying on the ground with his other hand. Then he glanced at Landry who was still in a daze, and said lightly, "I won't kill you, but you must have made countless enemies after working hard in the chaotic land for so many years and building such a big industry, right? Naturally, someone will come to kill you, cherish the last time." As soon as he finished speaking, Raven carried the two people and walked towards the door, ignoring the B-class wizards who were still alive and groaning behind him. His main target was not them, so it didn't matter if they were alive. These people were not worth his finishing off. Outside the door, the gamblers, waiters, and dealers who had just escaped from the casino did not run far. They all hid in street corners and rooms to observe the situation in the casino. They had just been outside and saw with their own eyes that the golden sword appeared out of thin air, pierced through the roof of the casino, and fell into the house. It was so powerful that they were still terrified when they thought about it now. The noise in the casino finally subsided, and they looked at the door of the casino quietly, wondering who had won. When Raven's figure appeared at the door of the casino, no one dared to make a sound, not even to breathe. It was not until Raven carried the two people and disappeared into the street, and until he could no longer see them, that someone exclaimed, "I know who he is. Raven, an S-class wizard belonging to Fairy Tale. Rank 7th among the 10 Holy Wizards. Title, Sword God. P.S. Thank you Fengluan for the 1176 reward, I am very grateful. I am not good at naming, I really don't know what nickname to give the protagonist. If you have any good ideas, please leave a comment in the comment area. If you have a good one, I can modify it. I wish you all a happy new year and a happy family. I hope that those who are reading my book will comment and support me by giving me flowers. Rolling on the ground. Chapter 15. Raven brought Serres and Terry directly to the council and notified the task clients of the two tasks to complete the handover. The person who was commissioned to capture Terry was the president of the Four Hounds, because Terry was tempted by money during the mission and murdered the task client, took away his property and then defected from the guild. This greatly affected the reputation of the Four Hounds. Their reputation became worse both among the people and the council. The entire guild could receive fewer tasks, which made the members of the guild complain bitterly. In order to restore the reputation of the guild, the president of the Four Hounds paid compensation to the families of the victims out of his own pocket, and then promised to capture Terry and hand him over to them for disposal. That's why he commissioned this task to the major guilds in the council, and as long as someone could capture Terry, he would give a reward of 1.5 million J. Normally, Terry was just a person who had just been promoted to an S-class wizard, and it was not difficult to capture him. This task should be just a high-level A-class task, and the reward was about 1 million J. The reason why the reward is 1.5 million J is that the president of the Four Hounds, Goodman, raised the bounty to attract people to take it in order to catch Terry as soon as possible. However, the embarrassment is also here. Since Terry hides very well, it takes a long time to catch him. For those veteran S-class wizards, if they can see Terry and catch him while doing a task, they will definitely be willing. But if they spend a lot of time looking for Terry, it will not be worth the loss. After all, the lowest S-class task is priced at 2 million J. If they catch him, they may complete several S-class tasks. If an A-class wizard wants to take this task, they must form a team of at least 3 people to complete it. In the end, the reward for each person is only 500,000 J, which is too low in cost performance. Instead of teaming up to catch him, it is better to do one more A-class task. Therefore, this task has been shelved. Except for the people of the Four Hounds Guild who are looking for Terry, no one took it. That's why Raven said that he was a pleasant surprise when he recognized Terry. He was lucky to catch a fish of moderate size while doing a lowest level S-level mission. After receiving the notice, Goldman quickly rushed to the council, handed the bank card with 1.5 million J to Raven, and hurried away with Terry, saying that he would take Terry back to the victim's family. During the period, he just greeted Raven briefly, and Raven expressed his understanding. The person who commissioned the arrest of SARS was the victim of SARS' last theft, the Rodriguez family. The Rodriguez family controls 30% of the cloth business in the Kingdom of Fiori, and is a powerful family that is well known in the upper class. I don't know what SARS stole from them, and they need to pay 2 million J. The reward for a lowest level S-level mission only needs to capture a B-level wizard. Even if this wizard is a thief who is good at hiding and escaping, it will not cost so much. But these are not what Raven cares about. He only needs to wait for the Rodriguez family to arrive, hand SARS over to them to complete the commission, and judge his system mission as completed to get the mission reward. The person in charge sent by the Rodriguez family was a chubby fat man who ran to Raven. Sweat was dripping down his face, and he was panting as he explained to Raven why he was late. He was afraid that Raven might be dissatisfied with him or his family. It was really difficult for him to run so fast with a body weighing 200 or 300 pounds. There was no way, he had to be careful. Raven was already one of the 10 holy wizards at a young age, with unlimited potential. No one knew how high he would go in the future. As an ordinary business family, they could not afford to offend such a powerful wizard, so they could only lower their posture and ask Raven for forgiveness. Raven was not a stingy person. He waved his hand and asked him to take a rest first. It was uncomfortable for him to hear him panting and talking. Since you are here, claim it, and then determine that the commission is completed. As he said that, he called the staff next to him to come over to prepare for notarization. Okay, thank you for keeping me waiting, Lord Raven. The fat man bent his waist and bowed 90 degrees to Raven. Raven was stunned by his movements. How could such a strong waist bend? Could it be that this person in charge mastered a special physical training method? The staff took the shackled SARS out of the prison and handed him to the head of the Rodriguez family. They handed the bank card with 2 million J to Raven, and then stamped the task letter with a completed stamp. At the moment the stamp was completed, the system prompt sound in Raven's mind also rang on time. Mission: capture the Dark Mage Sareth completed. Mission reward: Blood Gem X1 has been sent to your backpack, please check it. Raven said goodbye to the people of the council and the person in charge of Rodriguez and left the council. On the way, he checked the properties of the Blood Gem, wanting to know what kind of treasure could make SARS, a B-class wizard, worth the price of an S-class wizard. After reading it, he understood. Blood Essence Diamond, made from dozens of exotic beasts and hundreds of medicinal herbs, it is a consumable item that can be taken. After taking it, it can increase a lot of magic power. Converted into data, it can increase 2000 magic power for people with less than 5000 magic power, 1000 magic power for those with 5000 to 8000 magic power, and 500 magic power for wizards with more than 8000 magic power. It is ineffective for wizards with more than 15,000 magic power. Looking at this attribute, Raven couldn't help but admire it. No wonder the Rodriguez family spent 2 million J to capture SARS. You know, the minimum threshold for an S-class wizard is 5000 magic power. This thing can make a wizard who has just entered the A-class with 3000 magic power directly become an S-class wizard. Although the foundation may be unstable, it is also an S-class wizard, right? How many people are only an A-class wizard all their lives and can't become S-class? Moreover, this thing has a benefit for S-class wizards, and even higher Saint 10 levels. Although the increase will gradually become smaller, it is equivalent to picking up magic power for free. Don't miss it, you can save a lot of hard training for a long time. I really don't know how the Rodriguez family got this treasure, and it was stolen by SARS before they took it. Don't they know the effect of this treasure? But it doesn't make sense. After all, they offered a reward of 2 million J for it. The reason why SARS was captured must be for this thing. He took out the blood essence gemstone and held it in his hand. It looked pretty good, about the size of a walnut, and bright red. Feeling the huge magical power that could not be hidden at all and emanating from the body, Raven understood it instantly. The Rodriguez family must know the function of this treasure. They probably wanted to train an S-class wizard of their own family, so they didn't use it for a long time, right? After all, if you have an S-class wizard of your own family, there are really many benefits. As a business family, you must want to maximize the benefits. But those have nothing to do with me now. The thing is already in my hands, don't think about taking it back. Putting the blood essence gemstone in my mouth, Raven swallowed it in one gulp. The thing melted in my mouth, and then turned into a soft warm current that traveled all over my body. Feeling the obvious increase in magic power, Raven felt a little happy in his heart. The magic power is 10,764, and we are getting closer and closer to kill darts. It's not my data that's wrong. It was originally 10,217. After adding 500, it should be 10,717. The extra 47 points are what Raven has gained from practicing on the road these days. What Raven doesn't know is that no matter what task he chooses, the task rewards he will eventually receive are all produced by the system and sent to the task entrusters in a special way. On the other side, in the dungeon of the Rodriguez family, SARS was tied to a rack and beaten beyond recognition. Tell me, where did you hide that thing? If you don't tell me the truth, do you really want to die? The whip hit SARS again, his skin was torn and blood was flowing. Didn't I tell you already? Can you please let me go? SARS felt wronged. He had already told them where his treasure was hidden, so why did he have to be beaten like this? If he had known earlier, he shouldn't have stolen his things. Damn it, the thing is not found at the place you said. I will beat you to death, you dog. He whipped again and again, until SARS took his last breath. The whipper stopped, threw the whip on the ground angrily, turned and walked out of the prison, and ordered the guard at the door put it away. He also knew that the thing should really be lost. After all, SARS was just a thief, and he didn't have such a strong willpower that he would not say it even if he was beaten to death. It's not that he didn't suspect Raven, but it was just a thought, because Raven took SARS back to the council directly after he captured him, and didn't go to the treasure place SARS mentioned at all. Moreover, with Raven's strength, they couldn't afford to provoke a family like them. In the end, they could only blame themselves for their bad luck and let it go. P.S. Happy New Year to all readers. Can you please leave a comment to boost confidence for the newbies? Flowers and reviews would be even better. This section is just a small episode and will not be involved in the future plots. Please bear with me. In my setting, 3000 is an A-level wizard, 5000 is an S-level, and 7000 is almost the last of the 10 saints. For example, Jura can hit 8544 output, which is the 5th of the 10 saints. Therefore, the protagonist's current magic power of just over 10,000 should be about the same as the 3 who were killed in the first second among the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. This is my first time writing a book, so it is inevitable that there are some shortcomings. If there are any mistakes, please feel free to point them out in the comment area and I will improve them. Chapter 16. I only have 70 magic crystal coins. I'm so poor. What can I do with these stones? At this time, Raven was on the train to Magnolia, on his way back to the guild. Let's strengthen it. After thinking for a long time about what 70 magic crystals could be used for, Raven finally decided to strengthen the light of the broken moon. After all, this was his first and only perfect grade equipment on his body. The rest of his body was even empty without any equipment. Because he didn't have good equipment, Raven didn't think it was necessary to strengthen it before, and for him who was just starting out, the improvement of magic power and the increase of skills were greater than the improvement of forging equipment. Therefore, whenever he obtained magic crystals, he would buy elixirs and skills in the mall, and never forged them. It's not that there is no equipment for sale in the mall, but the price of any excellent grade equipment is hundreds or even thousands, and his magic crystal balance has never exceeded 300 at most, so he really can't afford it. This time he finally got a perfect grade weapon, but he didn't think of forging it at the first time because he didn't have the habit of forging. It was a sin. Thinking of doing it, Raven called out the system page and opened the forging interface, and then couldn't help but complain. Which copycat game did this system copy from? Every time he saw the system page, Raven would feel a strong sense of copycat mobile games blowing in his face, which always made him complain. But he was a person who really liked it. He complained about the system in his mouth, and he used it without any ambiguity. After all, it was the foundation of his livelihood. There was only a forge-like thing in the forging page, which looked tattered, making him worry. Wouldn't this broken thing break my weapon? Fortunately, there was a prompt when he put the weapon in, and he could see the success rate and the option to confirm the enhancement. Light of the broken moon in the sky, +0 to +1, enhancement cost, 5 magic crystals, success rate, 100%, whether to enhance. Strong, 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 come on. As Raven confirmed, the light of the broken moon entered the forge. The next second, the forge flashed with colorful light and creaked. Seeing the violent shaking, the sound was deafening, and Raven couldn't help but worry that it would fall apart. About 5 seconds later, there was a ding sound, and the forge stopped shaking. Congratulations on your successful enhancement of the broken moonlight of the sky. The current enhancement level is +1, increasing your strength by 5% and your magic power by 2%. Only 5% and 2%. This improvement is not big, but Raven is mentally prepared. After all, it is only +1. If it is strengthened to the maximum level 10, it can be increased by 50% and 20%, which is already a big improvement. Moreover, other equipment can also increase magic power. This is because it is a perfect level equipment that has such an improvement. If Raven's white top is strengthened, it is estimated that there will be only 1% improvement. As for why only strength and magic power are improved, it is because there are 5 grids in the equipment column, which can be equipped with weapons, tops, bottoms, jewelry, and special equipment. The enhancements of these 5 pieces of equipment correspond to the improvement of strength, physical strength, agility, spirit, and 4-dimensional attributes, and each piece of equipment can provide an increase in magic power. Raven threw the light of the broken moon into the forge again and continued to charge. Light of the broken moon in the sky +1, +1 to +2, enhancement cost x10 magic crystals, success rate 90%, enhancement level drops by 1 level if enhancement fails, whether to enhance or not. Because he had no experience in enhancement before, when he saw this prompt, he was dumbfounded. Only 90% success rate from 1 to 2, wouldn't it be only 10% from 9 to 10? Which god can do this? And the enhancement cost is directly x2, even if there is a lucky person who can increase it to 10 without failure, it will still cost 5,115 magic crystals, and the 70 magic crystals on him are not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. No, there are only 65 now. What kind of rich person can play like this? Does he have a mine at home? No wonder there is a saying in the previous life when playing games, enhancement ruins a lifetime, amplification makes 3 generations poor. This makes sense. I used to think that I only had 5 equipment slots and it was too little, but now I know that only 5 is considered to be the system taking care of me. Damn it, let's do it. Raven gnashed his teeth and clicked OK. Anyway, the weapon wouldn't explode, and the worst that could happen was that it would fail and lose 0. If the magic crystals were gone, he could save them by completing the task. He couldn't be scared today because of the 10% failure rate. This was related to his dignity as the European emperor, so how could he back down here? Of course, this European emperor was self-proclaimed. I believe every gamer has had this experience, firmly believing that he is the European emperor, and only regretted it when the equipment exploded. It was still shaking like a thunderous earthquake, and it died down after 5 seconds. Congratulations on the successful enhancement of your Kangsheng's Broken Moonlight. The current enhancement level is +2, increasing your strength by 10% and your magic power by 4%. Ignoring the 80% success rate prompted by the system, I rushed forward regardless. Congratulations on the successful enhancement of your Kangsheng's Light of the Broken Moon. The current enhancement level is +3, which increases your strength by 15% and your magic power by 6%. Raven wanted to rush, but the system reminded him that there were not enough magic crystals, so he stopped his impulse. He took back the Light of the Broken Moon, held it in his hand and looked at it carefully. It seemed that there was a trace of light on the sword. I don't know if it was an illusion. After wearing it, I clearly felt the increase of strength and magic power. I stretched my muscles and bones and felt refreshed all over. Strength, 756. 755.55 rounded off. Magic power, 11,410. 11,409.84 rounded off. I've become stronger again. Raven looked out the window and touched his hair, but I'm not bald. The train roared forward on the rails, and the boy also moved forward on the road to becoming stronger. P.S. Are you more accustomed to 6% or 6%? You can give me some suggestions in the comment section to add some vitality to the comment section. Chapter 17. Raven, you're back. Did the mission go well this time? The front desk waiter was cleaning the table. When he saw Raven push the door open, he greeted him with a smile. Everything is going well, thank you for your concern. Raven nodded with a smile, then asked, I don't think I saw Wendy and Kana. Didn't they come to the guild today? The waiter thought for a moment and shook his head. I didn't see them today, maybe they are resting at home? Or maybe they went shopping. Wendy is a very lively child, Kana takes her to play around the city every day. Also, when you were away, Urza asked about your situation every day. The waiter pinched his waist and taught Raven a lesson. She didn't go on a mission today, you should go find her and explain the situation. Really? I understand. Thank you very much. Raven frowned and thought to himself, Iluza, you still can't get out of this. Then goodbye. Raven turned around and was about to leave the guild, when a young male voice interrupted his steps. He turned around and saw that it was Natsu, followed by Gray, who had a bruised face and nose. However, he didn't look much better, with a swollen head. Lai Wen, come on. Today, I have flattened the bastard of the ice, and now it's your turn. Naz ignored the sound of Gray behind him. Said his tone, it's Naz, I'm sorry, I'm going to deal with it now, and I will duel you when I have time. That's it, bye for now. Raven smiled and walked out of the guild. After visiting the girls' dormitory of Fairy Tale, the dorm supervisor, Granny Hilda, said that Urza had gone out early in the morning and had not come back yet. He thanked Granny Hilda. Raven was walking on the street and thought of a place where Urza would go. Standing on the river bank and looking at the river, as Raven expected, Urza was sitting by the river with her knees hugged. Her eyes were looking forward, and it was unclear whether she was looking at the river or the other side of the river, or maybe she was not looking at anything. Raven felt a little distressed. This girl who seemed strong but was actually weak was really a fool. Why did she live so hard? Urza. Raven walked down the river bank, calling her name softly. As if she heard the voice she had been thinking about day and night, Urza came back to her senses from the past and turned to look behind her. Her eyes were filled with sadness, and tears were falling from the corner of her left eye. After seeing the figure of the person coming through her tearful eyes, she jumped up from the ground like a rabbit and threw herself into his arms. Urza's current height was only up to Raven's chest, so when she threw herself into Raven's arms, the hard armor hit Raven's ribs and hurt. Raven's mouth twitched, and he said nothing. He just silently stretched out one hand to embrace this pitiful girl, and put the other hand on her head, stroking her long crimson hair. "Can I really do it? Raven." She buried her head in Raven's chest and cried, "Just as you said, let go of the past, integrate into the guild, and become close friends with everyone." Raven looked straight ahead and comforted her, "It's okay, Urza, you are a strong girl, you can definitely do it, you have to believe in yourself, and believe in our companions in the guild." "But I feel I am very weak, because I am afraid of contacting others. I can only contact others by sealing my heart in armor. Being weak is not a fault, and your attempt to get in touch with everyone is proof of your strength." Raven hugged Urza with both hands and put his chin on her head. "Besides, humans are inherently weak creatures. Because being alone makes you feel uneasy, that's why there are guilds and partners. When you can't go on alone, your guild mates will be by your side, supporting each other and moving forward stronger. Try to believe in them, and believe in me too. Even if I have such a past? I betrayed my companions and lived a new life alone shamelessly." Urza's voice was filled with self-blame and guilt. "I said it wasn't your fault, it was all the fault of your companion named Jalal. It was him, because of his selfishness, that caused all this. You don't have to blame yourself at all." Raven threw dirty water on Jalal, trying to erase Urza's self-blame. As a time traveler, Raven certainly knew that Jalal was controlled, but what did that have to do with him? Whether you were controlled or not, what you did was wrong. In the end, you can whitewash and be forgiven by saying lightly that you were controlled. Who can compensate those who suffered and even died because of you? Just rely on the things you did to make up for it afterwards? How to make up for those who have already died? Really?" Urza asked with tears in her eyes, her tone still wavering. "Of course," Raven said firmly. This was the time for him to give Urza confidence. There must not be any hesitation. Urza stopped talking, but just hugged Raven quietly, resting her head on his chest and listening to his strong heartbeat. Her heart slowly calmed down. Raven also hugged her, and the scene was very warm. On the riverbank, Kana was walking by with Wendy. The sharp-eyed Wendy saw Raven's back and felt very familiar, so she pulled Kana's hand. "Sister Kana, is that brother Raven? He's back." Kana turned around and saw the two people hugging each other. She had lived with Raven for 3 years and had a good impression of him, so she recognized Raven at a glance. She also recognized the other person as Urza through the crimson hair color, and a little sourness rose in her heart. However, because Raven told Kana about Urza's past, she knew Urza and felt very sorry for Urza. She understood Raven's behavior of counseling Urza. Therefore, she did not choose to disturb them, but took Wendy's hand again. "He is back, but he has something to deal with now. Let's go home first and prepare dinner for him." Then he took Wendy's hand and walked towards Raven's house. The two people under the riverbank were still hugging each other, and the sunset cast a charming sunset on them. P.S. The Queen is only 12 years old. Will I be banned if I write this? NJ fans, please don't hit me. The plot requires it. Chapter 18. The two were interrupted by the protest of Urza's stomach. She had not eaten anything since she went out early this morning. She had been sitting by the river all day, which caused her stomach to growl in dissatisfaction. Hearing this sound, Urza blushed and buried her head in Raven's arms, unwilling to come out. Raven did not laugh at Urza, but said considerately, "Are you hungry? Come to my house for dinner. Kana has been taking care of Wendy at my house recently. She must have prepared dinner." He noticed when Kana and Wendy passed by, but they did not disturb him and Urza, so he pretended not to know. Hearing the first sentence, Urza was happy in her heart that she could go to Raven's house to cook and eat. Hearing the latter, she knew that Kana had been living in Raven's house these days. Although Raven was not at home, she felt a little depressed in her heart. But it was just a subconscious reaction and was thrown behind her in an instant. Because of Raven, Urza and Kana have a good relationship, so they would not be jealous because of such a small matter. Urza loosened her arms around Raven and gently pushed him. I'm not hungry. If you are hungry, leave quickly. Be careful not to go back too late or Kana won't leave you any food and you'll starve to death. Seeing Urza's arrogant look, Raven couldn't help laughing. Okay, I'm hungry. After laughing, he extended his right hand to Urza and asked. So, beautiful Miss Urza, could you please understand that I'm so hungry and come home with me? I really can't do anything about you. Urza, who was too embarrassed to raise her head by Raven's laughter, stretched out her left hand and held Raven's right hand, still holding on. Since you have asked like this, I will be merciful and agree to your request. The cool night breeze blew on his face, and holding Urza's tender little hand on the way home, thinking that there were 2 little girls waiting for him at home, Raven felt very happy. As Raven expected, when he returned home, Kana had already prepared a large table of dishes and covered them with lids to keep them warm. She and Wendy sat at the dining table waiting for Raven to bring Urza back. Looking at such a virtuous Kana, Raven couldn't help but talk nonsense again. Kana is so virtuous, she will definitely be a good wife and mother in the future. I really don't know which boy has such a blessing, otherwise I will give it to her. After hearing this, Urza couldn't help but pinched Raven's waist with her right hand, causing him to frown in pain. If it were any other day, Kana would have blushed and been speechless, but at this moment, seeing Raven still holding Urza's hand, she rolled her eyes at him unhappily and said lightly, go wash your hands and eat. You come back so late, why don't you starve to death outside? The ignorant Wendy couldn't read the atmosphere in the room, she just wanted to show herself to her favorite brother Raven. She waved her hands on the chair. I helped too. I washed several vegetables and set the tableware. Am I great? Praise me. After that, she blinked her big eyes and stared at Raven with expectation. Raven, Kana and Urza all laughed at Wendy's interruption. Raven walked up to Wendy, touched her head and praised. Really? Wendy is great. She can help Sister Kana with housework at such a young age. Wendy squinted her eyes comfortably after being touched on the head by Raven. She also rubbed her head against Raven's palm, feeling the warmth of Raven's palm, like a kitten. Raven led Urza to wash her hands and sat at the dining table. Kana then opened the cover used to keep warm and called everyone to start eating. Raven considerately picked up dishes for the 3 little girls at the dining table several times, which made everyone smile and couldn't hide their smiles. During the meal, he also told several jokes to make the girls happy. The whole room was full of joy and echoed with silver bell-like laughter. After the meal, Raven drove Kana and Urza to take Wendy to the living room to play, and he took on the work of cleaning the table and washing the dishes. When Raven walked out of the kitchen, the 3 girls were no longer in the living room. He listened carefully and found that they were taking a bath in the bathroom. He walked to the bathroom door and said that he was going to bed. After getting a response, he went upstairs and returned to his bedroom. After washing up in the bathroom of the master bedroom, Raven lay down on the bed and fell asleep quickly. In the middle of the night, Raven's door was pushed open and a little girl sneaked in. Looking at Raven's sleeping face in the moonlight, the little girl couldn't help but kiss him on the face. After the kiss, she stared at Raven's face in fear to see if she had woken him up. Feeling Raven's gentle breathing, obviously still sleeping soundly, the little girl breathed a sigh of relief, then crawled into Raven's quilt, pulled one of Raven's hands around herself, and fell asleep sweetly. After the girl fell asleep, Raven opened his eyes, looked at her peaceful sleeping face, and showed a doting smile. The person who came in was Wendy. She slept in Raven's arms every day during the month she was outside with Raven. She was used to Raven's arms. She had suffered a lot during the past few days when Raven was away. Raven adjusted his sleeping position so that Wendy could sleep more comfortably. And then he slowly fell asleep. P.S. what plots do you like to watch? Tell me in the comments. Also, feel free to give any opinions or suggestions. I'm still rolling on the ground asking for comments. Chapter 19. Urza and Kana woke up very early. Wendy also slept with them last night. Wendy went to Raven's room in the middle of the night. Since Wendy was still a child, they didn't say anything and pretended not to know. Neither of them planned to wake up Raven and Wendy. Raven just came back from a mission yesterday, so he should sleep in and rest for a while. After washing up, Kana left breakfast and a note for Raven and Wendy, kept the breakfast warm with magic, and then went to the guild with Urza. After getting up, Raven saw the breakfast and note left by Kana, and felt warm in his heart. He sincerely felt that Kana would definitely become a good wife and mother in the future. Wake up Wendy, wash up, have breakfast, and then leave home for the guild. Magnolia Town is a magical commercial city with a long history. Not only does it have a long history and culture, but it also has many famous attractions, such as the Carthia Cathedral, Nanko Park, and the Impatiens Village. Carthia Cathedral is where the residents of Magnolia pray every day, and newlyweds will also hold weddings here. It also has another function, that is, when Gildarts returns to Magnolia Town, it will ring the bell to notify all the residents of the town to be on guard, and the whole city will switch to Gildarts mode, that is, to separate the city and set up a dedicated passage for Gildarts to return to the guild to prevent him from rashly destroying the reception and the B&B. Raven's residence is next to the Carthia Cathedral. In addition to the fact that this kind of house is very suitable for him, the other reason he bought this house at that time is that it is very close to the guild station. He only needs to pass through the Carthia Cathedral to reach the guild station, which is very convenient. When he arrived at the guild, there were already many people in the station. There are those who brag and fart unscrupulously, such as Makeo and Wakaba, a pair of good friends, two lecherous uncles. There is also a little girl with blue and light blue hair who is studying hard with a book. Her full name is Levi Makugadan, and she seems to be only 11 years old this year. However, Raven is not very familiar with her, because Raven spends most of his time outside doing tasks to improve his strength, and there are not many guilds that stay in time. And because of his mental age, he can talk to some older members more easily. The only kids he has a good relationship with are Kana, Urza, and Gray. Oh, and now we have to add Wendy. No, let's add Natsu. He rushed up again. Damn Raven, the one that blew my head yesterday hurt me so much. Natsu was always grumbling, and he was completely unable to recognize the difference between himself and Raven. Today I will give you one too, so that you can also taste the pain. The guild members who saw this scene made a bet. I bet that Naz will be killed in one shot. I bet a glass of beer. Anyone want to bet with me? The one who said this was Macau. He was worried about the empty beer glass in his hand. He had already finished the 3 glasses of beer stipulated by his wife every day. He was very greedy. Isn't this obvious? Raven is one of the 10 saints. It's easy for him to deal with a kid like Natsu, even if Natsu practices dragon-slaying magic. Who would bet with you? The speaker was Rita Sujona, who was holding a drawing board and drawing a picture of Natsu rushing towards Raven. He was always like this, painting at any time, because his magic was activated through painting. I bet you that Natsu can survive 2 attacks. Macau's good friend Wakaba stood up, holding a pipe in his mouth, looking calm and composed. Then you are ready to lose a glass of beer to me. Macau was overjoyed. There was really a fool who accepted the challenge and gave him a drink. Thinking of the glass of cold beer that was about to be in his hand, his mouth was watering. It's too early to tell who will win or lose, so don't act like a winner. Wakaba took a deep breath and then exhaled a large cloud of smoke. His face looked unfathomable in the smoke. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu roared, his hands ablaze with fierce flames, propelling himself towards Raven. Raven stretched out his hand, waiting for Natsu to get close, ready to give him another blow on the head. Suddenly Gray's voice came from behind, "Ice style, floor." The instantly frozen floor made Natsu slip, and he used inertia to slide behind Raven, avoiding Raven's first attack. He rolled over to regain his balance and changed his moves Fire Dragon's Wing Strike. The flames wrapped around Natsu's hands burned more fiercely, and then turned into two fire whips that lashed at Raven's back. Ice style, Hammer Soldier. At the same time, Gray's move was also completed, and he created a war hammer from his hand and smashed it at Raven. Seeing that the fire whip and the war hammer were about to hit Raven, Natsu laughed arrogantly. "Now you know how powerful I am, right? Raven. I have to admit that I underestimated you too. You actually teamed up to plot against me." Raven smiled with his back to Natsu and Gray. He did not defend or dodge, allowing the fire whip and ice hammer to attack him. At the moment when they were about to hit him, he mobilized his magic power and defeated Natsu's fire whip and Gray's hammer with just the magic power. The flames and ice crystals dissipated in the air, and it seemed as if a rainbow appeared. "But haven't you underestimated me too much?" Raven turned around and looked at Natsu and Gray standing side by side, and raised his right hand. "Are you ready to accept the collapse of your brain today?" Raven's expression was smiling, but in the eyes of Natsu and Gray, Raven at this moment looked like a big devil. Natsu and Gray looked at Gray approaching in horror, hugged each other and trembled. Bang, bang. Naz and Gray were sunk. The first attack was dodged, the second attack dispersed Natsu's Fire Dragon's Wing attack, and the third attack ended the battle. "You lose, Makao." Wakaba proudly took out the pipe in his mouth. His wife was also very strict and only allowed 3 glasses of cold beer a day. It was a good day to have one more glass today. Thinking of this, he shouted to the waitress at the bar, "Beauty, give me a glass of cold beer here, put it on Makao's account." "Damn it." Makao fell to his knees, propped up his hands, and wailed, "I must not have woken up yet. My ice beer for tomorrow. One of them is gone just like that." Ritasuo put down her drawing board in shock, and asked Wakaba with wide eyes, "How did you guess that Natsu could survive 2 moves?" Wakaba happily drank a sip of the ice beer brought by the waiter, squinted his eyes, and said calmly, "I came to the guild early in the morning and saw Natsu and Gray discussing something. I was wondering why they didn't fight today. It wasn't until Raven entered the guild, Natsu provoked in front, and Gray walked behind Raven that I understood what they were going to do." The people around were impressed. Are those with squinting eyes really monsters? P.S. There will be another update later, is anyone watching? The devil kneels down to ask for comments and flowers. Chapter 20. While Raven was teaching Natsu and Gray a lesson, Wendy had already found Kana and Urza. They were sitting face to face drinking juice. She jumped to Kana's side and sat down to watch the show together. After Raven gave Natsu and Gray a head bang, he felt refreshed. He asked the waitress for 2 glasses of juice and sat next to Urza. He handed the juice in his hand to Wendy. Wendy took it and smiled at Raven. "Thank you, Brother Raven." Then she took a sip of juice and showed a happy expression. The table where the 4 of them sat was a small square table. Usually 2 people sat here to play chess, so the chairs were small even though they were benches. It was okay for Kana and Wendy to sit together, but Raven, a big boy who had grown up almost to the same age, looked very crowded when sitting with Urza. Their shoulders were almost squeezed together. Urza was actually very happy to sit so close to Raven. But she felt embarrassed in front of Kana and Wendy, so she moved to the side and complained, "It's too close. Can't you move another chair over?" Raven looked around, scratched his head, and said helplessly, "Almost everyone in the guild has come, there are no extra chairs. Besides, what's the relationship between us? There's no need to mind, right? There is really nothing I can do about you, so let it be." Arisa said this in a tone of "It's not what I want, it's just that I can't help it," but she was actually secretly happy in her heart. Kana on the opposite side was watching this scene with envy. She also wanted to have the opportunity to sit so close to Raven in such a fair and open manner. But because Wendy was more familiar with her, she chose to sit next to her when she came over just now. Otherwise, she would be the one sitting next to Raven now, so angry. Urza also noticed Kana's envious eyes at this time, and she inexplicably felt a sense of victory in her heart. Then she leaned towards Raven in front of Kana, and Kana was so angry that she almost bit her silver teeth. Kana was so angry, she didn't expect that you, Urza, who seemed innocent at ordinary times, were so black-bellied. Before Raven came, we had a good chat, but now we have become fake sisters. Sure enough, innocent people are all black when you cut them open. Fortunately, Raven noticed in time that the atmosphere seemed a little wrong, so he took the initiative to break the deadlock and suggested there is nothing to do sitting like this, how about we play a little game? As Raven's little follower and #1 fangirl, Wendy was the first to raise her hands in agreement. Urza and Kana first looked at each other, then looked at Raven at the same time and said in unison, "Okay, then what do you want to play? How about drawing a ghost card?" Raven took out the cards and explained the rules. There are 4 of us. Whoever is the final loser needs to perform a show. How about that? Okay. Urza, Kana, and Wendy all agreed. Especially Wendy, who was the most excited. Then let's start. Raven cut the cards and randomly divided the 53 chapter cards into 4 equal parts, and asked the 3 girls to choose first. The 3 girls each chose their own cards, and Raven took the last remaining card, and the game began. The game of drawing the Joker card has come to an end. Wendy and Kana have already discarded all the cards in their hands and won the game. Only Raven and Urza are left. At this time, Raven still has 1 card left in his hand, and Urza has 2 cards, including a Joker card. It is Raven's turn to draw a card. Raven stretched out his hand to the 2 cards that Urza was holding tightly, and carefully observed Urza's expression. When his hand was above the left card, Urza's expression became very nervous. So he moved his hand to the right card, and Urza looked relieved. After trying left and right for a few times, Raven was ready to draw the left card. He felt that the right card must be the Joker card, and the left card was the card that could make him win. When he was about to draw, he suddenly stopped. No, it's not that simple. Raven frowned. Iluza must be tricking me. Look at it this way. The left is the Joker, and the right is the last combination card. Thinking of this, he resolutely drew the card on the right. Just when he was about to laugh and say, "Urza, you lose," he saw the pattern of the card he drew clearly. The Joker. His smile froze on his face. Urza beside him breathed a sigh of relief and stretched out her hand. "It's my turn to draw." Raven randomly adjusted the order of the 2 cards for a while. No matter how he made an expression, Urza still drew the winning card intuitively and left the Joker to Raven. Therefore, the final loser of this Joker game was settled, and his name was Raven. Raven felt tears falling from the corners of his eyes, and thought sadly in his heart, "I am just a fool, really, fighting wits and courage with the air." And Kana on the side was also stunned. Is this possible? Show your performance, show your performance. Urza and Wendy took the lead in shouting, and the guild members who knew what was happening here also began to make a noise. "Show your performance, Raven, show your performance." It's hard to refuse such a kind invitation. Raven comforted himself, walked to the stage of the residence, and cleared his throat. "Since everyone has invited me so kindly, I will show you my ugliness today." The song title is Fiesta. Raven summoned a guitar and sat in the center of the stage. "To everyone in the guild, please take care of me in the days to come. I hope we can all keep laughing together like we did today. Let's gather on the 7 seas. Let's have fun across the 7 oceans. Let's aim at the island of everlasting summer. The destination is the island of everlasting summer. The color of the skin and the language of the body are related. There is no distinction between skin color and language. Who is it? It's fun. There are friends everywhere. It's a daily routine. It can make boring days lively. Let's drink carbonated drinks. Let's release the emotions that are boiling. Let's release the emotions that are welling up in our hearts. Let's heat up the sky at sunset. The sunset will gradually warm up. Let's dance. Come on, let's dance together. Compasses that shine in the sun. Compasses that shine in the sun. Our compass points to the sun. Let's go on and be free. Just follow it and you will find freedom. Let's shoot fireworks together. Let's enjoy the same feeling together. The sun is the sun rises during the day and sets at night. I guarantee that tomorrow will be sunny. Although there is no guarantee that tomorrow will be sunny. I will still ride on the wild waves. But no matter how much I believe in the storm, I will sail through it smoothly. The paradise of destiny is here. The destiny of heaven is here. P.S. Sorry, I accidentally posted another daily task. The task will start tomorrow. The song is called Fiesta, one of the theme songs of Fairy Tale. I didn't want to include the Japanese lyrics, but it feels a little missing without the Japanese part. 360-degree rotation and gliding, kneeling down to apologize, and asking for comments and flowers. Chapter 21. Mount Hakobi is a snowy mountain that is covered with snow even in summer. Snowstorms are common all year round, and the harsh weather and environment make this place sparsely populated. There is an unknown precious magical herb in the mountain that can restore physical strength and magic power in a short period of time. This herb is also called the blizzard herb because it is the favorite food of a blizzard monster living in the mountain. If it were not for the fact that this herb withers once it is brought to a warm place, it would have been extinct by wizards long ago, and this herbivorous monster called the blizzard monster is estimated to be on the verge of extinction. One of Raven's goals in coming to Mount Hakobi this time is this unknown herb, and the other goal is another monster in the mountain, the Balkan gorilla monster. This monster is not strong in single body, and the adult is generally only equivalent to the strength of a beginner A-level wizard. However, this monster is used to living in groups, and is extremely cunning and lustful by nature. Makao in the original work suffered a loss at the hands of this monster. He defeated 19 of them, but was defeated by the 20th one that was hiding, and was taken over instead. Natsu and Lucy, who came to rescue Makao, were also fooled by this monster, and Lucy was frightened by the Balkan in heat. Although the Balkan was easily defeated by Natsu in the end, it also shows that this monster is not weak. Although Makao did not perform well in the original work and was just a perverted old man, he is still a veteran A-class wizard. Even so, he was so embarrassed when facing 20 Balkans. If you don't have the strength of an S-class wizard, it's better to run away when facing a group of Balkans. Raven's mission this time is to kill 50 Balkans and collect 5 herbs. Mission name, Proof of Strength, Prerequisite. Mission content, kill 50 Balkans and collect 5 blizzard herbs. Mission success reward, Frost Potion X1, Magic Crystal X30. Mission failure penalty, all attributes decreased by 10%. Note, if you don't have the faith to become a strong man, just go home and grow sweet potatoes. The task was not difficult, but the task penalty really scared Raven. All attributes dropped by 10%, which was really serious. He studied the name of the task again. Does the precondition mean that there will be a follow-up task for this strong man to prove? As for the task reward, the magic crystal coin was standard, but he was a little confused about the frost potion. Frost potion, after use, the damage caused by the attack will be converted into ice damage for a short period of time, which lasts for half an hour. If you just convert the attack into ice damage, there will be no improvement. There are so many people in this world who use ice magic, and they have not seen how much damage it can do. Raven's own skills are attributeless, but they are still powerful. Therefore, this reward is a bit tasteless to him. But no matter what the reward is, the task must be done. And according to Raven's experience in playing games in his previous life, the subsequent rewards for such serial tasks must be very generous. The collection of 5 herbs was very smooth. After all, this kind of herbs will wither quickly when they leave the low temperature, and few wizards will go to such a harsh environment to pick them. But it took Raven a lot of time to find the Balkan tribe. As mentioned earlier, this kind of monster is cunning by nature. Raven did this. A group of strangers came to the snowy mountains. Without absolute certainty, they would not appear in front of Raven, and they hid in the dark and observed Raven. Their concealment skills were also very strong. Raven had been using magic to explore the environment within 50 meters around him, but he did not find anything. Perhaps after enough observation, the leader of a Balkan tribe thought that Raven, who was very thin compared to them, posed no threat. He took the lead and roared, and instantly a large group of Balkans jumped out of the dark and surrounded Raven. Raven was delighted. He had already prepared himself mentally to wander in the mountains for several days. Unexpectedly, these monsters appeared in front of him in groups in the next second, making him feel a little pleasing when looking at their hideous faces and ugly bodies. "You are so good, you came to me to kill me." Raven stretched out his right hand and summoned the light of the broken moon, and walked towards the Balkan leader in front of him. "I will be very gentle and won't let you feel any pain." The leader of the Balkan tribe felt provoked and roared angrily. In an instant, all the Balkans surrounding Raven attacked Raven. It stood there with its guards, making all kinds of strange roars, which sounded creepy. Thunderbolt spin slash. Raven swung his right hand from back to front and threw out the light of broken moon in his hand. The light of broken moon rotated in the air, with Raven as the center, and rotated in a circle with a radius of 5 meters, drawing a silver light in the air. As the light of broken moon passed through the air, the Balkans who were rushing towards Raven stopped, a red line appeared on their necks, blood splattered, and then fell to the ground. Raven grasped the light of broken moon again, swung his right hand downward, and the blood on the sword fell on the snow. The entire sword body was so clean that it was impossible to tell that so many monsters had just been killed in the previous second. The Balkan leader's eyes were bloodshot, and his tribe was over. The guards behind it were scared out of their wits, with only one thought in their hearts: this human was too scary. Listening to the voice in his mind prompting that the task was completed, looking at the remaining more than a dozen Balkans in front of him, including the Balkan leader, Raven was surprised and said, "I didn't expect your tribe to be so large. Human, I will fight you to the death." The Balkan leader could no longer hold back his anger and led his guards to charge. He only wanted Raven to die. "It's meaningless." Raven swung his weapon a few times, and 6 tornadoes rushed towards the Balkans. Then he turned and left. "Originally, I could have let you go after the mission was completed, but you are looking for death, and even the gods can't save you." The tornado behind him collided with the Balkans, instantly crushing them, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Not long after Raven left, the snow had covered the bloody ground. The white snow scene looked beautiful, but no one knew that the massacre just now was hidden under the snow. P.S. I feel like I wrote him as a villain, but as a wizard, it's normal for him to kill monsters, right? There are many missions like killing Balkan, and he is a threat to humans. I'm begging for comments and flowers, begging all the audience. Chapter 22. Mission name, Proof of Strength, I. Mission content, kill the Cloud Piercer and obtain its feathers. Mission success rewards, talent, unparalleled speed, Aokiji Feather X1, Magic Crystal X100. Mission failure penalty, all attributes decreased by 10%. Task completion time, 30 days. Note, this is the first step on the road to becoming a strong man. Following the system's prompts, Raven rushed to the roof of the world, the Chinon Mountains. The Chinon Mountains are the place with the highest average altitude in the entire Kingdom of Fiori, located in the north of Crocus, the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori. The average altitude of the entire mountain range is 4,500 meters, and the highest peak can reach 7,600 meters. If Raven wants to find the cloud piercer, this is the right place to come. After spending 3 days on the road, Raven finally arrived at the Chinon Mountains. He only had 27 days to find the cloud piercer and kill it. Walking between the peaks, Raven searched like a headless fly, and did not find any trace of the cloud piercer, which made him more and more anxious. Finally, on the 5th day after Raven entered the Chinon Mountains, he heard a crisp bird song in the distant sky, long, beautiful, and very penetrating. It sounded like the sound of nature in Raven's ears. Whether it is a cloud-piercing falcon or not, there is a rare clue that cannot be missed. Raven was determined to meet the owner of the bird's cry. He would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. Whether it is a cloud-piercing falcon or not, he had to see it to know. Raven followed the sound and successfully met the owner of the bird's cry 3 hours later. It was a majestic bird, all blue, about 40 to 50 meters long, and with its extremely long tail feathers, it was nearly 80 meters long. Its eyes were bright, and its beak flashed with cold light and was extremely sharp. The blue bird hovered in the air, with its wings spread out to a wingspan of hundreds of meters, giving people the illusion of covering the sky and the sun. There's no doubt about it, this must be the cloud piercer. After all, the quest reward is called the Feather of the Aokiji, and its entire body is azure. Although he didn't know why he could come to this conclusion, he got a definite answer after verifying with the system. Raven was overjoyed, and he finally found the real owner. But the next second Raven was in trouble. It was true that he had found the real owner, but he couldn't fly. The cloud piercer was hovering in the air, about 800 or 900 meters away from him. Even if his attack could reach this distance, it would only tickle the giant beast. Raven racked his brains, thinking about how to trick the cloud piercer down from the sky. Suddenly, Raven had a flash of inspiration, and remembered an item he had forgotten. Floating feather. After using it, you will gain the ability to fly for a short time, consuming 100 mana per minute, and the maximum movement speed is determined by the user's agility. It can last up to half an hour. Yes, it was the reward item he got for bringing Wendy back to the guild. Because it consumed a lot of mana and had no place to use it, he forgot it in his backpack. Unexpectedly, it came in handy today. Raven chose to use the floating feather. After using it, he felt that his body became light and he felt that he could fly whenever he wanted. Unlike jumping very high, it was very easy to fly. The remaining time of the floating feather is 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Raven's feet left the ground and soared into the air. After getting familiar with the feeling of flying, he immediately rushed towards the blue cloud falcon. Time is precious and cannot be wasted. The blue cloud falcon hovered in the sky, with white clouds beside it. The feeling of flying freely made it feel very comfortable. The next second, the sudden uninvited guest interrupted the blue cloud falcon's comfort. The blue cloud falcon saw Raven flying towards it from below, and was delighted. Human. Recalling the delicious taste last time, the appetite was aroused and saliva dripped from the corner of its mouth. The blue cloud falcon began to dive carelessly. In its cognition, it only needed to grab this human lightly, and then it would be dead. It was time for it to enjoy its delicious meal. It had always done so in the past, and it was always successful. But this time it miscalculated, and its dive speed was indeed very fast. If it were an ordinary S-class wizard, he would definitely die here. Due to carelessness, it only used about 80% of its speed. For Raven, although it was very fast, it was still within an acceptable range, which was about 440 points of agility. With Raven's 460 points of agility, it was easy for him to dodge the dive of the cloud piercer. Therefore, when the cloud piercer's claws were about to grab him, Raven dodged the attack by turning sideways, and then the broken moonlight in his hand leaped with arcs of electricity, teaching the arrogant cloud piercer a hard lesson. God's thunderstorm slash. Raven's attack directly chopped off one of the claws of the Cloud Piercer. The Cloud Piercer was a monster famous for its speed, and according to the Council's judgment, it was an SS-level monster. But its physical strength was only about the same as that of an S-level monster, so it was normal for Raven to chop off one of its claws when it was caught off guard. Chirp! The cloud-piercing falcon screamed in pain after its claws were chopped off. It flapped its wings and quickly left Raven's side, with blood spurting from the chopped parts, and flew above Raven again. Raven was about to take advantage of the victory to pursue it, but the cloud-piercing falcon, which was exerting its full speed, had an agility of up to 550 points, and he really couldn't catch up. He could only watch it escape from him. So he could only pray that the cloud-piercing falcon would not run away, and it would be best if it would hold a grudge and attack him again, so that he would have a chance to kill it. The cloud-piercing falcon above flapped its wings rapidly, its two small eyes full of blood, staring at Raven. It had never suffered such a big loss, and it regarded Raven as its mortal enemy. Today it must eat this insect to relieve its hatred. Raven also looked up at it and tightened the light of the broken moon in his hand. Come on, little bird, attack me. P.S. Fairy tale is not only about companions and friendship, but also adventures and missions. If you don't like watching the original mission plot, please leave a comment in the comment area. I will try to speed up and get into the plot. Speaking of which, the feeling of single player is very bad. I kneel down to the audience again, please comment. Chapter 23. The man and the beast looked at each other from a distance. Raven had no expression on the surface, but he was secretly anxious in his heart. The time of the floating feather was limited. When the time was up, he would miss the opportunity to kill the cloud-piercing falcon this time. When he was thinking about whether to take the initiative to attack, he found that the cloud-piercing falcon moved. After all, it was still a magical beast with low intelligence and could not bear it. Moreover, the injury made it impatient and eager for revenge. The cloud-piercing falcon swooped down at 100% speed, like a stream of green light, and the distance of several hundred meters between the two was wiped out in the blink of an eye. This time it learned to be smart and no longer stretched its claws directly at Raven. Instead, it wrapped itself with magic power, spun and rushed down, forming a green magic storm. Raven also spun the light of the broken moon in his hand and used the cloud drilling with all his strength. The extremely fast speed even brought out after images, and the silver-white light of the broken moon spun like a silver drill. At this moment, the extremely hard beak of the cloud-piercing falcon collided with the tip of the sword of the moon-breaking light, just like two drills of completely disproportionate size competing against each other. The collision between them stirred up the surrounding air into a vortex, which eventually turned into another powerful storm, which was born from the place where the two touched, and swept around with a roar, dispersing the nearby sea of clouds. Because it was the cloud-piercing falcon that took the initiative to attack, the acceleration of several hundred meters gave its attack a huge kinetic energy, which pressed Raven's body to slowly sink. Raven felt a little tired, and he knew that he had to find a way to change his tactics quickly, because it would be endless and a waste of time to continue the confrontation. The two were in a stalemate, and the speed of rotation had reached the extreme. The high-speed friction made the air hot. Raven had a flash of inspiration, and instantly increased the output of magic power. The huge amount of magic power was injected into the moon-breaking light and burst out from the tip of the sword. The sudden huge magic power made the cloud-piercing falcon unable to react, and was directly bounced dozens of meters away. While the cloud piercer hadn't yet found his balance, Raven used the sword of God on the cloud piercer's head. He then used glory charge and instantly got close to the cloud piercer's neck. The huge golden magic sword hit the cloud piercer's head and kept spinning to drill into its head. The intense pain made it whine. Raven held the light of broken moon in both hands and used the thunderbolt of God on the cloud piercer's neck again. Lightning flashed, and the next second the light of broken moon was in close contact with the cloud piercer's neck and sank into it. The cloud piercer, which had suffered a series of attacks, was completely unable to adjust and fell downwards, spraying blood. Raven descended at full speed and raised the light of Broken Moon in his hand again. Kill. The sixth attack had the bonus of combo and the huge kinetic energy brought by the rapid descent, coupled with the damage bonus of the kill. The unparalleled power of the Broken Moon light fiercely chopped on the neck of the piercing Cloud Falcon. After all, the piercing Cloud Falcon could not withstand this attack, and its head and body fell to the ground dozens of meters apart. There were two loud noises, and it felt like the ground was shaking. Mission, Proof of Strength, completed. Mission Reward, Talent, Unparalleled Speed, Aokiji Feather X1, Magic Crystal X100 have been sent to your backpack, please check. Raven took a deep breath after landing on the ground. Although it was also a 6-hit kill, this Cloud Piercer was obviously stronger than the Blazing Demon, which brought him some pressure. After this battle, he suddenly realized the shortcomings of his skills. He was too obsessed with the effect of combos, which made the battle a little passive. Because only the system skill attacks can be counted in the combo, every time he fights, if he encounters an enemy that cannot be quickly resolved, he always wants to match skills to cooperate with the 6th hit of the combo and kill. Due to the small number of skills, this makes his battle very rigid. Moreover, apart from the system, Raven cannot use these skills. His use of skills is like playing a game. Click on the skill icon, and the character he operates will naturally release this skill. But the principle behind this he didn't understand why, which prevented him from opening the battle well at times. Just like when Xiuanyun was fighting against Chuanyun Falcon just now, none of his skills could help him break the impasse. It was he who had the inspiration to inject magic power into the light of the Broken Moon, and released it from the tip of the sword, which deflected Chuanyun Falcon. From this point, he thought that he could also inject magic power and cut out the magic power when swinging the weapon to form an attack like Kurosaki Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho. There was no need to stick to the system's skills, which made his battles become rigid. In order to achieve the effect of killing and combo, he did everything possible to pave the way for the first 5 attacks. This was a bit of a waste of time. Why not just end the battle with the first 5 attacks? Raven only felt as if he had opened a new door, and his entire realm was sublimated. Detect that the host has realized the insufficiency of the skill template, and upgrade the skill template. Detect the existence of talent in the backpack, and automatically use it. Upgrade completed. Raven was startled by the system's prompt and quickly checked his skill template. He found that many things were missing from the template, but many things were added to his mind. Talent. Thorn Aura. When attacked, a Thorn Aura will be generated, reflecting the damage received to the opponent in proportion. The reflection ratio is 20%. True Combo. The damage caused by every third attack is increased by 10%. Unparalleled Speed. Increase the host's agility by 50% and the host's magic power by 10%. Raven's passive skill column became a talent column, and all active skills disappeared. The original 2 passive skills had no levels, and the description of the combo was changed. There was an extra word true in front, which meant that ordinary attacks could also trigger combos. There was also an extra talent, which was this time the task reward, Unparalleled Speed. Seeing such a powerful introduction, he quickly checked his panel and found that his agility and magic power had changed to Agility, 690. 460 x 1.5. Magic Power, 12,551. 11410 x 1.1. It was too horrible. He was completely stunned. This bonus was really too scary. Although the active skills disappeared from the panel, he felt that he could still use them. Moreover, unlike before when he relied on the system to use them, he felt that he knew every skill well and was more comfortable using them. Unexpectedly, there were so many changes just from an epiphany. Raven clenched his fists. His current strength was more than doubled than before. He was even more looking forward to the subsequent tasks of this serial task. P.S. Are you there? Is anyone watching? Please interact in the comment section. Just like the demon lord from heaven, he is really a kneeling god on earth. Kneeling again to ask for comments and flowers. Chapter 24. Raven was walking in a vast desert, with no other colors around except the yellow sand. As the name suggests, the Death Desert is an uninhabited land of death. For some unknown reason, it is several times or even dozens of times worse than the ordinary desert environment. Due to the harsh geographical environment here, every monster that can survive is extremely powerful and very difficult to deal with. Therefore, most wizards are daunted by missions related to the Death Desert. Even if there are those who accept missions in the Death Desert, they will only wander around the edge at most and will never go deep. On this day, the place where no one has ever set foot welcomed its first human guest. In order to prevent the invasion of wind and sand and the exposure to the scorching sun, he wore a grey cloak with a hood on the cloak to cover his head. The person who came was Raven. Raven has been advancing in the desert under the scorching sun for half a month, and still has not found the target of his mission. Mission name, Proof of Strength, 2. Mission content, go to in the center of the dead desert, kill the dark stone giant and obtain the essence of the earth. Mission success rewards, talent, Holy Spirit Unbreakable, Earth Essence X1, Magic Crystal X100. Mission failure penalty, all attributes decreased by 10%. Task completion time, 30 days. Note, the road to becoming strong is full of obstacles, and all you need to do is to flatten them. The mission content this time indicated that the stone giant existed in the central area of the Death Desert. Raven went directly into the heart of the Death Desert and came to a place that no one had ever been to. Because no one had ever set foot here, there was no map for reference. Raven relied on the system to not lose his sense of direction and always moved towards the central area. In the past half-month, all Raven could see was yellow sand. Not to mention people or animals, he hadn't even seen any monsters with strong vitality. It seemed that he was the only creature in the entire desert. Damn it! Raven wiped the sweat from his face, with a trace of anxiety on his face. Where the hell is this thing? He couldn't help but be anxious. If he couldn't find the mission target, he would not only be punished, but all attributes would be reduced, and this serial task would most likely be terminated. With the sweetness of the first mission, Raven didn't want to miss this serial task. So he thought of a way, which was to create destruction along the way, hoping to attract the stone giant in this way. 2 more days passed, and Raven did attract a monster by making noises in these 2 days. But it was not his mission target. The system temporarily issued a task to him based on the strength of this monster. In addition to providing him with 20 magic crystals, he got nothing. In the following days, it seemed that he was the only one in the whole desert. As the mission time limit became less and less, Raven became more and more anxious. But God will not disappoint those who work hard, and finally on this day he encountered his mission target. Looking at the tall body, thick limbs, and the pair of eyes as big as millstones, which were all made of stone, staring at him, he almost wanted to cry out. "Come, God, I finally see you." The dark stone giant also felt very aggrieved. He was sleeping soundly under the yellow sand, and he didn't want to pay attention to the noise coming from the ground, but suddenly a half-moon-shaped shock wave hit his head, cutting off a layer of his scalp, which made him very angry. So he climbed up from under the yellow sand angrily, wanting to see which ignorant monster dared to run to his territory to make trouble, and he must let it know how to be a good monster in the next life. He stared with eyes as big as millstones and searched for a long time before finally finding a tiny creature. Looking at this little thing that was almost as tall as his heels and was still emitting the half-moon-shaped shock waves all around, he was sure that this guy was the culprit who woke him up. He let out a huge roar, stepped on his thick stone thighs, and rushed towards Raven. After verifying with the system, he determined that the clumsy stone man in front of him was his mission target. Raven was moved to tears. "You guy made me so hard to find. You reptile. If you dare to disturb my sleep, I will crush you to death with one claw." The stone giant cursed. He had never seen a human in his life and thought Raven was a special monster. But to Raven, it was just a meaningless roar. There was nothing he could do. He couldn't speak the same language. "It's so noisy." Raven stretched out his little finger to pick his ear, then flicked it lightly. He didn't take this stone giant seriously, even though it was dozens of meters tall and its strength attribute exceeded 1,000 points. But its speed was too slow. The reason it looked fast was because its two long legs were 30 meters long, and it took a light step of about 10 meters. According to Raven's visual estimation, the actual agility attribute of this stone giant, which was more than 50 meters tall, should only be around 200 points. Not to mention his current agility value, even if he was in the past, he could easily kite this stone giant to death. So, this stupid stone man never figured it out until he died. How could he, who was extremely tall, very meaty, and had explosive output, be exhausted to death by this flexible little reptile? Looking at the stone giant that fell down with a bang and feeling the tremor of the ground, Raven couldn't help but whistle easy. Mission, Proof of Strength, 2, completed. Mission Reward, Talent, Holy Spirit Unbreakable, Earth Essence X1, Magic Crystal X100 have been distributed to the backpack, please check. Talent, Holy Spirit Unbreakable has been automatically activated, increase the host's physical strength by 50%, and increase the host's magic power by 10%. Physical Strength, 634.5, 423 x 1.5. Magic Power, 13,806.1, 12551 x 1.1. Now, Raven feels like he is taking off. According to this situation, after completing this series of tasks, all his attributes will increase by 50%, and his magic power will increase by 40%. By then, he can be called the strongest in Ishgar. P.S. I rolled on the ground. Please comment. Dear readers. Chapter 25. Raven was now on an island off the coast of the Kingdom of Fiori. The shape of the island was like a full moon with a bite taken out of it. The opening was connected to the sea, and there was a lake inland. His third mission target, the Cloud Manta, was in this sea area. According to the system prompt, the Cloud Manta was the overlord of this sea area. It would wander around this sea area every day and patrol its territory. This island was its favorite place to live. Every day, it would return to this island and rest in this lake. Raven was waiting for the Cloud Manta to fall into his trap. As soon as the Cloud Manta entered the lake, the magic circle would immediately block the connection between the lake and the sea to prevent it from escaping. At the same time, there would be various negative magic circles for the Cloud Manta to reduce its combat effectiveness. The first 2 times were encounters, and both sides relied on their own abilities and could only fight head-on. This time, Raven took the lead and made sufficient preparations, waiting for the Cloud Manta to go home at night to give it a huge surprise, so that it could see what human wisdom is. So when the Cloud Ray finished patrolling the territory and happily returned home, he was faced with an uninvited evil guest at home, as well as a large number of slowing and weakening magic circles. His door was blocked by this evil guest, and then this evil guest picked up a huge sword and swung it at him without saying a word. If the Cloud Ray knew human language and songs, it really wanted to spray Raven's face with the fish, shrimp, and crabs he had eaten today. Despicable human. Then sing a line, I want to escape, but I can't escape. The Cloud Ray, finally. Mission, Proof of Strength, 3, completed. Mission Reward, Talent, Holy Spirit Self-Healing, Ocean Essence X1, Magic Crystal X100 have been distributed to the backpack, please check. Talent, Holy Spirit Self-Healing has been automatically activated, increase the host's spirit by 50%, and increase the host's magic by 10%. Spirit, 810. 540 x 1.5. Magic, 15,186.7. 13806x1.1. So there is only one task left, right? Having just killed the cloud ray with the light of broken moon, Raven patted the non-existent dust on his hands and said, the task of increasing the strength attribute. Mission name, Proof of Strength, 4. Mission content, go to the Devil Flame Volcano, kill the Red Flame Tyrant, and obtain the Eternal Flame. Mission success rewards, talent, Unparalleled Divine Power, Eternal Flame X1, Magic Crystal X100. Mission failure penalty, all attributes reduced by 10%. Note, there is an item that is very effective against the Scarlet Flame Tyrant. Looking at this tip, Raven remembered the frost potion obtained in the previous task based on the name of the Scarlet Flame Tyrant, and suddenly realized, so this thing is not useless, right? From this point of view, this guy whose name suggests that he is a fire monster should be weak to ice. Raven's guess was correct. The Scarlet Flame Tyrant, whose name suggests that he is a fire monster, is indeed weak to ice. It has a high resistance to magic of any other attribute. Non-ice attribute damage can only cause half of the damage to it, and fire attribute damage is only a quarter. From this point of view, we can know that the tasks given by the system are closely linked, and the rewards are to enable Raven to better complete the subsequent tasks. Killing the cloud-piercing falcon requires Raven to use his own hard power to complete it. The reward given is to increase agility, which can better deal with the second monster, the stone giant. It's just that Raven himself is strong enough that he can defeat the stone giant without increasing agility, so he didn't realize it. Similarly, the reward for killing the stone giant is to increase physical strength. This is because the cloud falcon is a monster that is extremely afraid of death. As long as you hit it, it will be destroyed. But it will run away, and the purpose of improving its physical strength is to allow Raven to fight a protracted war with it in the sea. And this shameless guy Raven did not take the usual path, and blocked the spring of the Cloud Manta, so that the Cloud Manta's escape skills were not fully utilized. And the spirit that was improved after killing the Cloud Manta is to enhance Raven's magic recovery speed and operation speed. Because the Demon Flame Volcano is a place full of chaotic magic, wizards who enter here need to actively use magic to fight against the invasion of chaotic magic. And this place will greatly reduce the magic operation speed of those who enter. If the magic power is not enough or the recovery speed can't keep up, facing the powerful Red Flame Demon Lord, there will definitely be only a dead end. Therefore, this series of strong tasks are all to strengthen Raven, give him gains, so that he can kill the Red Flame Demon Lord. The body of the Red Flame Demon Lord fell at the feet of the breathless Raven, no longer able to breathe. This was the smallest monster Raven had encountered in this series of missions, only about 3 meters tall, but its strength was incomparable to the previous 3 monsters. It was as agile and swift as a cloud piercer, as strong as a stone giant, and as mentally powerful as a cloud ray, plus it had its own innate divine power. It really lived up to the saying that a tanky person can deal high damage and run fast. If it hadn't been for that bottle of frost potion, Raven really couldn't beat it and could only run away. But after using the frost potion, Raven's damage to the Red Flame Demon Lord increased 4-fold. Even so, he was able to kill it only 1 minute before the frost potion expired. Really amazing. Raven praised this opponent. This was the most difficult battle he had fought since he came to this world. Such a monster, with the home advantage of the magic flame volcano, was also very powerful. If there was no frost potion, it might take an ice wizard of the Holy 12 Shields level to kill it. Mission, Proof of Strength, 4, completed. Mission reward, talent, Unparalleled Divine Power, Eternal Flame X1. Magic Crystal X100 has been sent to your backpack, please check. Talent, Unparalleled Divine Power has been automatically activated, increases the host's strength by 50%, and increases the host's magic power by 10%. Strength, 1134. 756 x 1.5. Magic power, 16765.4. 15186.7x1.1. Looking at his current panel, Raven only had one thing to say: this kid is so terrifying, so terrifying. P.S. You know what I mean. Chapter 26. Mission name, Proof of the Strong, End. Mission content, fuse the feather of Aokiji, the essence of the earth, the essence of the ocean, and the eternal flame. Mission success reward, 1 chance to extract special equipment above perfect level, 100 magic crystals. Note, this is the proof that you are a strong man. Raven was so happy when he saw this task that he almost jumped up. He was wondering what the items given in the 4 tasks of proving the strong man were for. After this task was released, he realized that they were all task items, not props. And the rewards for this task were too luxurious. No matter how you look at it, it seems that they are going to be given out. In the past 3 years, he has received tasks with equipment as rewards, but he has never received a task related to special equipment. And in the systems mall, any special equipment of the excellent grade is more than 5,000 magic crystals, which is 10 times or even dozens of times that of the other 4 parts. Now you are directly given a special equipment of at least perfect grade. What else can you do if not give it out? When he thought that he would soon get a special equipment of at least perfect grade, he laughed so hard that he almost went silly. He quickly threw the 4 task items into the fusion machine given on the system panel and chose to start fusion. Fusion is successful, and the strong proof is obtained x1. Mission completed, 1 chance to draw special equipment above perfect level, 100 magic crystals have been distributed to your backpack, please check. Do you want to consume the proof of the strong x1 to extract it? That's for sure. Go, go, go. A turntable-like thing appeared on Raven's panel. As Raven confirmed, the turntable began to spin frantically. Finally, the pointer of the turntable stopped on a glove. A golden light flashed, and then a beautiful music sounded. Finally, the turntable disappeared. Congratulations, you have drawn the Spellbreaker's Gloves of Destruction. Epic Special Gear, Spellbreaker's Gauntlets of Destruction. Special effect, increases the magic defeat effect by 20%. When using magic to attack, there is a 20% chance to directly eliminate the opponent's current magic. Horrible, too horrible. Although it does not directly improve any of Raven's attributes. But its special effect is simply too strong, Magic Crush. What does that mean? It means that Raven's attack may directly eliminate magic. Imagine that Raven fights a black dragon. The black dragon roars at him, and Raven defeats it with a light wave of his hand, and then says lightly, "Didn't you eat? Use some strength. I can still bear it." What a cool style! How cool! Just thinking about it makes Raven tremble. It really lives up to its name as a lawbreaker. Although it is only an epic equipment, its special effect is too amazing. It may be stronger than many legendary special equipment. Lucky, I'm really lucky today. Raven thought, strike while the iron is hot, and directly opened the enhancement interface and threw the Spellbreaker's Destruction Gloves into it. After completing the series of tasks to prove the strength, Raven had a huge amount of 565 magic crystals on him, which he had never had before. Therefore, he was so proud that he was ready to start strengthening. Spellbreaker's Gloves of Destruction, +0 to +1, enhancement cost, 10 magic crystals, success rate, 100%, whether to enhance. So shady. Raven didn't expect that the cost of enhancing epic equipment would be twice as expensive as perfect equipment from the beginning. Then, when he thought about the legendary equipment in the future, or even the higher eternal equipment, he instantly felt that the 565 magic crystals in his bag were not worth it. Of course, it still needs to be enhanced, but it's too far to think about it now. Throwing away the messy thoughts in his mind, the goal today is to use up these 565 magic crystals and start charging. Congratulations on the successful enhancement of your Spellbreaker's Gloves of Destruction. The current enhancement level is +1, increasing your overall attributes by 3% and your magic power by 3%. Keep going, don't stop. Congratulations! Your Spellbreaker's Gloves of Destruction have been enhanced successfully. The current enhancement level is +2, increasing your overall attributes by 6% and your magic power by 6%. Congratulations on the successful enhancement of your Spellbreaker's Destruction Gloves. The current enhancement level is +5, increasing your overall attributes and magic power by 15%. Raven was probably really lucky today, and he enhanced the Spellbreaker's Destruction Gloves to level 5 without stopping. Then, 320 magic crystals were needed to upgrade from level 5 to level 6. He only had 245 magic crystals left, which was not enough to continue enhancing the Destruction Gloves. So he turned around and began to enhance the Light of the Broken Moon. Congratulations on the successful enhancement of your Kangshung's Light of the Broken Moon. The current enhancement level is +4, which increases your strength by 20% and your magic power by 8%. Maybe his luck ran out. +3 to +4 has a 70% success rate, but Raven failed 3 times in a row, hovering between 3 and 2 3 times, and only successfully upgraded to +4 on the 4th time. Therefore, in the end, Raven only had 25 magic crystals left, and his attributes have been further improved. Strength, 1360.8. 1134x1.2, the Light of the Broken Moon +3 to +4 actually only increased by 5%. Spirit, 931.5. 810x1.15. Agility, 793.5. 690x1.15. Stamina, 729.7. 634.5x1.15. Magic, 19,615.5. 16765.4x1.17, same as Strength, the Light of the Broken Moon only increased by 100%. Now this attribute, just looking at the panel, is already the strongest in Ishgard, and can compete with the 12 shields. It's just that in actual combat, he may suffer a loss in magic. After all, the magic ability of each of the 12 shields is very special and difficult to deal with. And Raven's current offensive and defensive means are too single. It is difficult to open up the situation when facing opponents of the same level. If you are not careful, you will suffer a big loss. In other words, today's Raven is a master of bullying. When facing people with lower strength than him, he can beat them in various ways, but it is very difficult to fight against players of the same level. Through this mission, Raven has realized that his magic diversity is not enough, and he is ready to return to Fairy Tail to study magic for a while and further improve his strength. P.S. The original book describes the 12 shields as having power comparable to or even far exceeding the strongest in Ishgard. I set the magic power of the 3 who were killed in 1 second to 12,000, and the god Selene could kill them in 1 second, so I set his magic power to 20,000. As for the other 12 shields, except for Irene and the Magic King, their magic power ranges from 20,000 to 30,000. There is no setting for Zeref and the Black Dragon yet. After all, there is a Zeref with infinite magic power. Although his performance is very poor, I can't think of a suitable setting for the time being. If you have any different opinions or suggestions, please tell me in the comment section. Brainstorm. Collect some interesting or useful magic, and hope everyone will comment actively. Kneel down to me. Chapter 27. It is detected that the host has the intention to learn magic, so a long-term training task is issued. Mission name, God of Magic. Mission content, learn 500 kinds of magic, and also learn 10 forbidden spells. Mission rewards, rewards are distributed in 3 stages. Learn 100 kinds of magic, reward, magic mastery, improve your magic skills day by day, and greatly improve your magic learning efficiency. Increase your learning efficiency by 30%. Learn 300 kinds of magic, reward elemental affinity, the cost of any magic is reduced by 1 level, and the power is increased by 1 level. Learn 500 kinds of magic, reward magic control, feel the flow of magic through contact with the opponent, and analyze the opponent's magic and understand its weaknesses within 5 moves. Note: during the completion of this task, the host can become stronger by learning various magics. Therefore, before completing this task, no more tasks related to improving attributes, equipment, and magic crystals will be issued. Stride forward on the road to becoming the God of Magic. Raven understood that from the Proof of Strength mission to this God of Magic mission, this is a change of version. If it was more inclined to online games before, it is more inclined to reality now. The system is asking him to contact and learn the magic of this world. The system may have long realized that Raven's means of attack are single and his means of defense are almost zero, so it has been seeking to update the version to make Raven more comprehensive. So it released a series of Proof of Strength missions, which not only improved Raven's attributes and enhanced his strength. It also made Raven face his own shortcomings and had a change in mentality. Psychological growth is greater than growth in strength. But this task is too difficult to complete. Raven's face wrinkled into a bitter gourd. Where can I find 10 forbidden spells? The only forbidden spells that Raven knows at present are the 3 great magics of the fairies, as well as Purgatory Shattering and Absolute Ice. Purgatory Shattering is a cheap forbidden spell. In the original work, people who have used it include Jalal and the super magic giant Spectre Mk2 of the Spectre Guild. From this, it can be concluded that this forbidden spell is not difficult to obtain. An Absolute Ice is the magic used by Grey's master Uru when he sealed Deliara. In the original plot, Grey and Leo were also prepared to use this magic when facing the unsealed Deliara, so they can learn this magic from Grey. But the 3 great magics of the fairies are the magic that only the successive presidents of Fairy Tale are qualified to learn. Not to mention that Makarov is still in good shape. Even if the position of president is to be passed down, guild arts and law are definitely the priority. Thus, maybe the magic Elflafies can also be considered a forbidden spell? Raven touched his chin thoughtfully. Should I go find Hades or Yvonne? Ambitious people like them who are lurking in the dark and plotting must have mastered a lot of forbidden spells, right? Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Raven shook his head vigorously, threw away the inappropriate thoughts in his mind, and then slapped his cheeks with both hands. Anyway, I am strong enough now. There are still 7 years before the plot begins and 14 years before the end of the plot. This has been my version for such a long time, and I will not stand still in the process of learning magic. I will definitely be stronger by then. It's just a black dragon? Look, I chop him with a sword. Raven thought confidently. Raven tidied himself up and set out on the way back to the guild. Monsters. And the monsters' brothers and sisters. Get out of this village. The villagers glared at the 3 white-haired children, cursing and throwing stones at them. The girl in the lead was wearing a large cloak. It seemed that there was something extremely hideous under the cloak, which had a large bulge on the cloak. She was staring at the shouting villagers without showing any weakness, and turned a blind eye to the stones that hit her. There was anger in her eyes. Sister Myra. The little white-haired boy in a suit and the little white-haired girl in a dress hid behind the girl in the lead, grabbing her cloak on the left and right. The voice was trembling. Let's go, leave this village, and don't stay here anymore. The girl bit her lower lip lightly, and chose to compromise for her younger brothers and sisters. Finally, she gave a tough look to the restless villagers, turned around and left with her younger brothers and sisters. Looking at the backs of the 3 people leaving, the villagers cheered as if they had won. Sister Myra, I'm sorry. The little boy and the little girl held the girl's hands, one on each side, with an apologetic look in their eyes. We are the ones who have held you back. Those 2 arms were not what a girl should have. They were extremely thick, covered with black scales and spikes, and looked extremely scary, which was completely inconsistent with the girl's thin and fair body. The girl called Myra smiled slightly and comforted her brother and sister. I should say this. If it weren't for my 2 monster arms, we wouldn't have been driven out of the village. Sister Mila is not a monster. The 2 children were excited and cried with tears in their eyes. Sister Mila became like this to protect us, so you can't say that about yourself. Elfman, listen, you. Myra looked at her brother and sister with tears in her eyes. She stretched out her hands and held them in her arms. It's great to have you. What a warm picture of a family hugging each other. P.S. Do you know any forbidden spells? Tell me. Myra was so pretty when she was young. She was this big at the age of 13. AWSL. Do you like Myra when she was young or the gentle Myra? Do you see my kneeling standard? Chapter 28. There are all kinds of magic in this world. Some people master magic by learning from people or scrolls. Some people master magic by self-awakening at a critical moment without any guidance. The magic obtained by awakening may not be the strongest, but it must be the most suitable for you, because it is based on the ideas that emerge in your heart, and it is completely your own and the most suitable magic. Take Urza's Magic Knight as an example. She can fight by summoning armor that exists in different spaces and changing clothes instantly. In fact, this is a kind of change magic. There are also scrolls circulating on the market. You can learn by buying one, but no one can reach the level of Urza. Ordinary magic swordsmen can also fight while changing weapons, and Urza can also change the magic armor that enhances her ability at an astonishing speed in battle. This is the fit between self-awakening magic and magicians, and it is also the reason why Urza is so powerful. In fact, there is another reason, because Urza is the author's own daughter, and is respected by readers as Aiudeo. No matter how strong and invincible the opponent is, as long as you put on a chest wrap and make a declaration of enlightenment, the gods will split it for you to see. I have gone off topic. I have said so much to tell you that there are 2 ways to acquire magic, one is learning, and the other is self-awakening. The white-haired girl in front of Raven is a self-awakening girl. Who are you? The girl opened her arms to protect her brothers and sisters behind her, staring at Raven fiercely like a ferocious female leopard. Raven held his forehead and smiled bitterly. He really didn't expect the girl to be so vigilant. He was on his way back to the guild. Just now, when he was walking through the forest, he met the 3 siblings who were resting under a tree. The oldest girl was looking at the sleeping brothers and sisters with a doting smile. The moonlight sprinkled on her hair and cheeks. It exuded a white jade-like light. Although there were some scars on her face, it not only did not affect her beauty, but added a bit of wild charm to her. At this moment, Raven's heart was pounding. He admitted that he was mean. Suddenly he saw the girl's hands. They were a pair of inhuman hands belonging to monsters, and there were still traces of magic on them. Although Raven himself did not. Although he had not mastered the receiving magic, he was well informed and recognized that these were a pair of devil's hands. The girl must have received it but could not fully control it, so she maintained this appearance. Then he remembered that these 3 siblings should be Myra and her 3 siblings. When Myra was a child, she was possessed by the devil because she wanted to destroy the devil in the church, and awakened the receiving magic. Because she was regarded as a monster by the villagers, she and her brothers and sisters were driven out of the village. He decided to give her a little help, so he offered himself to appear in front of her. Before he could open his mouth, he was questioned fiercely by Myra. He did not expect her reaction to be so intense. Elfman and Lysina, who were awakened by Myra's actions and shouting, hid behind Myra, poked their heads out from the left and right, and looked at Raven with a hint of timidity and curiosity. "Don't get excited, I mean no harm." Raven spread his hands to show that he had no hostility, and motioned Myra to relax. "My name is Raven, I'm a wizard from Fairy Tale, I showed up because I want to help you." "We don't need your help." Myra still did not relax her vigilance. Get out of here quickly, or I will be rude to you later. Raven pointed at Myra's arm. Your hands. Before Raven could finish his words, Myra interrupted him rudely. What happens to my hands has nothing to do with you. Isn't it scary? If you don't leave, I will use these hands to beat you up. I'll count to 3. 3. I can help you restore your arm. What? Myra was stunned. Elfman and Lysina behind her also jumped out from behind Myra after hearing this. Brother, are you telling the truth? Of course. Raven smiled kindly. Perhaps because they saw that Raven had no ill intentions, or because they loved their sister so much, Elfman and Lysina rushed to Raven, each grabbed one of Raven's hands, and looked at Raven with hope in their eyes. Brother, if you have a way, please help my sister. She is really in pain like this. She became like this to protect us. For this, we were driven out of the village and lived in the forest for several days. Raven lowered his head and smiled at them, then took out his hands and touched their heads. Don't worry, this is just a small problem. Raven looked up at Myra, who was standing there in a daze, and asked, Did you have this situation after fighting with some monster? Before Myra could answer, Lysina on the side answered, Yes, yes, Sister Myra fought with the demon in order to eliminate it in the church in the village, but during the battle, Sister Myra was possessed by the demon and fainted. She became like this when she woke up. This is just because your sister Myra awakened her magic on her own when she was possessed by the devil. Magic. X3. Yes, magic. Raven walked to Myra, pulled up one of her hands and brought it to him to check. Myra tried to break free but failed. Receive magic. The defeated monster is sealed in the body, and the power of the monster or animal can be absorbed for its own use. Generally, it is divided into partial absorption, which only absorbs part of the target's body, and full body absorption, which completely absorbs the target. Raven put down Myra's hand, and Myra quickly put her hands behind her back to hide them from Raven. And your situation is partial absorption. Because it is a magic that awakens on its own, this situation will occur if you don't know how to use magic power. Raven smiled at Myra and said, As long as you learn how to refine and operate magic power, this situation can be solved naturally. Oh, Elfman and Lysina nodded around Raven, as if they had suddenly understood. Myra looked at Raven with a complicated look in her eyes. This person. P.S. I am one of the white hair lovers in China. Kneeling Dragon Secret, asking for comments and flowers. Chapter 29. Magic is a power beyond common sense, but it is derived from common sense. It is the resonance of the wavelength of qi in our body and qi in nature that can be realized. Therefore, in order to refine magic power and use magic, you need to concentrate and pay attention. Raven took Myra and her 3 siblings on the way back to the guild, explaining the principles of magic to them as they walked. This is an indispensable process before learning magic. You must first understand what magic is in order to better learn magic. Do you understand? Raven turned around and looked at the reactions of the 3 people. The 3 of them nodded frantically, indicating that they understood. Myra and Lysina gave Raven the impression of being delicate and innocent, while Elfman was honest. Raven smiled with satisfaction. That's good. Next I will teach you how to refine magic power, so that Myra's arm can be restored to its original state as soon as possible. When Myra's 3 siblings heard Raven say this, their eyes lit up and they looked at Raven with expectation. After all, they were still just children, and they had just heard a lot of theory. My head is big. As someone who has awakened magic, Myra already has magic power in her body. So when Raven taught her how to refine magic power, she immediately felt the magic power floating in the air in her own magic source. She operated her magic power according to Raven's teachings, recovered the magic power in her arm into the magic source, and successfully restored her arm to its original state. Myra, Elfman, and Lysina were very excited to see her arm become white again. Elfman and Lysina rushed to Myra to hug their sister, but they hugged nothing. Success! I'm back! Myra excitedly gave Raven a hug, and the soft feeling was fleeting. Myra stood in front of Raven with a blushing face, tilted her head to the side, looked at the side and didn't dare to look directly at Raven, and said stubbornly, "Do nt think wrongly. This is just to express my gratitude to you." "Yes, just thanks." After that, she hugged her brother and sister to share the joy in her heart. But the blush on her face that had not yet dissipated showed that the owner's mood was still not calm. Raven just smiled faintly and looked at the warm scene in front of him, without saying a word. In the following days, Myra mastered the extraction and operation of magic power very quickly. Under the guidance of Raven, she mastered partial reception and whole-body reception skillfully, and her strength soared. Lysina and Elfman are still in the initial stage of refining magic power. This is because refining magic power is a process from 0 to 1 at the beginning, and the difficulty of going from nothing to something is much greater than going from 1 to 100. Many people do not have the qualifications to refine magic power, and are not suitable to become magicians from the beginning. Moreover, Elfman is weak and lacks confidence, which makes his progress even more backward than Lysina. However, Raven just comforted them and told them that they are not familiar with magic now, and they are still young, so there is no need to rush. Wait until you get to the guild, read more books in the guild, and you will soon become a magician. Yes, Myra's 3 siblings have agreed to follow Raven back to Fairy Tale and join the guild as a member of the guild. And because of Raven's guidance, Myra did not hate her receiving magic as much as in the original book. After all, this is her magic from the heart, a weapon to protect her family. Fairy Tale was still as lively as usual. The lecherous uncles gathered together and talked about some adult topics. Wendy and Kana were in a corner playing the ghost card game that Raven taught them. And there was the old enemy. "Damn it, flame bastard, that piece of cake is mine, shut up." Gray saw Natsu's evil hand reaching for his last piece of cake and hurriedly shouted, "Ouch, delicious. What did you say just now? Underwear freak." Natsu pretended not to hear and ate the cake in one bite. Then he spoke to Gray in a tone that looked like he was asking for a beating, as if the words "come and hit me" were written on his face. "You kid. Take this." Gray made a fist with his right hand and placed it in the palm of his left hand, ice style, hammer soldier. "You're just in time." Natsu smiled with a triumphant smile. "Today I'll show you my new move. The Fire Dragon's Claw." With flames on his feet, Natsu jumped up and did a somersault kick to deflect the ice hammer that was hitting him. Then he kicked Gray from top to bottom. "That's it." A crimson figure interrupted their fight, knocking Natsu and Gray away with a single move. She was wearing white armor and a long skirt, with a sword on her waist and a braided pigtail. It was Urza. "Mind your own business. Why don't you fight me for him?" Gray and Natsu stood up and challenged Urza. "What's the problem with that?" Urza responded calmly. "Look at me. X2. Gray and Natsu rushed towards Urza at the same time, punching her from the left and right. With 2 doan sounds, Natsu and Gray both fell to the ground, with 2 big lumps on their heads and their eyes spinning. "Do you understand? No more such meaningless fights." Urza turned her back to them, with her hands on her hips. "Stop talking nonsense. I will win next time." Gray and Natsu on the ground said weakly. "Haha, what's the big deal? Let the young people be energetic, Urza." The one who made the strange laugh was a small old man who was sitting at the bar with a beer that was almost as big as him. It was the 3rd-generation president of Fairy Tale, Makarov Doria, who was also one of the current 10 holy mages of the Kingdom of Fiori, ranking 5th. "So you're back to the guild, President?" A clear male voice came from the guild entrance. Hearing this voice, Urza with her hands on her hips, Kana and Wendy playing, Natsu and Gray lying on the ground, Makarov holding a beer, and other guild members all looked towards the door. "P.S. I just created a photo gallery, and then I deleted it. As a result, I found that I could not open my book on my phone. Has this happened to you, my dear readers? The routine kneeling session. Chapter 30. Raven. XN. Surprised or excited voices rang out, and everyone turned their eyes to the door, looking at the person coming. Being stared at by so many eyes at once, Elfman and Lysina were startled and felt uncomfortable all over. They quickly hid behind Myra, only sticking out a pair of eyes to look out. Myra was a carefree person, with her hands on her hips, facing so many eyes calmly, and looking back one by one. Urza saw Myra standing next to Raven, looking at her delicate face, and suddenly she had the idea of punching this face in her heart, and she couldn't explain why she had this idea. So she looked at Myra's face more seriously, trying to dispel the confusion in her heart. Myra was looking back at the guild members when she suddenly realized that there was a look that made her feel very uncomfortable looking at her. She saw Urza in the direction of the look. Maybe like Natsu and Grey, they were born to clash. She also looked at Urza very unpleasantly. Her temper was much hotter than Urza's, so she challenged directly. Flat plate armored girl over there, what are you looking at? Are you jealous of my figure? Hearing Myra's words, the guild members all looked at Myra, then at Urza, and after comparing them, they concluded that Myra's figure was indeed better. At this time, Myra and Urza were both 13 years old, but Myra looked like she already had a nice figure, while Urza still had the figure of a child. Could it be because Myra was wearing a belly-exposing outfit, while Urza was wearing armor wrapped around her? In the corner, Kana, who was also 13 years old, also felt very hurt. She was now a real flat plate. Urza could not explain why she was wrapped in armor, but she was wearing a dress. Urza felt her eyes twitching wildly, and she could hardly hold back her anger. She pulled the corner of her mouth and retorted to Myra, bottom-exposing girl, what shameless words are you talking about? I'm talking about you, the flat armor girl. If you can't hear clearly, do you want me to say it again? Myra teased Urza madly. Flat, lolyalu. Damn it, today I must tear your dumb mouth apart. Urza rushed towards Myra angrily. Well done. If it comes to fighting, Myra, who is still a bad girl at this time, is really not afraid of anyone. She also rushed out and fought with Urza. Elfman and Lysina were left trembling behind her. Kana took Wendy to Raven and asked softly, don't you need to stop them? Wendy held his hand and looked at Elfman and Lysina with curiosity. No need. Raven smiled as he looked at Urza and Myra fighting each other. No fight, no acquaintance, let them fight with fists. Urza and Myra were both sensible people, so even though they didn't like each other, they didn't use magic. After fighting for a long time, the two were evenly matched, and finally it turned into a situation where they pulled each other's face with both hands. Admit defeat now. I only used 50% of my strength. Urza grinned and said unclearly, be careful, the pain will make you unable to eat for a few days. Haha. You should admit defeat. I only used 40% of my strength. Myra, who was also grimacing in pain, was not willing to be outdone. I was wrong just now. I only used 30% of my strength. Then I'll take 2 points. The guild members were stunned, and Makarov laughed. Raven let go of Wendy's hand, and walked forward to separate the two with a look of laughter. Come on, are you two still children? So childish. Urza rubbed her cheeks and glared at Myra, and asked Raven, who is this annoying belly-bearing girl? Where did you bring her back from? You are the annoying one. Myra didn't even have time to rub her face, and quickly retorted to Urza, listen carefully. My full name is Myra Jane Strauss, and today I am joining Fairy Tale with my brothers and sisters. You should take this honor and engrave it in your brain that is less than 2 tails. Urza was furious when she heard this, and was about to drag Myra into a second battle, but was stopped by Raven in time. Okay, that's enough for now. Raven separated the two and motioned for Kana to come over. Let's finish registering Myra and her 3 siblings first. Hello, Myra. Kana approached, took Myra's hand, and smiled at her. My name is Kana, and I'm currently responsible for registering and stamping new members who join the guild. Call your brothers and sisters to come with me. Watching Kana take the three siblings to the backstage, Raven walked to the bar and talked to Makarov. Did the mission go smoothly? Makarov asked Raven with concern. To him, everyone in the guild was his family. So no matter how powerful this family was, he always cared about them. It's a small matter, old man. Raven ordered a beer and clinked glasses with Makarov. By the way, how long have you been back? How was the meeting at the council this time? Unlike Raven, Makarov is not only the Saint 10 but also the president of Fairy Tale. Because the council will call the presidents of each guild together every once in a while to hold meetings on the monster dangers in the Kingdom of Fiori and various commissions, and the quota of tasks will be allocated to each guild according to the strength of each guild. Therefore, although both are Saint 10, Makarov is much busier than Raven. It's still the same as before, Fairy Tale is still the strongest guild in the Kingdom of Fiori. Makarov said with pride, new commissions will be assigned in 2 days, and you can see if there are any tasks you are interested in. No, I plan to stay in the guild and study magic for a while. Raven replied with a smile. You kid. Makarov was a little surprised. After all, Raven used to like to do missions very much. He would take on several new missions every time. Unexpectedly, he showed no interest this time. He certainly didn't know that Raven's previous missions were assigned by the system, and now the mission is to learn 500 kinds of magic. But he didn't hesitate, whatever you want. Then, looking at the figures of Kana and Myra and her three siblings coming out from the backstage, he raised the wine glass in his hand. Hi, hey guys, new people are here, let's party tonight. Oh. XN. P.S. When they were young, it was Myra Urza Kana. Kana was so plain when she was young, who would have known that she would be so unspeakable when she grew up? Please. Routine segment. Chapter 31. After the carnival, Raven accompanied Kana, Myra, and Lysina to the girls' dormitory of Fairy Tale, followed by an angry Urza. After explaining the situation to the dormitory supervisor, Granny Hilda, the two sisters were assigned to the same dormitory. Elfman followed Natsu and Grey to the boys' dormitory. Because the last member who joined before him was Natsu, he lived in the same room with Natsu. The dormitory of Fairy Tale is prepared for those children who have not started a family or have no parents, such as Natsu, Grey, Urza, and Kana. In the past all lived in the dormitory. Last time Raven asked Kana to take care of Wendy, Kana has been living there since she moved into Raven's house. Raven did not ask Kana to move out, and Kana has not taken the initiative to move back to the dormitory. The two of them tacitly understood. Before leaving, Raven gave Myra 100,000 J and asked her to take her younger brother and sister to buy some clothes and use them for daily life. Myra covered her chest with her hands and looked at Raven with suspicion. You are so mean to me, do you have any thoughts about me? Raven felt wronged. He admitted that he was indeed a little moved when he first met Myra. But Myra is only 13 years old now, he can't do it at all, okay? At least wait until they are a little older. No, he, Raven, is not that kind of person. It's because he brought Myra and her three siblings back to the guild, and when they first arrived here, he should give them some help. Yes, that's it. Thinking of this, he felt justified, so he said unhappily, what are you thinking? There is no way I can do anything to a little brat like you. I'll lend you this 100,000 J, buy some new clothes for Lysina, Elfman, and yourself, and replenish your nutrition. Look how thin you have become. Humph. Myra glared at Raven and snorted, let's just leave it at that. Goodbye. After saying that, she slammed the door shut, blocking Lysina, who wanted to say goodbye to Raven in the room. Alas! Raven sighed, and suddenly he felt two suspicious eyes looking at him, and hurriedly explained, I really don't think so. That's the best. Urza turned and walked towards her own dormitory, leaving Raven with her back, her pigtails swinging as she walked. Kana just looked at him silently, which made him feel very stressed. Wendy raised her head, looking at Raven for a while, and then at Kana. Her eyes were confused, and no one knew what she was thinking. Isn't it right? Raven suddenly realized what he was feeling guilty about. He did have a good impression of these girls, but he didn't mean anything like that. Especially Kana. If Gildarts, a daughter slave, knew that his lovely daughter was kidnapped by Raven when she was so young, he would have to destroy evil and reveal good one day. Ahem. Raven coughed to eliminate his embarrassment, and smiled at Kana and Wendy. Let's go home, I'm tired. Kana still said nothing, but silently led Wendy to the door, and Raven hurriedly followed. There was no conversation all night. Today, Libby came to the guild early in the morning with full energy. She had finished reading the books she brought back from the guild yesterday, and today she came to the guild's library to find a book to read. When she went down to the library, she saw a person who had never appeared here before. So she doubted whether she had not woken up, and greeted him with a little bit of uncertainty. Raven. Raven, who was originally concentrating on reading a book and traveling in the sea of magic, heard a girl's voice calling him, and he turned back immediately. Hey! It's Libby. Good morning. Raven raised his head and gave Libby a big smile. Libby felt a little dizzy at the sight of his white teeth. It's really you. Raven. Libby suddenly became excited and said excitedly, I didn't expect you can read books. Libby knew she had said something wrong as soon as she said it, and quickly explained, no, I meant that I thought you couldn't read books. Ah. Libby felt so embarrassed that she covered her red face and squatted on the ground, wanting to cry. Libby actually admired Raven, who was only a few years older than her. After all, Raven became the youngest S-class wizard in the history of fairy tale at the age of 13, and became the youngest Holy 10 wizard in the history of the Kingdom of Fiori at the age of 14. In the same guild, many children admired Raven. However, because Raven was away on missions all year round, and occasionally returned to the guild only to stay with Kana and the others, these little fans had little chance to talk to Raven. Therefore, Raven didn't know that he had captured a large number of little fans in the guild. This is so embarrassing, Raven must have a very bad impression of me. Levi squatted on the ground, covering her face, trying to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Suddenly, Levi felt Raven leaning towards her, and thought timidly, is he going to get hit on the head? She remembered the painful looks of Natsu and Gray, who always got hit on the head, and closed her eyes tightly. I felt a warm and comfortable sensation on my head, not the brain-shaking sensation I had imagined. It's okay, I don't mind. Raven stroked Libby's hair and counseled Libby, everyone says something wrong sometimes, as long as there is no malice, it can be forgiven, not to mention a cute girl like Libby. He praised me for being cute. Libby didn't pay attention to the point at all. She just felt her face burning up. It was so hot that if she put a pot of water on her forehead, it would boil. I heard from others that Lei is more proficient in many languages than you. It happens that there are some words in this book that I don't recognize. Can you teach me? P.S. I can't tell Raven and Lei apart. A reader in the comment area pointed out a mistake. Natsu and Gray should be 1 year younger than Urza. My mistake. Sorry. I don't know where I saw that Natsu and Gray are older. I apologize again. Thomas Triple Spin Carp Kneeling. Chapter 32. So this is what this magic book says. Libby explained to Raven the contents of the magic book that he couldn't understand, which drew Raven's praise. Lei is amazing. You know so much at such a young age. What? I just like reading books. Hearing Raven's praise, Lei was a little shy, but also a little happy, sticking out her tongue. Raven, you are also very powerful. You are the youngest S-class wizard and the youngest of the 10 holy wizards. Many people in the guild admire you and regard you as an idol. Oh, really? My ability is not worth mentioning. Raven touched the back of his head and laughed. If you didn't tell me, I really didn't know I had so many little fans. That's because you're often out on missions, Raven, and when you come back, you're always with Kana and Urza, or chatting with those uncles. After getting to know Raven, Levi found that he was a very easygoing person, so she spoke more casually. Everyone thinks you don't like to interact with people of your age and dare not interact with you. After this contact, you will know that I am easy to get along with. As he spoke, Raven took down a pile of magic books from the bookshelf next to him. If you want to chat with me in the future, you can do so anytime. Looking at Raven flipping through the books, Libby suddenly felt a little confused, so she took the initiative to ask Raven, Raven, isn't your sword magic very powerful? Why do you come to the library to learn these low-level magics? Yes, because the weapon he used is a sword. Raven calls his magic sword magic. In fact, his skills can be used with any weapon. The reason why he uses a sword is just because he thinks it is cool to use a sword. Even if he uses a hammer, he can still use the sword of God. Because of this mission, I suddenly realized the shortcomings of my magic. So I want to learn a lot of magic, and combine the strengths of many to make myself stronger. Raven patiently answered Libby's question, and then he asked Libby, by the way, Libby, what kind of magic do you use? If it is convenient, can you teach me? I'm very curious. Hearing that Raven is already so strong and is still looking for ways to improve himself, Libby's eyes can't help but become starry eyes, looking at Raven with admiration. No wonder he is so strong. Of course, it's not private. Rebecca answered questions about her magic. My magic is called three-dimensional text, which uses magic to materialize text and use text with different meanings to achieve offensive or defensive purposes. Following Levi's instructions, Raven quickly grasped the essence of word magic and tried to use it. Flowers. Raven wrote these two words with magic power, and instantly a large field of flowers appeared in his hands. Thank you so much for your careful guidance, Libby. This word magic is very interesting. Raven handed the flowers in his hand to Libby. This bouquet of flowers is a thank you gift to you. Libby was shocked by Raven's talent. She didn't expect that Raven mastered the word magic with just a few words from her, and he was so successful in his first use. It really dealt a serious blow to her self-confidence. I am really impressed by you, Raven. I didn't expect you to learn text magic so quickly. Libby took the flowers from Raven's hand with a wry smile, put her nose to the tip of her nose to sniff the fragrance of the flowers, and felt her mood improved again. With such a monstrous talent, no wonder you are so strong. Get the three-dimensional text. Raven was in a good mood as his task progress increased by one. As the saying goes, a good teacher produces good students. It's all because of your good teaching, Libby, that I can master this magic so quickly. Libby was amused by Raven's words and laughed. She felt much better after being shocked by Raven's talent. Raven and Rebecca were having a great time in the library, and time passed quickly until noon. 3 more guests came to the library, interrupting their study. Brother Raven, you are here. Lysina came up to Raven and said, Brother Elfman and I want to learn the same receiving magic as Sister Myra. Can you teach us? Behind her was Myra, who had her hands folded on her chest in a blank expression, and Elfman, who was wearing a small suit and hiding behind Myra. I really don't know how to receive magic at the moment. Raven stood up and walked to the bookshelf, and found a scroll about receiving magic. But there is a scroll here, we can learn it together. Okay. Lysina quickly called Myra and Elfman. Sister Myra, Brother Elfman, come here and learn to receive magic with Brother Raven. Seeing that Raven was busy and it was noon and she was hungry, Levi stood up and said goodbye to Raven. Raven, you can go ahead and do whatever you want. I'm going to eat first, we'll talk next time. Levi said hello to Raven first, then looked at Myra and her 3 siblings and waved. Myra, Lysina, Elfman, goodbye. Okay, if you need any help, you can always come to me. Raven nodded to Libby. Goodbye, Levi. Lysina waved to Levi enthusiastically. Goodbye. Myra and Elfman also said goodbye to Levi one after another. After Levi left, Raven looked at the expressionless Myra and Elfman hiding behind her, and felt a little headache. You two should also come and sit over here and study together. P.S. Isn't this too ordinary? I'd better hurry up and start the battle. Backflip kneeling style. Please comment and give flowers. Chapter 33. On this day, Natsu ran into the deep mountains and old forests alone, and pasted the portraits of Gray and Urza that he had drawn side by side on the exposed roots of a tree. Then he remembered something, took out another portrait from his bag, and pasted it on top of Gray and Urza's portraits. One day I will defeat Gray and Urza. Natsu yelled, punching and kicking the portrait. Then he stepped back a few steps, roared, swung his arms a few times, rushed up and punched the root of the tree again. When I defeat them, it will be your turn, Raven. The huge vibration and noise scared away a large number of birds. The cries they made when they flew away seemed to be laughing at Natsu for being a fool. Natsu hugged his fists that were swollen to the size of sandbags and red and purple, tears hanging from the corners of his eyes, but he still refused to admit defeat. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all. Suddenly an unidentified object fell from the tree and knocked Natsu to the ground. This might be the revenge of the tree. Natsu, with a big bump on his head, looked at the culprit who knocked him down in confusion. After seeing the true face of this thing, he was surprised. It's an egg. I found an egg. Natsu held the egg above his head and ran back to the guild to show off happily. What is that? What a big egg! The guild members looked at the egg, which was almost half the size of Natsu, and expressed their amazement. How do you have this kind of thing? Makarov asked puzzledly while sitting at the bar. I found it in the East Forest. It's so rare that Natsu is so considerate. Gray was naked, with his legs crossed and his back leaning on the table. Are you going to share it with all of us? Gray, clothes. Kana reminded Gray softly, and then Gray jumped up again because of his own fright. He took off his clothes by himself, so why was he still so surprised every time someone reminded him? Are you kidding? This is a dragon egg. Natsu held the egg in his hand tightly and glared at Gray. Of course I have to hatch it. After hearing Natsu say that this was a dragon egg, Wendy also hurriedly rushed over from Raven to see what it was. After all, her adoptive mother Grandil was also a dragon. Everyone looked at the egg with surprise, and only Raven knew what would hatch from this egg. Suddenly he remembered that since he had brought Wendy back to Fairy Tale, he would definitely not be able to pick up Xiaolulu's egg. Should he pick it up and keep Wendy company? Dragon? Kana asked doubtfully. Can't you see? The pattern here looks like a dragon's claw. Natsu pointed at the pattern on the egg and showed it to everyone in a cheerful tone. So, old man, please let the dragon egg hatch quickly. What nonsense are you talking about, idiot? Makarov said excitedly, spitting in this world, there is no kind of magic that can desecrate life like this. Life is only born under love. No matter what magic, it is impossible to defeat love. Everyone was stunned when they heard Makarov's lecture, and then lowered their heads thoughtfully. Natsu held his head and thought for a long time. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Makarov sighed. The little brat doesn't understand this kind of words. Raven walked to Natsu's side, leaned over and touched the egg. Natsu, this egg still has signs of life. If you want to hatch it, warm it with your love. It's a good opportunity to learn how life was born. Natsu seemed to understand something. Hey, Natsu, can I raise the egg with you? Lysina walked to Natsu and asked with her hands behind her back. Natsu looked at Lysina excitedly. Will you help me with this? Well, because I thought raising this egg might be fun. What do you mean by raising? It means hatching. Natsu pointed out Lysina's mistake. So how do you make the eggs hatch? Listener raised her head and thought for a moment, then put her hand to her chin. Just warm it up. Heating. Natsu's eyes changed. Isn't this what I'm best at? Watch me. Natsu picked up the egg and sprayed flames from his mouth to roast the egg. Everyone was so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Gray kicked Natsu away and hugged the egg. Where did you come from, idiot? Raven watched all this with a twitching mouth. While still in the egg, he suffered the flame spray of the fire dragon slayer. It was really lucky for the harpy to hatch. Maybe this is the reason why it has a communication bug and has no memory. Really, this won't work. The fire is too strong and the eggs will burn. Listener complained. Just look at me. Receive, animal souls. She turned into a bird and lay on the egg next. It should be okay to heat it up. Elfman, who was watching all this, sighed, and Kana asked him puzzledly, what's wrong with you? Elfman. Listener can use the magic of whole body reception, why can't I? Elfman said in a low voice, if I can also use the magic of whole body reception, I can turn into a bird and fly to find my parrot. Look up, Elfman. Raven walked up to Elfman and said, you are the only man among the three of you. As a man, you cannot hide behind your sisters all the time. You must become strong quickly to protect them. In order to prevent the tragedy in the original plot from happening again, Raven has been instilling confidence in Elfman and personally guiding the three siblings in their training, so that when they defeat the Beast King, the situation in the original book will not happen again. P.S. I'm going to speed up the progress and enter the plot soon. Lost Magic, Kneeling Secrets asks for flowers and comments. Chapter 34. The egg that Natsu picked up a few days ago has been successfully hatched. What hatched out of it was not the dragon that Natsu was expecting, but a blue kitten. This cat can fly and speak human language since birth. Everyone in the guild was very surprised and guessed its race. The Transcendents, a race in the parallel world of Adris in Aslant, are a group of cats that can fly and speak human language. The Queen of the Transcendents, Shajit, has the ability to predict. She predicted that the island floating in the sky where the Transcendents live will fall, and mistakenly thought that it was done by humans. If the Transcendents go to war with humans, they have no chance of winning. Therefore, in order to prevent the Transcendents from being destroyed by humans, 100 Transcendents who have not yet been born were sent to Aslant. It was said to the outside world that the reason for sending these 100 Transcendents to Aslant was to defeat the Dragon Slayer. Due to the influence of the super-large magic soul, the Transcendents sent to Aslant were infused with various virtual tasks in their heads, some of which were to kill people, and some were to learn magic. The only exception is the blue kitten named Harpy that Natsu picked up. There is something wrong with its brain, or it is a communication bug. It has not received any tasks and has no memory of the Transcendent. The reason why it is called Harpy is that when it was born, it brought laughter to the quarreling people in the entire guild. The name given by Natsu originally means happy. The kitten named Xiaolulu in front of Raven is the daughter of the Transcendent Queen Xiajet. She has memories of the Transcendent in her head. However, under the influence of the soul, she thought her mission was to defeat the Dragon Slayer. The reason why Raven met Xiaolulu can be traced back to the birth of Harpy. After the birth of Harpy, he played and played with Natsu in the guild every day, bringing a lot of joy to everyone in the guild. Wendy looked at Natsu and Harpy with a hint of envy. Raven, who saw all this, did not speak, but decided to find Xiaolulu and bring her back to the guild to keep Wendy company. Raven only remembered that the battle meeting against the 6 demon generals was held in the villa of the Blue Pegasus leader Bob, and the guild cat inn created by Robinlu, who guarded Nirvana, for Wendy was also nearby, so he set out to this forest. After searching in the forest for 2 or 3 days, Raven finally found the white kitten. When he found her, she was being chased by a gorilla monster and her body was covered with scars. Cannonball. Raven used 3D text to launch a magic cannonball, knocking the gorilla monster away, and then flashed in front of Xiaolulu, forcing her to stop. "Come here, little kitty." Raven squatted on the ground, with a kind smile, holding a small dried fish in his hand to tempt Xiaolulu. "Come to me, I'll give you fish." Xiaolulu, who had a virtual mission in her head, was very wary of humans. Therefore, even though she had been chased by Aslan's monsters in the past few days and had to flee everywhere, her body was covered with scars and her stomach was rumbling with hunger. She still looked at Raven with a vigilant eye and refused to get close. Raven watched Xiaolulu staring at the fish in her hand for a while, and then observing her expression for a while, but she just refused to come forward, so he put the small dried fish in his hand on the ground, and then slowly backed away so as not to scare her. "Kitty, come and eat. Don't worry, I mean no harm." It was not until Raven had retreated a long distance that Xiaolulu took a tentative step forward. Seeing that Raven did not move, she rushed to the dried fish and wolfed it down. She had been hungry for a few days and could no longer resist the smell of fish. Looking at Xiaolulu's wild eating, Raven said distressfully, "Eat slowly, be careful not to get stuck by fish bones, I have more after you finish." Hearing this, Xiaolulu looked up and looked at Raven with anticipation. It turned out that the fish under her feet had been eaten by her, leaving only a skeleton. Raven took out a few dried fish from the system backpack and handed them to Xiaolulu. This time Xiaolulu was no longer afraid of Raven. She rushed to Raven with shining eyes, took the fish and began to swallow. Raven put his hand on Xiaolulu's head and began to stroke her hair. Xiaolulu just shook at first, and then let Raven touch her without resistance, while he concentrated on dealing with the fish in his hand. "My name is Raven, and I'm from Fairy Tale." Raven tempted Xiaolulu, "Come back to the guild with me, it's not safe for a kitten like you to live in the wild. I have a sister who must like you very much, and I believe you will like her too. And there is a kitten similar to you in my guild, who should be the same kind as you." While stroking its fur, Raven released magic power from his hands, eliminating the false memories in Xiaolulu's mind that were affected by the soul. Xiaolulu only felt dazed for a moment, and then she looked at Raven with a lot more favor. And thinking of how he helped her repel the monsters and gave her food, she gave Raven an affirmative reply, "Okay." "Hey, kitten, you can talk too." Raven pretended to be surprised, "You are of the same species as the harpy, what's your name?" "Xiaolulu." Xiaolulu, who has inherited memories, is not like Habi who remembers nothing. She knows her own name. "What a nice name. Since you agreed, let's go back to the guild tomorrow." Raven praised, then stood up. "Now let me build a house, we will rest here tonight and set off tomorrow." Xiaolulu looked at Raven's actions in confusion. "Build a house?" Raven stretched out his right hand. He activated his magic power wooden shape, 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. As soon as Raven finished speaking, tender shoots broke through the ground, and instantly grew vigorously, turning into an exquisite wooden house. Xiaolulu looked at all this with a dull look. Can magic be used like this? Raven smiled with satisfaction at his achievements. During this time in the guild, he has learned dozens of magics, and the wood-shape magic is one of them. This 3 bedrooms and 1 living room was developed after he learned the wood-shape magic and remembered the stunt of Yamato, the contractor of Konoha in Naruto in his previous life. With this trick, there will be a very comfortable resting environment when doing tasks and spending the night in the wild in the future. Raven picked up the dazed Xiaolulu and walked into the wooden house. P.S. A reader is asking me to read his book. His book is called Zhengyang Mengxia, God Level Identification Technique. It has 310,000 words, which is edible and the results are very good, unlike mine which failed. If you like this subject, you can go and read it. I will continue to humbly ask for comments and flowers. Chapter 35. In the early morning, the sun was shining, the birds were singing, and the flowers were fragrant. In Raven's house, Wendy was reading a magazine in the living room, and Kana was cooking in the kitchen. Raven walked in from the door, his hands hidden behind his back. he was going to give Wendy a surprise. Wendy. Raven called Wendy, pulling her attention back from the magazine. Wendy saw that it was Raven who came back, happily put down the magazine and ran to him, calling out sweetly. Wendy, look what this is. Raven held up Xiaolulu, who was hiding behind him, in front of him for Wendy to see. Damn it, damn Raven, put me down. Xiaolulu felt very ashamed. The feeling of being lifted up for others to see made her feel like she was being treated as a real cat. She was a transcendent from another world. So she stretched out her claws to scratch Raven's hand, but she didn't use much force. Cat! Wendy cried out in surprise when she saw Xiaolulu in Raven's hand. She snatched Xiaolulu from Raven's hand and held her in her arms, rubbing her face against Xiaolulu's. How about it? Wendy, this is the playmate I found for you. Her name is Xiaolulu. Raven squatted down and touched Wendy's head, then said to Xiaolulu, whose face was rubbed and deformed in Wendy's arms similarly, Xiaolulu, Wendy is also a partner I found for you. You two should get along well. Xiaolulu actually had a good feeling about Wendy and was willing to do so. However, this cat was a little arrogant. It's okay. I'll try my best to take care of her. But she didn't know that her expression betrayed herself, because she was a white cat, and the blush on her face was very obvious, making her words unconvincing. Thank you, Brother Raven. Wendy kissed Raven excitedly, and then took Xiaolulu to the kitchen to show off to Kana. Raven looked at her jumping back and smiled with relief. After breakfast, Raven and the other two came to the guild. Wendy introduced Xiaolulu to Natsu, Gray, and the others. When the blue kitten Happy saw Xiaolulu wearing a small shirt, he felt like he was shot by Cupid's arrow. He kept following Xiaolulu and wanted to give her the dried fish he had hidden. Xiaolulu looked at the blue kitten with disdain, raised her head proudly, and ignored it. At the bar, Raven and Makarov were talking. What do you think about what I told you last time? Makarov raised his glass to Raven. Serve as the assessor for Laxus promotion to S-Class Wizard. In 778, among the people in the entire Fairy Tale Guild who took the assessment to be promoted to S-Class Wizard, only Laxus passed the initial test. The final test requires Laxus to fight against one of the current Fairy Tale S-Class Wizards. He can be promoted to S-Class Wizard if he wins or draws. Raven felt a little puzzled. Is Makarov's requirement for Laxus too high? President, isn't this too cruel to Laxus? Currently, among the S-Class Wizards in the guild, except you, me, and Guildarts, he has a chance of winning against anyone, right? If I were his opponent, wouldn't he be able to pass this S-Class assessment? Before Makarov could speak, a rebuttal came from the side. You look down on me too much, don't you? Raven. It was Laxus with short golden hair. There was a scar about 10 centimeters long on his right cheek that extended from above his right eye, but it did not hurt his eye. There was also a pair of headphones with spikes on both earmuffs hanging on his head. I won't lose to you again this time. Laxus and Raven are peers in the true sense of the word. Raven is now 16 years old, and Laxus is 17 years old. There has been a competitive relationship between the two since Raven joined the guild. At that time, they were like Natsu and Gray today, fighting each other every day. In the beginning, they had wins and losses, but in addition to training, Raven mainly improved his strength by completing tasks, so his improvement speed was much faster than Laxus. I don't know from when, Laxus has always been a challenger, and Raven would defeat him with overwhelming strength. It was not until Raven became an S-Class Wizard at the age of 13 that Laxus restrained himself and no longer challenged Raven. He just strengthened his training in secret, holding his breath, and looking forward to defeating Raven one day. Both of them are people who are often away, and it is difficult to see each other when they occasionally return to the guild. Therefore, Raven has not seen Laxus for almost a year. This year, Laxus happened to see him when he returned to the guild after participating in the S-Class assessment. Hey! Laxus! Raven saw that his old friend was in a good mood, and smiled at Laxus and said, "Long time no see." "Humph! Why don't you smile a little longer now?" Laxus looked ferocious. "Let's see if you can still smile later." In order to defeat Raven, Laxus has been practicing devilishly, and now his strength has reached the Saint 10 level. Except for Makarov, no one knows that Laxus's strength is only below Makarov, Gildarts, and Raven, so Makarov asked Raven to be Laxus's examiner. In his impression, they are now about the same strength. Raven before the Proof of Strength series of tasks may indeed be only a little stronger than Laxus now, but after the Proof of Strength series of tasks, Raven against Laxus is like an adult bullying a child. So when will the test start? Raven also wanted to test the effects of the magic he had recently learned in actual combat. He was disrespectful to a tester who was quite capable and came to him. After all, Gildarts was not in the guild, and he couldn't go to fight Makarov, or bully a group of children like Natsu. That would be too disrespectful. "Right now, I'll wait for you outside the door," Laxus said, turning around and walking towards the door, his back grim. "P.S. Sorry. I can't seem to get into the plot yet. I wonder if you readers are in a hurry? Rotate your head 10 times and then kneel down." Chapter 36. Raven followed Laxus out of the door and came to the open space next to the Cathedral of Cardea. Behind them followed the guild members headed by Makarov. Everyone was curious whether Laxus could get the qualification of S-class wizard from Raven. Laxus walked in front, secretly mobilizing his magic power. With every step, his momentum increased. Finally, he stopped. Turning to face Raven, his violent momentum rushed towards Raven. So strong! This breath! I didn't expect Laxus to become so strong. It looks like today's match will be interesting. I can't even open my eyes because of the wind. Faced with Laxus's pressure, Raven, who was the first to bear the brunt, did not react. The onlookers behind him who were affected said they couldn't bear it, especially the children, who felt like a small boat in the stormy sea, which could be overturned at any time. Bang! Makarov tapped the ground with his cane, forming a transparent magic circle to block the momentum of Laxus was so great that the onlookers felt much more comfortable and had more time to comment and speculate on the outcome of the duel. I bet Laxus can't be promoted to S rank. A glass of cold beer. Then I bet he can. This is the best friend Makao and Wakaba. Come on, Laxus. Beat up Raven. These are Gray and Natsu, who are often hit on the head by Raven. They can't beat Raven themselves and can only pin their hopes on Laxus, hoping that Laxus can beat up Raven for them. Come on. Brother Raven. This is of course the cute little Wendy. Interesting. Feeling Laxus's powerful momentum, Raven also felt a little excited. This was his first time fighting against a wizard of this level, and he became excited unconsciously. Then he took off the light of the broken moon and the gloves of destruction in the system interface and lowered his attributes. He was much stronger than Laxus, and it would be shameless to fight Laxus with the bonus and special attributes of the equipment. Come on, Raven. Laxus threw away the coat on his body, revealing his muscular body, showing his strength. If I attack first, it would be too much of a bully for you. I'll let you attack first. Raven, whose fighting spirit was ignited by Laxus's fighting spirit, also became serious and prepared for the opening move of the wood-shape magic. I'll make you pay for your arrogance later. With a loud boom, Laxus seemed to turn into a ray of lightning, and a huge hole was trampled out where he had originally stood. He rushed in front of Raven in an instant, and smashed his fist with lightning at Raven's head. Thunder Dragon's Fist. Wood shape, shield. Raven's hands formed a shield made of wood, and he held it in front of him. His fists collided with the shield, making a deafening sound. At the same time, a strong wind swept around, shaking the leaves and making rustling sounds. Lightning and wood chips flew everywhere, and the free lightning was catapulted to the ground, forming many pits. Raven's wood is not conductive, and Laxus lightning cannot be transmitted to Raven through the shield. Therefore, Laxus's attack was in vain and was successfully resolved by Raven. Raven raised the shield upward with force and bounced Laxus away from him. "Laxus, let me show you an interesting move." Raven once again took the starting position of the wood shape, frantically mobilizing the magic power in his body. Wood shape, giant. A tiny sprout broke out of the ground in front of Raven, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a giant tens of meters tall. The giant faced Laxus, and there was a feeling as heavy as a mountain. "It's not over yet." Raven wrote a few magical words on the wooden giant three-dimensional text, "Steel." Instantly, the wooden giant was covered with a layer of steel armor, holding a sword in his left hand and a shield in his right hand. If the people in Raven's previous life saw this wooden giant, they might exclaim, "Gundam." The purpose of making armor is to guard against Laxus' physical attacks. After all, it is a wooden giant, and lightning can't cause any damage to it. The guild members behind him were all shocked when they saw the tall wooden giant, and then looked at Lucky and Levy, who taught Raven these two magics, and asked them if they could do it. Lucky and Levy covered their faces, very embarrassed. Of course they couldn't do it, the gap in magic power was huge. The same magic, used by Raven, is countless times stronger than theirs. Raven jumped onto the shoulder of the wooden giant and commanded the wooden giant to rush towards Laxus. "Take this move, Laxus." Just in time. Seeing that Raven was so powerful, Laxus was not surprised but happy, with a wild smile on his face. "Only by defeating such a powerful you can I feel a sense of accomplishment." Laxus' right hand was wrapped with lightning, and the lightning leaped, becoming larger and larger, and finally turned into the shape of a weapon. Laxus used all his strength to throw it at the attacking wooden giant Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji. The lightning and the iron sword collided with each other, flashing in astonishing light, causing the spectators to cover their eyes involuntarily. The two were in a stalemate, and finally with a bang, a shocking explosion occurred, and smoke rolled up in the center of the battle. When the smoke dissipated, the duel between the wooden giant and the Fang Tianji ended with Raven's wooden giant being broken by the Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji, and the Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji also disappeared into the air. However, at this time, Raven and Laxus did not pay attention to this, but were fighting in close combat. It turned out that just now, after Laxus threw the Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji, he turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards Raven standing on the shoulder of the wooden giant, and the two fought to the ground. Everyone was completely attracted by the fierce battle, and they paid close attention to it, for fear of missing any details. P.S. Here I come. Audience members, collect some interesting magic, please. Chapter 37. The two men fought fiercely in the field. As they attacked and defended, lightning kept splashing onto the field, damaging the ground. Some of the lightning was also bounced onto the magic shield maintained by Makarov, igniting a wisp of green smoke before disappearing. Interesting. Interesting. Laxus laughed loudly while fighting with Raven. Only such a fight is interesting enough. Raven. You are indeed my lifelong opponent. Raven smiled faintly. Of course he didn't use his full strength. Although Laxus is strong, it is impossible for him to last so long facing Raven, who is firing on all cylinders. There are 3 reasons why Raven held back. First, this is just an assessment in the guild, and he doesn't need to use all his strength. Second, if he uses all his strength, the unfair duel will not achieve his original intention of testing magic. Another reason is that he hasn't fought such an exciting battle for a long time, and he doesn't want it to end so soon. Therefore, while he wrapped his arms with magic power to block Laxus's attack, he provoked Laxus. Do you want to defeat me with your soft fists? If you are only at this level, I am very disappointed, Laxus. Hearing this, Laxus' eyes became cold. How dare you say that? Raven. Laxus's attack became more and more fierce, and his punches towards Raven were heavier and heavier. There were violent arcs of electricity on his fists, which would instantly stop the heartbeat of a wizard below level B. However, Raven looked very relaxed when he parried. He just casually blocked Laxus's fist, causing the arcs of electricity to hit the ground next to him, creating one hole after another. The two had been fighting until now, and the scene had become white hot. No one outside the arena could tell who was better in the fight, and no one knew who would win in the end. I'm getting bored. Laxus. The long fight made Raven irritable, and he perked up a little. If you don't show your true strength, I will end this battle. Humph. He exchanged punches with Raven again. With the help of the force of Raven's fist, Laxus jumped back and distanced himself from Raven. That's what I meant. I'm going to use all my strength next. Laxus mobilized all his magic power, his momentum surged, and he was surrounded by countless violent arcs of electricity. He looked golden, as if he was wearing a lightning suit. The name of this move is the lightning suit, which can increase Laxus's attack power, defense power, and speed. When he puts on the lightning suit, his strength will increase by at least 30%. Go all out. Raven. Take this from me. Laxus rushed towards Raven with an invincible momentum, clenching his right fist. The ground he passed by was all cut by his lightning, neatly as if it had been plowed. Jaw of Thunder Dragon. Laxus jumped high, clasped his hands together and rushed towards Raven. Raven chose to take it hard, wrapped his hands with magic, and crossed his hands to block Laxus's fist. The next second, a huge pit sank where Raven was standing. The formation of the pit caused the earth to tremble, and the violent vibration caused several onlookers behind the protective shield to fall down. The fists and arms were deadlocked together, and the air caused by the competition of magic exploded. The two laughed wildly at the same time, happy for such a hearty battle. Raven increased the output of magic and bounced Laxus away. At the same time, he jumped back and jumped to the edge of the pit. And Laxus also did a backflip in the air and landed steadily on the other side of the pit. The two stood on both sides of the pit formed by their fight and looked at each other from a distance. Give it one last blow, Laxus. Raven supported his right hand with his left hand and moved his arm, his expression relaxed. Show me your strongest attack method. Then you have to be prepared to stay in the hospital for a while. Laxus stopped the circulation of magic power, put away the lightning battle suit on his body, and his whole momentum gradually became calm, but his eyes were bright and frightening. Come on. If you can do it. As soon as the words fell, Raven and Laxus's magic power surged at the same time, and the high-speed flow of magic power drove the strong wind to blow the surrounding environment. The two jumped up at the same time and rushed towards each other. Fiery bang! Dragon-slaying secret, thunder! As the two figures collided with each other, explosions and thunder were heard incessantly, and the light seemed to fill the entire sky and earth, making the figures of the two people blurred. The pit under the two people became larger because of the shock wave overflowed from the collision of magic power, and the earth shook violently. The people hiding behind Makarov were shaken by the shaking of the earth, and Makarov watched the magic shield he created develop several cracks because of the impact of the two people's magic power, and it became more and more shaky. Makarov shouted, "Quickly get down!" After an unknown amount of time, the scene finally quieted down again, and the people lying on the ground finally had time to look up at the field. What came into view was a shocking scene, as if after a typhoon or an earthquake, the buildings around the open space had collapsed. Fortunately, the residents had been relocated before the battle, but compensation was inevitable. The most shocking thing was the pit with a radius of 40 or 50 meters, as if it had been hit by a meteorite. At the bottom of the pit, Raven stood beside the fainted Laxus with a bitter smile on his face. Really? Laxus, you are really something. I couldn't help but use all my strength. He bent down and helped up the fainted Laxus, and whispered, "You win this time, Laxus. Congratulations. You passed the S-Class Wizard assessment." Raven led Laxus out of the pit and saw a group of stunned onlookers. They asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Why are you all stunned? When they heard Raven's question, the group of people woke up from their dream. They were stunned by the fierce battle and the shocking scene after the battle. At this time, they saw Raven helping Laxus out and knew that Raven had won, so they started to make a noise. I won. Laxus lost to Raven and failed the test, so you lose me a glass of cold beer, Wakaba. Macau went to Wakaba triumphantly, wanting to cash in his bet. Damn it! In contrast to Makao's elation, Wakaba was dejected and felt his heart bleeding. That's not right. Raven interrupted Makao and said seriously, as the examiner of this test, I judge that Laxus has passed this test and officially becomes an S-class wizard of fairy tale. As an examiner, Raven certainly has this right, so the expressions of Makao and Wakaba instantly exchanged, as fast as changing their faces. Natsu, Gray, and others looked at the scene caused by the battle between Raven and Laxus, their bodies trembling with excitement, and secretly set a goal: I want to become so strong. I never thought you would grow to this point, Raven. Laxus. Makarov leaned on his cane, feeling comforted. P.S. Lago is so strong and cool. The disadvantage is that he is not the male lead. Please comment. Do you want to go straight into the plot or continue writing the story before the plot? Kneel down and round. Chapter 38. What? You want to accept the 100 Years quest? Makarov was so shocked that he lost his grip on his cane and dropped it to the ground. He never expected Raven to have such an idea. Do you understand what the 100 Years quest is? It is an extremely difficult task that has never been completed by anyone since the establishment of the first guild in the history of magic. Of course I know, I've thought about it. Raven comforted Wendy, who was hugging his thigh and lowering her head, and stroked her head. Kana beside him also looked at him sadly, without saying a word. Behind him were Myra and Urza standing on the left and right, hugging their arms, expressionless and ignoring each other, but you can see that their arms are trembling slightly, indicating that their owners are not calm. There are also Lisana, Natsugra, and others looking at this side with worried eyes. I have made a decision, give me your stamp. Old man. Raven placed the commission in his hand on the table in front of Makarov, looked at Makarov, and said firmly, trust me. Makarov stared at Raven's clear eyes for a while, saw his persistence, and suddenly said, when a bird grows up, it will eventually fly in the sky. He sighed, took out the president's special seal from behind, stamped it on the letter of authorization given by Raven, and then waved his hand. I agree. Raven was delighted to see Makarov agreed, so that he could know the location of the 100 Years mission. Because of the special and dangerous nature of the 100 Years mission, it will only be assigned to powerful guilds. And only after the approval of the guild president can the person who accepts the mission get detailed information about the 100 Years mission. If Makarov does not stamp his seal, even if Raven wants to do the 100 Years mission, he doesn't know where to do it. Raven did not accept this mission assigned to him by the system. After all, his progress in the God of Magic mission is not halfway through. Before it is completed, the system will not assign him any tasks if it says it will. Through the battle with Laxus half a month ago, Raven realized that nothing can be built behind closed doors. The reason why he was able to beat Laxus was not because of his combat experience and combat skills, but because of his magic power that far exceeded Laxus. In the final showdown of the ultimate move, he defeated Laxus with overwhelming magic power, so he felt that he had won unfairly after Laxus fell, and said, Laxus, if Zeus wins. Raven, who used to fight with the skills given by the system, had too little experience in fighting with opponents of the same level. Apart from the skills of the system, he had too few means to fight against the enemy. Even though he had learned dozens of magics, there were too few that could be used. If you have not experienced the tempering of actual combat, you will not be trained. Fairy Tale had been completed before Raven crossed over, and the extra chapters of the 100 Years quest were being updated later. He had not read it, but he had vaguely heard about it from others. The last thing to face in the 100 Years Quest was the 5 dragons of the same level as the Black Dragon. In order to see the gap between himself and the Black Dragon and to train himself, he decided to take the 100 Years Quest, find one of the 5 dragons, and fight it. The reason for not looking for the Black Dragon directly was that he was worried. What if he accidentally killed the Black Dragon? If you can't beat it, you can run. If you accidentally kill the Black Dragon, you will die. Only a fool would do that. But this was obviously overthinking. If the Black Dragon knew his thoughts, he might laugh to death. With his current strength, he would kill one by one. Birds fly in the sky, and they will return to their nests when they are tired. Makarov looked at Raven seriously and said, "Take care of yourself and come back safely." "Got it, Guildmaster." Raven felt his eyes a little sore. He was brought back to the guild by Makarov and initially lived in Makarov's house. Makarov took care of him like another grandson. People talk a lot when they get old. Take care of yourself. Old man. You stinky boy. Makarov blew his beard and glared, and the sadness of parting was diluted a lot. At the guild gate, everyone bid farewell to Raven. Raven looked at everyone and said goodbye to them one by one. "Kana, take good care of yourself, and help me take care of Wendy. Let me see a more beautiful you when I come back. Wendy, eat well and listen to Sister Kana. Be good and don't cry. Xiaolulu, please take care of Wendy for me. And you too, Myra, Urza, girls, stop fighting, don't learn from Natsu and Gray." Humph. Urza and Myra looked at each other, then turned their heads away and stopped looking at each other. "Elfman, as a man, you must grow up as soon as possible. It is your duty to protect your sister and younger sister. Lisana, I trust you the most among the 3 of you. Please take good care of your sister and brother. Natsu and Gray, you 2 little brats, if you want to defeat me, you better practice harder. Otherwise, I will hit your heads off every day when I come back. Libby, in addition to reading books, you should also communicate more with the outside world and everyone in the guild. Makeo and Wakaba, what can I say? You 2 lecherous uncles are not children anymore. You don't need me to give you any instructions." After saying goodbye to everyone, in order to prevent himself from taking too long to come back, he once again reminded Myra and Elfman that the tragedy that happened when Myra and her 3 siblings conquered the Beast King in the original work would happen again. "Myra, don't be careless in battle, face every enemy with all your strength, just like a lion fighting a rabbit. And you, Elfman, I hope you can listen to what I say and make changes. Then, goodbye. Everyone." After saying that, he turned around and left. Watching Raven gradually get farther away, seeing the back of the ferry, some people couldn't help crying. They didn't know when they would see each other again. Then a message spread among the guilds of the Kingdom of Fiori. In 778, Raven, the S-class wizard of fairy tale and the 7th of the 10 holy wizards, accepted a century-long mission that no one had completed in a century. P.S. Do you want to see the detailed process of the mission? If not, I will just jump into the plot. Thank you very much. Chapter 39. In 780, Urza, who was only 15 years old, passed the S-class wizard assessment and became the 2nd youngest S-class wizard in the history of fairy tale. After passing the S-class wizard assessment, Urza had the capital to show off in front of Myra, her old rival, which made Myra very angry. In 781, Myra, who had been holding back for a whole year, made a breakthrough and was promoted to S-class wizard at the age of 16. She rushed to Urza and was ready to confront Urza, but was successfully defeated by Urza's words, "I am the 2nd in history, and you are the 3rd. Since then, the 2 have always brought up this topic every time they fight. The real reason is that they miss the person who ranks first in the history of this list, Raven. In the same year, Guildarts accepted the 100-year mission and embarked on the path that Raven had walked. In 782, Myra, Elfman, and Lysina accepted the mission to defeat the Beast King and completed it easily without losing anyone. Myra did not lose all her magic power due to psychological barriers and could not use magic. In this life, because of Raven's guidance and instructions, Myra is stronger than her counterparts in the original book, and although she has a hot temper, she will not underestimate the enemy in battle. Elfman is not as weak as in the original book, and his strength is far better than his own in the original book. Although Lysina's improvement is not much compared to the original book, it is because she is more mature and sensible, and her strength has been improving steadily. In the same year, Mistgang passed the S-Class Wizard assessment. Time flies, and it has been 6 years since Raven left Fairy Tale. Each of the girls who miss Raven has grown up to be exceptionally beautiful, like delicate flowers, waiting for Raven's return every day. And what is Raven doing? The continent of Deludina. A huge castle stands in the wilderness. Due to its age, the castle looks very dilapidated. The tall grey walls are covered with dark green vines, which cover the cracked walls. Above the castle, there is a stone dragon with its head tilted to the sky, with its wings spread out, pointing directly to the blue sky. Because of the existence of this dragon, the entire castle still looks magnificent, making people feel like exploring its glorious history. There are 2 people in the castle, one old and one young. The older one stands behind the fence on the 2nd floor in front of the gate, facing the gate, watching the back of the younger one. He wears a worn black magic hat on his head, his hair and beard are white, and his long beard almost covers his chest. In his hand, he holds an exquisite magic wand, with a bright gem on the top of the wand, and a snake with a dragon head is wrapped around the gem, guarding her. The young man walked towards the gate with his back to the old man. He was tall and slender, with black hair and black pupils. He had a smile on his face. His short black hair was not groomed, which gave people a wild feeling instead of messy. Now that you're gone, I wonder when I'll be able to meet someone as interesting as you again. Didn't Gildarts also come here 3 years ago to accept the 100 Years quest? He's a very interesting person. Just a cold old man. The old man sighed, with disappointment in his tone. I prefer young beautiful girls. You old fool. The young man stopped and turned to look at the old man. Am I not a beautiful girl too? Why are you welcoming me so much? You are different, you are very interesting. The old man paused, then continued. You are also very young and have great potential. Really? The young man smiled and lowered his head, then started walking towards the gate again. I've only captured one in the past 6 years. I'll be back. Finally, you are quite interesting, old man. As soon as the words fell, the door closed and the castle returned to darkness. Haha. The old man chuckled and said, I hope to see you again. Raven. On July 2nd, X784, in Harujian, the largest port city in the kingdom of Fiori. A girl named Lucy stepped into the city. The blonde girl came to the city to collect the key to the Celestial Gate. She did not buy the key she wanted after visiting all the magic shops in the city. When she was disappointed, she saw that the street in front was very lively. A group of girls were surrounding a man. It was said that he was a wizard of fairy tale. She rushed into the crowd excitedly with a yearning for the Fairy Tale Guild, and then she was tricked. This man used the magic called charm to bewitch the girls around him who had no magic power. Thanks to a reckless boy who broke in with a talking cat, the magic on Lucy was lifted. Lucy sneered at the behavior of the so-called fairy tale wizard, and then to express her gratitude, she invited the boy and cat who helped her to treat them to a meal to thank them. Stunned by the boy and the cat's amazing eating habits and their strange way of thanking them, she said goodbye to the boy and the cat, and came to the street and met the man who claimed to be a fairy wizard again. She agreed to attend the party on the boat at night on the pretext that the man would help her join Fairy Tale. As a result, she was controlled after getting on the boat, and then she found out that this group of people were a group of villains engaged in human trafficking. Looking at the man approaching her with a branding iron, Lucy couldn't help but feel sad. There was fear, and also disappointment in the guild she longed for. What if this is the wizard of fairy tale? She was filled with grief and anger, tears in her eyes, and she shouted out loudly that fairy tale is the worst. Under the night sky, a small wooden boat was heading towards the brightly lit ship of the slave trader. P.S. No one gave me any feedback. I just overdo it. I can't think of any new ideas. Dear readers, please leave some comments and flowers. Chapter 40. Is the fairy tale that I admire so much, believe in so much, and look forward to so much, such a bad guild? They use magic to deceive people, do bad things, and they are still complacent about it. Lucy, who was restrained by two strong men and unable to move, had big tears sliding down her face. Such a guild and such wizards are the worst and the most annoying. You can scream. The louder you scream, the more excited I will be, and the harder I will brand you. The man pretending to be a fire dragon pointed the branding iron at Lucy, his face twisted, and he approached Lucy with a broken smile. Looking at the girl's tearful appearance, he felt no pity, but a perverted pleasure in his heart. Facing the approaching fire dragon, Lucy closed her eyes in despair. Your behavior is not good. A cheerful male voice sounded from the door. Who is it? Huolong was shocked. How did this strange voice break into his ship? Turning his head, he saw a tall strange man standing at the door. He leaned against the door frame. He crossed his arms and looked into the room with a teasing smile, while the two guards outside the door had fallen to the ground silently. Acting as a slave trader, deceiving kind girls, and causing the destruction of countless families. The man walked towards Fire Dragon, with a smile on his face but an icy gaze. The most unforgivable thing is pretending to be a member of Fairy Tale, using the name of this guild to cheat people. The man's aura avoided Lucy and pressed towards everyone in the room. Except for Fire Dragon, everyone fell to the ground instantly, looking at the man with horror. Fire Dragon, oppressed by the man's aura, stood there trembling, his head covered with sweat. He watched the man approaching in horror, trying to move his feet to escape, but his body did not obey him, as if it had taken root and could not move at all. Move! Move my legs! Huolong tried desperately to move his legs, but the legs on his body seemed not to belong to him at this moment. They did not listen to his command at all and did not move at all no matter how hard he tried. The man had walked in front of Huolong, looked at him struggling, smiled faintly, leaned close to his ear and whispered death penalty. Hearing the man's whisper, Huolong's pupils dilated instantly, and then shrank back to their original state, not caring about the sweat all over his body. He opened his mouth eagerly and begged the man, "Sir, let me go. I have money. I have a lot of jewelry. And these girls, all for you. All for you. Just please spare my life, please." The man remained silent, staring at him with cold eyes, as if he was looking at a dead man. The magic power was mobilized, as if a breeze was blowing. The fire dragon had already fallen limply to the ground, and the other villains in the room had all lost their lives. Lucy, who had opened her eyes and watched all this at some point, looked at the man's profile in the moonlight and felt that he was like a god. The top of the cabin broke apart, and a cherry-haired boy with a blue cat fell from the sky. Where is the guy pretending to be Fairy Tale? I will never forgive him. After the boy finished this cool line, he immediately lay on the deck, looking like he was about to vomit. Love is useless, Natsu. The blue kitten complained about its companion. Are you guys here to make fun of me? Lucy silently complained about the boy and cat who suddenly appeared. Hey! Long time no see. Natsu. Happy. The man smiled and greeted the boy and cat who suddenly appeared. You haven't changed at all. Still so energetic. That's reckless. Lucy's heart was going crazy. Natsu, who was lying on the ground, heard the familiar voice and barely raised his head to look at the owner of the voice. Looking at the familiar face that he hadn't seen for many years, he and Happy exclaimed at the same time. Raven! X2. Raven looked at them with a smile, with a hint of kindness in his eyes. So, Raven, since you have appeared in Harukian, have you completed your mission? The one who asked the question was Happy, and next to him was Natsu, who was dizzy with transportation. They were a group of 3 people and a cat on the train from Harukian to Magnolia. Yes, 3 people. When Lucy heard that Raven and the other 2 people and the cat were wizards of Fairy Tale, she clamored to follow them to Fairy Tale and join the guild. Moreover, a girl's feelings are always poetic, and she wanted to know more about Raven who saved her from danger. Raven just smiled and nodded without saying much. Seeing Raven's reaction, Happy realized that the train was not the place to discuss this matter, and quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Seeing Raven and Happy's reactions, Lucy was very curious. There is a saying that if you don't understand, ask. Lucy is a good child who likes to learn, so she took the initiative to ask Raven beside her, looking into his eyes, what is the mission? Can you tell me? I also want to know what kind of mission the wizard does. The details of this mission cannot be disclosed. Raven motioned Lucy to look at the surrounding environment and gave her a wicked smile. This is not the place to talk about such things. Lucy's heartbeat quickened a little bit because of Raven's smile, and she stared at Raven's handsome face blankly. His eyes are so beautiful, are there stars in them? After a while, Lucy reacted, covered her blushing face, and lay on the table of the train, and stopped talking. Are you shy? Happy rolled his tongue and complained to Lucy. Lucy didn't dare to look up, and was content to be a coward. The carriage became quiet. Happy took care of the uncomfortable Natsu, while Lucy lay on the table, thinking wildly. Raven looked at the scenery outside the window with a look of longing. Chapter 41. On the way, Lucy introduced her magic to Raven and others. It was called Star Spirit Magic. It was to sign a contract with the Star Spirits in the Star Spirit world with the help of the Star Spirit key. When they were needed, they could open the door with the key and summon them to come. Raven understood that this magic belonged to a kind of space system, which was similar to the dress-up magic. The difference was that the space of the dress-up magic was private, and the things in the space were put in by the owner himself, not produced out of thin air. If the world where the wizards lived was regarded as a space, the Star Spirit world was another alien space. The Star Spirits were creatures living in the Star Spirit world. They had existed since ancient times, the stars were immortal, and the Star Spirits were immortal. After signing a contract with the wizard could open the door, provide magic power for the Star Spirits, and bring them from another world. Originally, Raven was quite interested in Lucy's magic. After all, being able to summon combat power from other worlds to assist him was a big improvement. However, after knowing that he needed to use the door key as a medium, he gave up the idea of learning Star Spirit magic from Lucy. He didn't have the time to go around the world looking for keys. On the streets of Magnolia, Natsu and Happy are in front, Raven and Lucy are behind. Hey, Raven! What kind of guild is Fairy Tale? I heard that it is full of powerful wizards, and I often see reports about Fairy Tale in the newspapers. Lucy is very curious about Fairy Tale, like a curious baby, chasing Raven and asking this and that. They are all very good guys. Raven's face showed a trace of nostalgia. Although they are noisy and sometimes annoying, they are all trustworthy people. There are indeed many powerful guys, but I don't know the report you mentioned. After all, Raven has been in the continent of Deludina for 6 years, and he is not very clear about the situation of Fairy Tale in recent years. By the way, Harpy did say yesterday that you were on a mission and you haven't been back to the guild for 6 years. Lucy leaned close to Raven and looked at him expectantly. What mission is it that takes 6 years? Can you satisfy my curiosity? You can't tell me, you can't tell me. Raven flicked Lucy's head lightly and said, you'll know when we get back to the guild. What? If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Why are you hitting me? Lucy stopped, covered her forehead and complained. Then she didn't know what she thought of, and she smiled foolishly. Raven's voice came from the front. Why are you standing there like an idiot? If you don't catch up, I will leave you behind. Here we go. Lucy said happily and ran after him. I'm back. Natsu kicked the guild door open with an arrogant smile on his face. Raven stopped outside the door, feeling a little nervous. He was afraid of home when he was close to home. He wondered how Kana, Wendy, and the others would react when they saw him. And Urza and Myra? Aren't you going in? Lucy asked doubtfully beside him. Raven didn't answer, but took a deep breath, smiled, and stepped into the guild. Lucy hurriedly followed. Because of Natsu's return, a big fight had already started in the guild. It was a mess with noisy scenes and tables and chairs flying everywhere. Looking at this lively scene, Raven smiled nostalgically. It was still the same as 6 years ago. Suddenly, a voice with doubt and excitement came from his side. Raven. Looking at the owner of the voice, Raven smiled widely at her. Kana, I'm back. Raven. Kana threw herself into Raven's arms and hugged him tightly, as if she wanted to squeeze herself into his body. Kana, it's me. But can you be gentler? I can't breathe. Raven could never have imagined that the girl who was so ordinary 6 years ago has now grown up to understand people's hearts so well. The soft touch made him feel a little uneasy. No. Kana buried her head in Raven's arms and refused firmly, with a glimmer of hope in the corners of her eyes. Okay. Raven hugged Kana distressedly, one arm around her slender waist, the other hand stroking her hair. Lucy stared at the two hugging each other from behind Raven, as if she was cast under a spell. On the other side, Myra suppressed the whole scene, holding her head up, with her hands on her hips and laughing wildly. Gray and Natsu both fell at her feet. Suddenly, the whole place was silent, and only Myra's laughter echoed in the guild. She felt something was wrong, so she looked around, wondering what happened and why everything suddenly became quiet, and then she saw a scene that made her heart ache. Looking at the scene of Raven and Kana, whom she had missed for a long time, hugging each other quietly, Myra felt like Kana had run away with her. Raven. I don't know who started to shout Raven's name first, and then more and more people started to shout Raven. The atmosphere in the guild became more and more heated. Everyone was very excited after not seeing Raven for 6 years. Kana finally raised her head from Raven's chest, but still did not leave his arms. She held his waist with both hands and leaned sideways to look at the guild members with him. Raven looked at the familiar faces and felt everyone's enthusiasm. He was very moved. Everyone. I'm back. Raven smiled brightly at everyone in the guild. The atmosphere was instantly ignited, and everyone in the guild burst into warm cheers, all surrounding Raven with smiles on their faces. Looking at Raven surrounded by everyone, Lucy was a little stunned. She didn't expect him to be so popular. Just as everyone was discussing the changes that had taken place in the 6 years since he left, a short figure jumped onto the railing on the second floor of the hall. If you ignore the fact that his back hit the railing, give him 10 points. Standing again, the short figure held a rolled-up document in one hand and put it behind his back, and the other hand clenched into a fist and placed it at his mouth. He coughed, attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 42. Guildmaster. All the guild members stared at the short figure. It was the third-generation guildmaster of Fairy Tale, Makarov. You guys are causing trouble for me again. Makarov held out his left hand holding the documents and motioned for everyone to look over. Look. The council has sent us another thick stack of documents, all of which are complaints. You guys are the ones who make me get scolded by the council all the time. Makarov closed his eyes, lowered his head, and trembled as if he was angry. He loudly lectured the members. The members below were silent. Lucy, who had just arrived, felt a little scared when she saw Makarov's angry look. But suddenly Makarov changed his tone, and a flame ignited in his left hand to ignite the information. tell the council to eat shit. After saying that, he threw the fireball in his hand forward, and Natsu flew over and caught the fireball with his mouth and started eating it. Listen carefully, the power beyond persistence comes from the will to persist. Magic is not some miraculous power, but when the airflow inside us merges with the airflow in nature, it will be transformed into a concrete power. Makarov put his hands on his hips and spoke loudly. This is magic that can be formed through mental power and concentration. No, it can only be formed by injecting one's own soul. If you always care about the eyes of those in high positions, you will not be able to improve your magic. Makarov raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Don't be afraid of those guys in the council, move forward on the path you believe in. This is the wizard of our fairy tale. Oh, XN. Instantly, the atmosphere in the guild reached its peak, and everyone followed Makarov and raised their right hands and cheered. Lucy looked at all this and her body trembled with excitement. She felt from the bottom of her heart that Fairy Tale was really an amazing guild. It's done now. Kana stamped the Fairy Tale seal on the back of Lucy's right hand, and smiled and said to Lucy that it was done. Although Kana is not weak now, she is still responsible for registering new members in the guild. Raven, look. Lucy stamped the seal and immediately ran to Raven to show him the seal. I am also a wizard of fairy tale. Raven, who was talking to Makarov about the mission at the bar, gave Lucy a sunny smile. Congratulations. Lucy, I hope you can grow up to be an excellent wizard who can stand on your own soon. Are you the newcomer? Your name is Lucy. Makarov at the bar greeted Lucy with a friendly smile. Hello. Welcome to Fairy Tale. Hearing Makarov's greeting, Lucy did not dare to neglect it at all, and replied with a serious attitude. Yes. President, my name is Lucy, and I am honored to join Fairy Tale. Don't be so nervous, Lucy. Kana came to Raven and snuggled up to him. The president is a very kind person, and everyone in the guild is easy to get along with. You can treat the guild as your own home. If you need any help, just ask. Thank you. Seeing this, Lucy felt a little sour, but she didn't show it. Guys. Makarov raised the huge wine glass in his hand compared to his body. Today Raven is coming home, new members are joining the club, let's have fun. Yes. During the carnival, a small incident occurred. Romeo asked Makarov why no one helped him to rescue his father, Makarov. Makarov refused because Makarov was already a mature wizard and there was no wizard in Fairy Tale who couldn't even handle his own affairs. Romeo punched Makarov and ran out of the guild crying. Natsu packed up his things and walked out of the guild without saying a word. He planned to rescue Makarov. Lucy looked at Raven and found that Raven was in dire straits and couldn't get away. So she hesitated and followed Natsu out of the door. After all, he was someone he already knew, and wanted to see if she could help. Raven was surrounded by Myra and Kana on the left and right. Myra and Kana sat on both sides of Raven, each stretched out a hand to pinch the soft flesh on Raven's waist, put the other hand on the table, and put their heads in front of Raven's chest to confront each other. Raven didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and his two hands were raised in the air with nowhere to put. Standing behind him was Lysina, who was smiling bitterly and looking helpless. Kana. What do you mean? Urza and Wendy haven't come back yet, are you trying to sneak away? Myra faced Kana with a hint of ridicule on her face. If Wendy knew that her respected sister Kana did such a thing to her favorite brother Raven, what do you think she would think? What do you mean? What did I do to Raven? Kana stared at Myra without showing any weakness. Tell me, did I do anything out of line? The person is about to get into Raven's body, what do you think? Myra said with a sour tone, envious of Kana who just hugged Raven tightly, so sour. I think you are envious. Kana understood Myra's meaning and noticed Myra's thoughts, and laughed at Myra. If you want to, you can do it. I won't be as jealous as you. Myra was embarrassed by being told about her secrets, and a blush appeared on her face. She avoided Kana's eyes and no longer dared to look at her. Come on. You two, what's the point of arguing about this? Raven put his hands on the waists of the two and hugged them. He smiled evilly. My arms are very big. The two people who were hugged trembled, but did not break free. Instead, they leaned into Raven's arms, then pinched Raven's soft flesh and exerted force and rotated. Hugging the two people, Raven, who was proud of himself, grimaced in pain and turned into a bitter face. Lysina behind him held her forehead with an expression that she couldn't bear to look at. Chapter 43. The carnival was not over yet. Natsu and Lucy had successfully rescued Makao and returned to the guild. Makao, who heard that Raven had returned to the guild, dragged his injured body to the guild to see Raven. Makao's jaw almost dropped to the ground when he saw Raven. Raven was holding Myra on his left and Kana on his right. He looked calm and composed. This scene made Makao wonder if he had hallucinations caused by Balkan's blow to his head. He rubbed his eyes. The two shy and docile girls in Raven's arms were indeed Myra and Kana. He wondered if he couldn't keep up with the times. Who were the two girls in Raven's arms? Myra, who was promoted to an S-class wizard at the age of 16, is now so powerful that no one knows how high she is. She always has a crazy smile and a hot temper, which makes her the recognized thorny rose in fairy tale. No one wants to be beaten by a demon because of a harmless word. Kana, although her own strength is not that strong. But she has a father named Gildarts, who is generally recognized as the strongest when Raven is not in the guild. This daughter-slave usually protects Kana very well, and no one dares to tease Kana at the risk of being hit by destroying evil and revealing good one day. At the same time, Kana herself is gentle and generous, and she treats people in a comprehensive manner. She keeps a distance from the men in the guild and will never let people have improper thoughts. She is the flower of jailing in the eyes of all male guild members. There are only these two people. Although everyone in the guild knows that they have a good impression of Raven, the scene of them being as docile as little lambs and curled up in Raven's arms still makes Makao amazed. He can't help but stretch out his hand that is bandaged like a steamed bun and give Raven a thumbs up. "You are awesome, kid." Raven understood the message from Makao's eyes, but he knew it all. From the moment Raven held him in his arms, Myra and Kana began to compete secretly. On the surface, they looked docile and harmonious, but secretly they were more ruthless than the other in treating Raven's back pain. Even though Raven had thick skin and flesh, he couldn't stand such torture. Therefore, seeing Makao bandaged like a dumpling, he cried for help. "Makao, what happened to you? You are so badly injured." Raven loosened his arms around the two of them, stood up and walked towards Makao, as if he was very sad about Makao's injury. "It just so happens that I have learned some healing magic in the past few years, let me heal you." "Thank you, brother." Raven winked at Makao, but Makao did not understand Raven's intention. He just felt flattered. He did not expect Raven to care so much about his injury. After Raven stood up, the secret fight between Myra and Kana ended. They looked at each other and snorted in unison. Fortunately, it was Myra and Kana. Myra was not so competitive with Kana, and Kana was also gentle, so their fight was not that fierce. If it was Myra and Urza, Raven's fate today would definitely not be as good as it is now. Helping Makao to sit on the chair, Raven put his hand on Makao's shoulder and activated his magic. Makao only felt a strong magic flow through his body, and there was a cool feeling wherever the magic flowed. Soon, the energy lost in the previous battle came back, and the painful place was no longer painful. He felt that he could do it again, and it would not be a problem to fight another 20 Balkans. "Amazing. Raven, I didn't expect your healing magic skills to be so perfect." Makao tore off the bandages wrapped around his body and marveled at his intact body. "It's no big deal. If you were seriously injured every few days, you would also be able to master healing magic so well." Raven is not bragging. The healing magic he honed during the century-long mission is definitely one of the best in the world. What? Raven, do you get seriously injured often? Are you healed now? Having caught the key information in Raven's words, Myra, Kana, and Lysina surrounded Raven in an instant, and examined his body with concern. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, Raven might have been stripped naked. Lucy, who was watching from the sidelines, was also a little worried, but she didn't know what identity she should get involved in, so she could only stand aside anxiously, paying attention to Raven. It's okay. It was several years ago. Raven pulled away the 3 pairs of tender hands that were searching his body and comforted them. It has recovered completely a long time ago, and I haven't been injured in the past few years. That's good. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Raven say this, and then they realized something was wrong. Kana and Myra looked at Lysina at the same time. Lysina was so nervous with suspicious eyes that she didn't know where to put her hands. In order to cover up her embarrassment and worries, Lysina pretended to be calm. Why are you looking at me like that? Tell the truth. Lysina, what do you think of Raven? Myra approached Lysina step by step, with a dangerous smile on her face. A drop of sweat fell on Lysina's face, her eyes were erratic, her hands were tangled together, and her fingers moved around. What else can you think? I just treat him as a big brother. Kana turned to look at Raven, the resentment in her eyes was so thick that it was about to drip water. She originally thought that there was only Myra and Urza, but unexpectedly Lysina suddenly jumped out. Then she looked at Lucy. It seemed that this newcomer didn't feel right about Raven, and seemed very threatening. Raven's forehead was covered with cold sweat. What could he do? He was also desperate. Is it his fault for being too charming? He could only laugh and greet the 4 girls. It's such a good day today, why are you standing here stupidly? Sit down and chat. The 4 girls looked at him as if he were a fool, but they still sat together obediently, waiting to watch his performance. Makao behind Raven made the sign of a cross on his chest. Raven, I pray for you. Then he went to his good friend Wakaba to gloat over his misfortune. Oh God! Raven noticed the solemn atmosphere at the table and prayed silently in his heart, save me. P.S. The recent chapters are quite mundane. Please give your opinions in the comments section if you have time. Do you like this kind of plot? Kneel down to the masters. Chapter 44. Raven finally escaped. Kana was very generous and didn't bother with Raven. She also took the initiative to adjust the atmosphere at the table, making the solemn atmosphere become relaxed. It was just that the resentment in the occasional glance made Raven feel a little distressed, and he secretly said, Kana baby, I will never let you down. Myra was a little confused. Because Lysina and Natsu were close, she always thought that Lysina liked Natsu. I didn't expect Lysina to hide her thoughts so deeply. Raven's longing for Raven after 6 years in his care just now made Lysina reveal his true thoughts, otherwise, as a sister, he would still be in the dark. Myra glared at Raven fiercely, and didn't expect that both of us sisters fell into your hands, and you still want to take both sisters. Raven looked innocent and said that I didn't know what was going on. 6 years ago, Lysina was just an 11-year-old girl. She followed behind him every day as a little follower. I just treated her as a sister. Lysina leaned in her sister's arms, covering her red face and daring not to see anyone. The reason she got close to Natsu was actually because of Happy, and she had no other thoughts. She usually behaved calmly, but now her feelings were known by the person she liked, her sister and her good friend. She was shy like a young wife. Lucy sat in a chair blankly, asking 3 questions in her heart. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? How did I get involved in this? Lucy was so regretful that she felt like her intestines were turning green. It was true that she had some feelings for Raven who had saved her, but she had only known Raven for a few days. She had no right to stay here. Fortunately, someone who didn't understand the situation broke the awkward atmosphere. Raven. Let's duel. The stubborn Natsu challenged Raven with a crazy smile on his face. 6 years have passed. I am no longer the same as before. Today I must avenge you for blowing my brains out so many times. The guild members who were attracted by Natsu's voice fell to the ground one after another, with a big drop of cold sweat on their heads. Did Natsu forget that Raven went out 6 years ago to complete the 100 Years quest? Moreover, Raven was one of the 10 saints 6 years ago, and Natsu is not even at S rank yet. All I can say is that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, or maybe Natsu is a little bit lacking in brains. Gray, shirtless, prayed for his mortal enemy and good friend Natsu. Natsu, I hope you will be beaten into a pig's head. Gray, clothes. An enthusiastic guild member behind him reminded him. Scared? Raven looked at Natsu with a confident face and thought it was interesting. He sat down on the chair with great determination and hooked his finger at him. Come on. Natsu, let me see your progress. Kana beside him said worriedly, don't we have to go out and fight? What if the noise is too loud? No way. Raven was very confident, it's just Natsu. Damn it. Raven, you actually look down on me like that. Natsu rushed towards Raven angrily, with flames burning on his body. I'm going to beat you into a pig's head. So fast. I didn't expect Natsu to be so fast. It seems that Natsu is really confident to challenge Raven. This speed is not inferior to Urza's flying armor, right? Go. Natsu, I'm counting on you. Guild members expressed their surprise at Natsu's speed and praised him. As soon as he finished speaking, Natsu flew back faster than he had rushed over. He fell to the ground with a big bump on his forehead and his eyes spinning. He couldn't fight anymore. What happened? I didn't see it clearly. Wow. It's Raven after all. Natsu has no power to resist at all. The spectators were completely fence-sitters and all turned to Raven. Makarov sat at the bar, looking at this side with a glass in his right hand. Raven, I didn't expect that your strength is now so poor that even I can't see it clearly. On the second floor of the guild, a muscular figure in a coat was also watching everything happening in the hall, with a slight grin on his lips. Interesting. Really interesting. Raven. The carnival continues. After the carnival, Myra and Lysina took Lucy away, leaving a private space for Raven and Kana. Lucy originally said that she wanted to rent a house in town, but it was too late tonight and everyone else had gone to bed, so Myra and Lysina decided to take her in for one night. Before leaving, Myra gave Raven and Kana a grimace and a meaningful smile. Looking at the funny Myra, Raven and Kana smiled at each other, held hands and set out on the way home. In the past few years, Kana still lives in Raven's house with Wendy. The reason why Raven didn't see Wendy and Urza when he returned to the guild today was that Urza took Wendy out to do a mission, and might not be back for a few days. Walking on the way home, blowing the gentle night breeze, feeling the warmth transmitted from each other in their hands, the hearts of both of them were very peaceful. The distance from the guild to home was not long, but it seemed to have become closer today. Raven. Kana stopped and looked up at Raven. Her eyes were misty and moist like a lake. Looking at Kana's sweet and pure face and her thin lips that exuded an alluring luster, Raven lowered his head. Under the moonlight, the two figures slowly overlapped. At this moment, the two of them were in tune with each other. That night, it was a natural thing. Chapter 45. Lucy followed Lysina to the guild early in the morning, while Myra was still sleeping at home. Lucy looked around as soon as she entered the guild, but she didn't see the figure she wanted to see, so she sighed in disappointment. Lysina noticed her movements and smiled softly, looking for Raven. He may not come to the guild today. Even if he does, it will be afternoon, right? No way, I'm not looking for Raven. Lucy looked embarrassed. In order to hide her embarrassment, she quickly changed the subject. I'll go to the taskbar to see if there are any tasks I can take. Lysina looked at her fleeing back and smiled knowingly. Is this subjugation of bandits too difficult for me? This capture of monsters is also too difficult for me. Lucy searched for tasks suitable for her on the task bar, and suddenly found a task that surprised her very much. This task. You can get 200,000 J just by destroying a book. That's it. Lucy tore off the quest book and ran to Lysina, ready to let her register for her. Yes, Lysina is now doing the job of registering quests in the guild, and occasionally goes out with Myra and Elfman to do some more difficult quests. Lucy, you have received a very good mission. Lysina took the mission letter from Lucy's hand, stamped it, and asked her with a smile, "Are you ready to set off now?" Yes. It's very simple. Lucy had a bright smile on her face. She didn't expect that it would be so easy to earn 200,000 J. When Lysina asked her if they were leaving now, she hesitated and said, "I'll wait for Raven. After all, I'm just a newcomer. It's better for me to find an old man to take me on my first mission." Suddenly a girl ran in from the door of the guild and rushed to Lysina. "Lysina, I heard that Raven came back yesterday." The girl's tone was very excited, and her two small hands were tightly clenched into fists, trembling slightly, showing that her owner was in a very uneasy mood. "It's Levi." Lysina smiled at the girl, then pointed at Lucy beside her and said to her, "Yes. Raven returned to the guild yesterday, and brought a new member with him. Her name is Lucy." Only then did Lucy see the girl's appearance clearly. She was a pretty girl with blue hair and a petite and cute figure. She quickly stood up and greeted her. "Hello Levi. My name is Lucy, I'm a new member who just joined the guild yesterday. Please take care of me." "Hello Lucy. Welcome to join Fairy Tale." Levi responded to Lucy enthusiastically, "If you need any help, just tell me, whether it's in life or on missions. Speaking of quests, I'm waiting for Raven to come to the guild, and I want him to guide me." Lucy shook the quest book in her hand towards Levi, and her voice was a little unconfident. "Although this quest looks simple, I'm a little nervous because I've never done a quest before." "Really? Then I'll wait with you." When Levi heard that Raven was coming to the guild, her eyes lit up and she sat next to Lucy. It was not until after lunch that Raven and Kana appeared at the entrance of the guild. Kana was happily holding Raven's arm, with a smile on her delicate face. When Levi saw Raven, she rushed towards him excitedly, but her speed became slower and slower, and finally stopped in front of Raven. She was a little unconfident, afraid that Raven had forgotten her, so she lowered her head, put her hands behind her back, and said timidly, "Raven." Seeing this, Kana smiled softly and let go of Raven's hand. Raven stretched out his hand to cover Levi's head, stroking her short blue hair. "Levi, you have grown into a beautiful girl." Feeling the warmth on her head and the kind feeling in Raven's words, Levi's emotions suddenly burst out, and she threw herself into Raven's arms, hugged him tightly, with a hint of crystal in the corner of her eyes yet. Lysina at the bar watched this scene with a smile, while Lucy was stunned. How many girls still like Raven? "Oh? You want me to take you on this mission?" Raven sat on a bench, with Kana making juice and the shy Rebecca on his left and right. He asked Lucy, who was sitting opposite him, holding the mission book she had given him. Can I? Please." Lucy rubbed her hands nervously, afraid that Raven would give a negative answer. After taking a sip of the juice poured by Kana, Raven put the task book on the table. "It's not that I can't do it. Anyway, I have nothing to do at the moment. It's okay for me to guide a newcomer like you. After all, I brought you back to the guild." "That's great, thank you, Raven." Lucy's pretty face flushed with excitement, and she couldn't wait to ask, "When are we leaving? If it's possible, how about we set off today?" Lucy asked with a hint of negotiation in her voice, because Raven had just returned to the guild yesterday, and she was afraid to disturb Raven's rest in the guild. "Sure." Raven stood up and ruffled Kana and Levi's hair, causing the two girls to yell at him. "Anyway, it's such a small task, and basically all your time will be wasted on the road, and you can be back tonight." He turned and walked towards the door of the guild, and a crisp voice came, "Follow me." "Yes. P.S. I just entered the plot. It will still be a bit slow. I will transition as soon as possible. Please understand." Chapter 46. Raven and Lucy took 2 hours to get to Hylaman sub-city by train. The location of this mission, Aber's Mansion, is located on the outskirts of this city. After meeting the mission client in the city, the client Kirby told them that the book to be destroyed is called Sunrise and said that the commission price has been raised to 2 million J. Lucy's eyes turned into money, and she quickly pulled Raven to Aber's Mansion. "How can we get into such a heavily guarded mansion? Should we force our way in?" Lucy looked at the iron-clad walls of the luxurious mansion and felt helpless. She asked Raven for help. "This is your mission. Although I will lead you, I will only take action when you are in danger." Raven waved his hand and let Lucy figure it out herself. After a while, seeing Lucy racking her brains but still unable to come up with a solution, Raven softened his heart and reminded her, "You can also use tricks. Look at the back of the power of attorney." Lucy took out the power of attorney in surprise, and knew that Raven would not be so cruel, so she looked at the back of the power of attorney. "Be careful. This person is super perverted and is currently recruiting blonde maids." Lucy saw the contents on the back and looked at Raven in horror, her body trembling. "No? Didn't you read the power of attorney carefully? You only saw that there was 200,000 J for just one book." Raven held his forehead, feeling a little overwhelmed. "Isn't this the first mission and I'm a little inexperienced? That's why I need someone to lead me." Lucy said shyly, "Besides, don't you, Raven, still have me here? You can try this method. You have to accumulate experience in various tasks." Raven taught Lucy and praised her at the same time. "Lucy, you are so beautiful and have such a good figure. You will definitely succeed." Hearing Raven praising herself, Lucy's eyes lit up. "Of course, with my charm, I can easily apply for it. Come on." Raven gave her an encouraging smile. Then the two of them went to the city again to buy maid outfits for Lucy to put on. When Lucy wore a black and white maid outfit, slightly lifted the hems of her skirt, blinked her big eyes and smiled to greet Raven, Raven was really amazed, and his heart beat a few more times. Her long golden hair was tied into 2 ponytails and spread on both sides of her head, with a white maid headband on her head. Her delicate face had a charming smile, and the black and white slim maid skirt set off Lucy's considerate heart and willow-like slender waist, and under the white apron, her slender thighs and white stockings were round and smooth. Raven admitted that he was mean again. Hee. Lucy blushed. In fact, she was also very shy wearing this outfit. But seeing Raven staring at him, she couldn't help but feel a little happy in her heart, and then she turned around in front of Raven. "Does it look good?" "Very nice." Raven is an honest man, of course he would not say anything against his will. "You can definitely apply for the maid job successfully, sneak into the mansion and get the book." "Okay." Lucy clenched her fists to encourage herself and took 2 deep breaths. "I'll go now." When she arrived in front of Aber's mansion, the steel gate was still closed. Lucy could only shout, and Raven was secretly guarding her in the woods behind her. "Is anyone there? I saw the job ad and am here to apply for a maid job." After shouting several times, Lucy suddenly felt the ground in front of her shaking. The next second, a tank broke out of the ground beside Lucy, and then fell from the sky in front of Lucy. The vibration from the landing startled Lucy so much that she almost jumped up. She felt that the sky in front of her was covered by the tank. "Applying for a maid? Master." She said she saw the job ad and came to apply for a maid. Tank looked at Lucy and called out to his master. "Yo-yo!" Following a strange roar, a short man with a strange appearance broke out of the ground and appeared in front of Lucy, looking at Lucy with an observant look. "Are you the one who wants to apply to be our maid?" "Yes, yes." The man's eyes gave Lucy goosebumps. She forced the corners of her mouth to reveal an ugly smile. "Please give me your advice." But after observing her for a while, the man turned away with contempt and waved his hand. "No need, go back." Dinosaur girl. Dinosaur, dinosaur girl. Lucy felt that her heart was greatly traumatized, and at the same time Tank stabbed Lucy again. "That's it. Dinosaur girl. The strange-looking man posed for a man like me, only the most beautiful woman is suitable for me." As he said that, several maids with strange looks and coquettish looks emerged from the ground behind him. Then, he and his maids drilled back into the ground and disappeared. Raven held back his laughter and walked to Lucy, who was standing there. "Am I really ugly?" Lucy's face was full of anger and doubt. She asked Raven excitedly, "Am I really a dinosaur girl?" It's no wonder that a woman is so excited and angry when her beauty, which she is proud of, is hit so hard. Ha ha ha. Raven finally couldn't hold back his laughter. Lucy's serious expression was so adorable. "Damn it. Raven, are you smiling like that because you think I'm ugly?" Lucy was furious and decided to fight Raven. She punched Raven's chest with her two little fists. Raven quickly reached out and wrapped her hands around hers, comforting her. "Of course not. Lucy, you're so cute, it's obvious that Abar's aesthetic taste is problematic. You can tell by looking at his weird maids. Don't be angry. There's no need. Do you really think I'm cute?" Lucy looked at Raven seriously, wanting to get his answer. "Certainly. I think so too, I'm cute." Lucy tilted her head and smiled playfully. Raven was speechless. Chapter 47. Raven and Lucy sneaked into Abar's mansion, but they didn't expect that Abar had set up a perception magic circle in the building, and discovered them as soon as they entered. At a staircase, Raven and Lucy were intercepted by Abar's maid team led by Tank. Raven just used a little force to knock them out, but did not kill them. In fact, he and Lucy were at fault first. After all, they broke into someone else's mansion without permission. Moreover, it would be too cheap for Raven to kill such maids who had little fighting power, although they did look a little strange. After Raven knocked out the maid team led by Tank, he found Abar's library and found a book with a golden cover inside, which was the target of this mission, Sunrise. Just as Raven was about to leave with Lucy, the door of the library opened, and the short Abar crawled out from the floor of the library. "I am so angry. How dare you touch the books of our great generation?" Abar was very angry and summoned his thugs. "Come out. Brother Panishu." The secret door behind the bookshelf opened and two tall men walked out. One of them was bald and held a huge iron pot with a long handle. The words "up, down, left, right" were written on his face. The other was taller than him, wearing a magic mirror and had an afro. The armbands tied on their arms revealed their identities. They were mercenaries of the mercenary guild Nanlang. "What a trouble!" Raven sighed, then waved his right hand and a gust of wind blew forward. Goodaf! Before the man could finish his words, he was knocked away with his brother and Abar, embedded in the wall and fainted. When Abar flew out, a golden key flew out from his clothes. After Raven caught it, he asked in confusion, "Lucy, is this the key of the star spirit?" Looking at the key in Raven's hand, Lucy exclaimed in surprise, "Really? It's the key of the Zodiac Chu female Barug." She snatched the key from Raven's hand. "This thing is a punishment for this guy calling me a dinosaur girl, I accept it. Then let's not waste time." Lucy hugged Lucy's waist, activated magic, and blue magic wings appeared behind her. "Let's go, Lucy." "Hey!" Lucy felt her waist tighten, and then she was lifted into the air, and the next second she appeared above Abar's mansion. "Fly, fly up." Lucy was a little scared because her feet couldn't touch the ground, so she quickly hugged Raven's body. "What are you surprised about? It's just a little wind magic." Raven teased Lucy, then observed the direction and flew towards the city. "Now go and hand the book to the client, and your first mission will be successfully completed." Raven and Lucy came to Kirby's luxurious mansion and handed him Sunrise. Kirby took the book in surprise and said, "What's going on? Didn't I ask you to destroy it? I think it's a shame to destroy this book like this. And wasn't this book written by your father? Lucy just read this book quickly with the magic prop Feng Yang's glasses while going to and from Kirby's mansion. She always felt that this book hid some secrets. I think this book has some special secrets. In this case, I can destroy it myself. To maintain my father's dignity." Kirby lit the match in his hand, ready to burn Sunrise. Suddenly a gust of wind blew and extinguished the match in Kirby's hand. The book in Kirby's hand began to shine, and a magic circle appeared on the cover of the book. Then Sunrise broke away from Kirby's hand and floated in the air. The title of the book changed to Dear Kirby. The emitted light filled the entire hall, and the book turned pages quickly without wind. Then countless golden words flew out of the book, leaping in the air like ribbons and surrounding everyone. Everyone looked at all this in a daze, and finally understood the message hidden by Kirby's father in this book. Kirby, who only understood his father's love at this time, couldn't help but cry while holding the last book left by his father before his death. It turned out that his father had always loved him and protected him until he died in frustration. Now that you know the true meaning of this book, I think you won't think of destroying it anymore, right? Raven asked with a smile. Yes, thank you, I will not think of destroying this book anymore. Kirby hugged his father's relics tightly, tears in his eyes. But I will pay you as usual. No, since the book is not destroyed, the mission is not completed. Naturally, there is no need for reward. Raven turned and walked towards the door. Let's go. Lucy. Hey. Lucy was puzzled. 2 million J? Why don't you want it? She hurriedly chased after Raven. Why not? It's rare that someone is so kind, so let's accept it. At this time, Raven had already walked to the door. He turned around and looked at the Kirby couple with a bright smile. Kirby, you should go back quickly, go back to your own home. After that, he walked out of the door, leaving the stunned Kirby couple. On the way back to the guild, Lucy couldn't understand why Raven would give up the reward that was about to be in his hands, and she kept pouting and sulking. Lucy, don't be angry. Raven said to Lucy, the Kirbys are not rich people, so we don't have to charge them. How did you know? Temperament. Their temperament doesn't match that mansion, they must have borrowed it to save face. Raven can't say that I saw it on TV, right? But he could indeed infer the fact that the Kirbys were poor through their temperament. Just treat it as accumulating mission experience, don't worry about it anymore. All right. But I didn't get any reward for this mission. Lucy asked Raven. You have to take me with you one more time. Small problem. It's just a small thing, said Raven. On the streets of Magnolia, pedestrians looked at the huge figure in the middle of the street in surprise. The horn of the unknown monster was probably 10 times the size of a human, which was very eye-catching. The person holding it was a wizard wearing silver-white armor and a dark blue skirt. She had bright crimson hair, giving people a heroic feeling. She was accompanied by a cute blue-haired loli and a pure white cat. It was Urza, Wendy, and Xiaolulu.